Hey, y'all. What's good with it? What's good with it? Girl, it's so much quieter back here. But y'all, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking that just gonna have to restrict the men from talking about the case. That they're gonna have to talk about it in on the strength of they're just gonna have to remove all legal and just talk about it like something like how Big Bad and them do it, right? Like they're not, trying to get all into the legal ramifications or any type of legal process or procedure. They're just talking about it from how they feel. You know what I'm saying? And I 100% understand that, and I welcome that, and I champion that type of talk because they're talking about it from the standpoint is like, listen, I may not know everything about the legal portions of whatever, but I know in my heart that it feels like the guy was done bad in a sense or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, because I get all uptight when you start fucking over the legal part. You know what I'm saying? That just drives me goddamn insane. Let me go ahead and blue y'all up while y'all back here. Um, but hey, Felicia, hey, Sarver. Hold on. I'm trying to but try these damn hearts and shit. Okay, it is a moderator. Okay. So, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't. They need to just take out the legal element from their whole spiel. Okay, because it ain't even right. Just to be honest, it ain't even right. And what's going to happen is that although you seen me break it down about the paperwork that he was reading, that he said that because before he read it, every time I read it over there or said and then go pull up and read it, he had like it's new. I'm talking about Levi. He had like it's new, like I had never said it up there on his channel before. And that's like, what? I said on your channel, my channel, your channel, back and forth like a motherfucking one man goddamn tennis match. What do you mean? So, and even though I went right through it and said what precludes mean and whatever, just like he did before, he's going to focus right on where the prosecution says that they don't see how this opens up a door. He takes that to mean that the prosecutor is saying, telling the defense, is that they don't know how to do their job. That don't mean that. It'll drive me crazy. That don't mean that like that. That simply means that they don't see how whatever, portions of whatever the defense is trying to, either include or whatever. Yeah, I think they were trying to include something. How it opens the door or whatever the prosecutor's trying to trying to include that it opens the door for the defense to talk about. But I'll pull it up to clear it all up. Then, oh my God, yeah, I left a message on their wall and stuff because we back here. Nobody knows to me, nobody knows about this channel like that. And anyway, check this out right here. Then I go, and Keller usually be, I'm talking about on the money. And then I tried to call him because I want to make sure he was saying what he was saying. I think he was saying that the people didn't charge. I'm talking about the people. Now I'm talking like this, sound like they asked. That the prosecutors didn't charge R. Kelly with anything that has to do with Azriel before she turned 18, or maybe before, nobody said before those text messages or something like that. Some kind of distinction that he was trying to make. And I pulled up hey, Passionately Fine, I pulled up the goddamn indictment, and he does, R. Kelly does have a charge from April. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck is going on? I cannot with these. I cannot. I promise you. He is charged with something from um from April. Like, maybe maybe she was with him prior before. I don't know what Keller was trying to point out about them dates. So I called him and he didn't answer the phone. So I don't know, because I wanted him to give clarity on what he was talking about. But I know he subbed to this, so maybe he'll see it and somebody need to help him behind it. So in the interest of not letting y'all get all confused again, I had to come, do a little pre something, because I think JoJo is going live tonight on, excuse me, on his backup channel. Cause I think Sky got hit too. Everybody got hit. Everybody done got hit, child. Listen. So I need to, let me go find. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. So pretty much, and we just gonna keep that shit above, because we don't like making up shit over here. Pretty much, these avenues that Levi and some other people are holding strong to this BOP text message, I don't see, where it would make a difference and whatever. And I could be wrong. I mean, hell, I don't have the records. His attorney needs to be. When I see her move on it, then I know that she might be working with something. But if I don't see her move on it, I'm not listening to what these Negroes are saying. Because it's just, pointless. And that dude, that crazy ass dude, NOYB, he is funny as hell. He talk about everybody, including my ass. That shit is funny as hell. His ass is oh damn. Jojo really need to put his link back, that video back up there, because like damn. Hold on. Okay. This is Hizzle and keep going live tonight, child. We are we got to create a workaround. Go live. So that's his other that's his backup channel. So anyway, like once again, like shout out to Big Vi and some other people. They talk about it, this case, from the legal, not from the legal, from the non-legal aspect of it, right? Saying how, that just pouring out their feelings. Sometimes they may infuse a little legal to it, whatever, but more or less they're talking about, hey, they just feel that, this guy was given a bad motherfucking outcome due to how they feel that the legal maybe is unjust to people of color, or definitely how the parents were negligent, how they could have, possibly set them up, whatever. So that I can sit and listen to them, and they don't have to have the law right or whatever. They apply common sense shit to this case, and they talk about it from a standpoint of from passion, out of passion, right? All those guys knows people that be over there. When now, Levi and Company, they want to talk about the shit from a legal, legal point, using legal aspects and things of that nature, and be wrong, and they want to tell me I'm wrong, huh? And it's not like I can't be wrong. And he said something last night saying, like, well, you say like the Supreme Court and whatever um can't get it wrong. Yeah, they can get it wrong, but guess what? Their word is the last word. So what? So what? All they're gonna do is go back and check themselves and correct themselves or whatever. So what the hell? Hey, Queen Brielle, oh, you found it. Thank you, ma'am. So that's what I'm trying to say. And I, let Dana know where we were and all of that. So, you understand what I'm saying? But if you don't know what the hell is, listen, you should have known that they don't know what the hell is they're talking about when they said that the damn parents was like barred from being in New York or being in that courtroom so they wouldn't have to testify. Who the fuck says that? And then proceed to follow anything else out your mouth legally. Are you crazy? Do you know what a subpoena does? Subpoena says you bring your ass to court to testify, or you bring your ass to the jailhouse. You pick. Like, what do you mean? And if you pregnant or whatever, and you can't testify or whatever, you on your goddamn, you in labor, guess what? We'll make sure you do that shit by what? Phone, video, or something. But you will be under oath. I can't believe this. It's like going backwards. I'm not, I would rather just, and I don't drink or smoke, right? But I would rather find me a little, rum and coke and sit up there and listen to Big Bad now. Just, give their opinion of what's going on from a passion sense. And then to listen to these motherfuckers cross up the goddamn law, and then I'm thinking, the people that listen to me They got it. They got it, pretty much down pat. Whatever. They gonna understand it. Well, no matter what side you're on, they understand what I'm saying or whatever. And thank God, because like when they hear something wrong, they'll hit me on, they let me say, all right, okay, But other than, then they just misrepresent because they don't understand the law, the rules and the procedures and all, and or they don't agree with it. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That don't make me wrong. It makes you wrong and ignorant to the law. And if you don't want to, brush up on what your areas of concern with the law, then that ain't my fault either. You're going to continue to have ignorance. But they want me to read the motherfucking text messages only to come to the conclusion, which I've already had, that the parents was, wasn't the best, and from time to time they could have been possibly on some fuck shit. I don't know that for sure, but I can. Well, yeah, I can tell they going on some fuck shit. I'll take that off. But one thing I want to kind of, and if I don't know if I'm getting this right or not, but as bad as they want the daddy to be the face of this whole debacle, you can't say that he is. Because in the text messages, you clearly see it starts off with that mama. And I think that with a lot of these incidents that happen with their daughter, I think that he was made aware of them at some point. I got wind of what was going on because they were okay to hide stuff from the other daughter, and shit like that. I believe that they made him aware of some of this shit, and then him being the father and the husband and the type of person Angelo is in my mind, I guess that he just went in, went on and just came up with stories and shit like that, whatever. And then we all know at this point that there's a lot of lying that went on. I don't believe that. I do believe that they were um really invested in their daughter getting on top with their singing, with her career and shit. And of course, that would have made it easier for them in life. If she get $1 million deals and shit like that or whatever, or at least get known, make some money off being known. You know what I'm saying? Giving interviews, hosting parties, things of that nature. She'll be able to create a income for herself, right? And to make herself, reliant. Okay. Queen Brie, I can't with you. Karen Johnson, Karen Johnson. Yes. So let me get y'all all together in here with the blue. Because this is Club Blue. It's supposed to be blue back here. Club Blue is supposed to be blue. So let me make sure I do that. Okay, Karen Johnson already. Okay. No, that main channel ain't gone. We at Sovereign. No, ma'am. They got us down for 7 days. JoJo's 7 days. I think Sky's 7 days. I don't know if Dana's main channel is gone for 7 days. It's crazy. But yeah. So, you understand what I'm saying? I believe that they really went by pursuing this whole music career shit the wrong way. I believe that I don't believe that story about the daughter getting beat up or whatever. I mean, and especially if it's true that they waited all that long time to put in a police report, because if you're trying to get your daughter back and your other daughter got beat up as one of the guardians or whatever, or then you report that early and to show the cops that, hey, this man is holding my daughter against her will, or or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Or my daughter is in danger. Okay, so you know what I'm saying. So I can't sit up here. I don't have nothing really against Angelo or whatever. I felt like, the one time I talked to him, he was telling me the truth about some things or whatever. But I can't say that from what I've read and what I've listened to or whatever, that these people in these streets don't have it that wrong. A setup for R. Kelly, that's a strong allegation, right? Let me tell you why. It's an allegation because we don't actually have the proof. We have what they are reading into it, and you see now that Levi tries to take everything to try to make it a weapon in which he can use. Um, Understandably, I can see it, but is that the right way? And will it play in court? No. Okay. Just like when they charge you, when the prosecutors charge you. And I done got so comfortable with just talking to y'all in layman's term about the law, to sometimes I be goddamn, forgetting that, but at this point we're gonna have to um just go back, because these people aren't accepting the layman's translation or the fucking legalese. So I don't know. It is what it is. But just like when a prosecution charges you, you got them elements, boom, 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 right? They have the burden of proving that shit. So the evidence that they use isn't going to be some loose translation from some goddamn text messages that's just recounting, a bunch of, whatever's going on. Okay. It's recounting, those text messages are recounting whatever is going on. Not I'm not gonna say though everything, I'm not saying all the text messages, but majority of them are recounting what's going on. By their witness, right? By their witness. And you got to understand this, right? How can I say this? Okay, that there are just say there's just like a whole book of text messages, right? But the prosecutors need the text messages that supports the facts in the case and the elements. And that can be used as direct evidence or strong circumstantial evidence, right? So while the whole book of text messages isn't just her recounting what's happening, the parts they need are recounting what's happening. Okay. So when Levi tried to make the distinction, it just wasn't just her recounting to her mother, about what was going on. No, it's not. But when it comes to the case, see, it's hard to explain to lay people when they want to dig in and like that, whatever, and just don't just sit there, in the courtroom and just listen to what's going on. It's kind of hard to when somebody's got to come here and tell you outside or whatever, because we weren't there, but I can look and tell, you know. So they're talking about the portions of the text messages that the prosecutors are using as direct evidence or strong circumstantial evidence to support the story of their victim witness. That's the parts that they claim are recounting in real time to her mother what's going on. We do know that it was more to that right, Brielle. And I don't know how many ways I can, it's just so crazy. He is extreme. It's so crazy to me. I just ain't never had no shit like that. And I'll be wrong I've been wrong. Of course I'll be wrong, or whatever. And Queen Brielle, there's not an attorney that doesn't get it wrong. Cause you know how you could tell that we get it wrong sometimes? Because guess what? When those motions come back denied, and we don't went to the fucking wherever to make our point using actual case laws and stuff. We ain't making up shit like Levi. We using actual case law, our primary law, our mandatory law, to support our point in those goddamn briefs, and it gets denied. So we do be wrong, but not on no ghetto street shit. Okay, so yeah, yes, of course. Right. You can't he just showing and see. Here's the thing, right? Oh my God, he would be the worst person, the worst attorney when using case law to develop his point or his argument, right? I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you use case law, a lot of people thought that it's using case law from the same kind of cases, right? So they think that okay, because of the type of charges R. Kelly has, it's going to be case law from those type. No, not necessary. It's the circumstance in which you're trying to prove, right? If you're trying to prove, let me see how to put this. Okay, just say for you're trying to prove that a jury should have been disqualified, right? And they was asked the general questions, and then you have the sub questions right up under that to determine if that juror can be unbiased, right? That can just make a decision based on the evidence presented in court per the judge's instructions, right? And just say if, damn, it's kind of hard to explain. We all can understand. Okay, so just say if a juror in your case, if the defendant is saying the juror in this case should have been disqualified because they watched Surviving R. Kelly and that made them prejudiced. Okay, prejudice, being prejudiced is the circumstance. You can use case law from somebody that was in a hit and run and they have a juror on the case that had a parent that was a victim of a hit and run. And prejudice was the question in that case. So you can see, you see what I'm saying? So prejudice is the circumstance. Not that you have to go and find case law of all, sex crimes and underage, that type of cases. No, 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 no. Prejudice would be the circumstance. And then you would use what the law states about a juror that may have some type of bias, may be prejudiced to support your case law. Okay. Okay. So, and the fact that, my people that done, and I don't want to say my people, I'll say the people that have listened to me or whatever over these past couple years, and especially the ones that are pretty much day ones, and we done went through every piece of paper, pretty much. I don't know too much we haven't gone through. Y'all are damn near paralegals. Y'all can go, I mean, without even having the goddamn paperwork, y'all can go in there and probably sit down and do the job of a paralegal. And I'm not gonna let these goddamn Pink and the Brain and these other goddamn fellas fuck all that up. Oh Lord, they don't know what they be talking about, and you can't tell them that they don't know what they be talking about. And even after you point it out, say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. So Levi goes to find these parents that are on the stands, testifying or what have you. You don't know as to the element they're testifying or to the facts in the case they're testifying or what made them relevant, relatable, and reliable to be able to testify. You don't know. Okay? That you don't know. And if they are minors, I mean, like real minor, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot that goes into that. He's finding case law of just the parents getting on the stand. What? That's crazy. Nobody have no case law like that. it's it's it would be the case law of the parents getting on the stand to testify as to whatever. It has to be more elaborated. And if you kind of find some case law like that, that's crazy to me. Like I say, anybody that think that a subpoena won't get anybody on the stand from wherever they fucking are, you get you under the penalty of perjury with regards to that case from wherever you are, is crazy. Are you going to jail? And if you don't think that the defense would have compelled those parents to get on that motherfucking stand in some form or fashion, if their whole, reasoning for testifying and their whole defense wasn't motherfucking prohibited? Are you crazy? That's their case. You better get your ass on the stand. Hell. Yeah, okay, Diva. Yes, it's crazy. This is crazy, y'all. My God. I just can't, I just don't understand. And he gets mad at me because, and like I explain, I say when they draft up this paperwork, they're talking to each other and the judge. They are not talking to you, the layperson. So they do not have to say, A, okay, we're going to throw out this discovery because of this, and we're not going to. No, because the feds have reciprocal discovery, meaning they got to, turn over discovery to each other, right? But more so the prosecutors, because if not, it will create a Brady violation or something like that, right? You got to turn it over to the defense whether they use it or not. But if they're not seeking to admit it, and in this case, now here's the thing: the discovery can be in there, right? They don't have to seek to admit all discovery, and if the discovery isn't, if there's someone wasn't trying to attempt to admit it, then there's not going to be a ruling on it. Now, add if it was precluded, it's definitely not going to be, it's going to be a ruling on it as far as it being precluded, right? So you're not going to see an attempt of the defense trying to get something admitted that's already been precluded. Damn, I can't do this with y'all. Y'all driving me crazy. I don't want the men to talk about this case no more. I'm sorry. Let them talk about like be violent topic. Don't talk about it with no paperwork or none of that, because it's confusing the people that we've already done. A pretty good goddamn job getting people to understand it. Either side, you're going to agree or disagree. Agree to a disagree on the procedure and the fairness of the justice system and all that. Talk about it from that standpoint. I'm not telling about what to do, but take all the paperwork out. Because what you're doing with that paperwork, you're confusing the people, and then you're telling me I'm wrong. Huh? Are you fucking crazy? Now, they ain't a lawyer that's on the case that's going to be right all the time. Because guess what? Like I said, their motions get what? Denied. And they have the records and all of that. They're active. They are the attorney of record. Okay? And of course, they're not always right. When he said the Supreme Court gets it wrong, yeah, they gets it wrong, but guess what? They're the last words, and all they do is review themselves for accuracy. Okay. They have opinions where, dissenting opinions and shit like that, where they don't agree with each other. Okay. But that's the law. And then when they push it out, that's what you're going to go by. That's the decision. Like, huh? I just don't get it. I don't understand none of this. I don't know. I don't know. and it kind of, and I know how a lot of y'all feel about R. Kelly, whatever, and I don't have a fight for any of these people, whatever. But it kind of makes me sad when I was hearing some of them those interviews. And for that respect, I haven't heard no R. Kelly interviews. I ain't read no motherfucking text messages. I ain't read all those stories and books and stuff about the girls. I mean the ladies and stuff like that. I haven't done anything. And then he want to say I'm unethical, whatever, because I won't read them motherfucking text messages. Huh? And anybody that knows, and I said, if it doesn't have anything to do with the solution or something legal in the case, I'm not going to accept that shit. Them first 11 pages was giving me a headache. I'm not, I'm old. I'm not going to sit up there and figure out all that shorthand and all this slang, and I'm not going to do that. My head hurt. Y'all done already told me the basis of, what we get from it. I get it. I get it. I'm looking for the words or something real strong that would indicate a setup, a scheme, a plot, a plan. And just because you don't like the people and you want to read something into it, does not constitute that on the level as for the law. It really shouldn't on the streets. Because at this point, you're just accusing somebody of something that you want to be true. Just call it what it is. Right. Just like if you hear a whole bunch of drug dealers say, yeah, the feds set me up. Well, did you sell the drugs to the feds? Okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that just because you were set up, you are innocent. That don't mean that. Like, oh my God. So shout out to Diva for being up that time of night and coming through with that damn paperwork that bridged the gap and supported what I was trying to explain. We're not even going through the paperwork. I was trying to explain being evidence being precluded and excluded and shit. And I be damned, she came through and had the paperwork with the exact language in it. I was like, well, goddamn, thank God. What's up, Carla? Can you hear me? Oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, Stara. Yes. So the thing about it is, we got to get the men to just stop talking about that case using the paperwork. Just talk about it, like I said, like Big Biden do it, like a big cafe style conversation, okay? And I sit and listen to him, sit and listen to them, and they ain't always, they ain't getting the law right, and this, that, and the third, whatever. They just talking about how they feel he got railroaded or whatever. But baby, uh-uh. So um I try to write down the points I'm gonna make while I'm going. So now um and understand this, right? And this is no putting somebody higher and saying y'all lower, whatever. That's not what it is. When I say they wrote that paperwork for each other and not for, people that don't, that's not in a legal profession. It's not a knock. I'm just saying that's so they're not going, I'm just saying they're not going to sit there and say, hey, okay, we made this decision on this discovery. All right. We made this decision on this piece of discovery. We made this that it's not laid out like that. Okay. Because parents cannot consent to having, you know, for their child to have sex with an adult. That is a written, I mean, it's the law. It's written out. So, more than likely, any defense and any evidence that would be connected to that defense, anything like that that's already prohibited, so it's going to be inadmissible anyway. Sometimes you'll see if a prosecutor is not, it's not sure that the defense will be, what I'm saying, will be completely genuine and know, okay, now don't ask to have that admitted, and it makes the record because you asked to have it admitted. Therefore, sometime down the line, you can bring it up, or whatever, try to make that argument. It's still gonna be denied, but in an appeal, then the prosecutor will seek to preclude it or exclude it. Okay, preclude it. Well, I'll say preclude it. Okay, just to make sure. So what I saw, and I'm just being honest, what I saw with a lot of what, and this is in both cases, some of the things that the prosecutors tried to have precluded and excluded in both cases, most of that stuff was already prohibited by law. Remember when in the Illinois trial, you saw where the judge kept denying it because it was mute? Mute pretty much means it's already prohibited by law, so they can't use it anyway. The prosecutor's saying, "Yeah, but I'm just not that keen on the defense, right? Because they may try anything, okay? So if they tried, we're gonna have it where it was denied, and why you say it was denied. Then you trying to come up later and saying on appeal, yeah, it was denied, but it should have been used because of blah 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 blah. What whatever you try to make out of it. You got to, when you're operating in those courtrooms, you operating in real time, and you got to think about what happens at the conclusion of this, of the trial, right? You got a couple more phases to go if a person gets convicted, right? So you understand what I'm saying? So so everything in there, every piece of discovery is not going to have a decision by it, okay? Because especially um if it wasn't offered at some point to come into evidence, it's just not going to happen. Levi wanted Keller and I to find something that says, okay, the parents could not testify, the text message couldn't be used, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to be like that. So I don't know what legal training or whatever Levi went through. I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point. I'm confused. I'm so goddamn confused. I don't know what to do. I'm like, huh? I am not, huh? It's like, yes. So, hold on. I had my baby Starra in here for 2 days in a row. Oh, you can't write it. Oh, okay. Let me see. All right, let me fix that. Let me go fix that real quick. Give me a minute, y'all. I'm going to studio real quick. Let me fix that. So, that probably happened when you was accidentally hit yesterday. I can fix that. So what else happened? Oh, but anyway, so I can talk about this while I look in the studio. So, but yeah, it was like I was trying to explain to him, the process of getting something precluded, this, that, and the third, whatever. And Lord and whole hundred people came through with two forms of identification. I'm like, yes, yes. Oh, I'm glad you prompted me to go back in here. Uh, Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. You're good. All right. You should be fine now. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway. So to get, and see, he'll come and he tried to read that damn piece of that indictment to try to make his point. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can bring it up to show you how he read it. And it's like, oh God. And it's like we move so far, like just to give people a good. Because once you get a good foundation and get some of the fundamentals, once you get once this piece of paper come hit you from the left, or this issue come hit you from the right, you can kind of get a decent understanding of it, and then you could tell somebody, oh no, that's not right, that's wrong, or whatever, or if it's just for your own your own understanding. But baby, oh, let me see. Hold on. So listen. So okay. I'm gonna play the part where I got to go to it, y'all. So give me a minute. Let me play a part where he got that paperwork, child. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Yes, Jesus. Ooh. Hold on. Hey. Oh hell no! Wait a minute. He put my name in the shit. Wait a minute. Oh, hell no. Like we pulling some kind of bullshit. And that what really gets my ass. We pulling some kind of bullshit because one, we don't agree with him, and two, they don't understand the law. What? Oh hell. Hold on, let me see if y'all can hear it now.
Reality. It is impossible. We're talking about a minor. It is protocol. You've got to question the parents, and the parents cannot run from law enforcement. Common damn sense. I'm about to put the thing in the thing, but before I do that, I want to show y'all something. Because I'm sick of the deceit. I'm sick of it. And this is not just directed at Ms. Walker. I'm talking about anyone who tries to pull that, Robert Keller, any of y'all. These people are so crafty with their words to make you believe their position that they actually have propagated and deceived and lied for years, at least close to 2 years, saying that the parents were rightfully, or the judge ruled that the parents could not testify. Well, let's deal with some hardcore facts, as Brother 100 would say. Let's deal with this work, because you ain't getting past this work. That's what we about to do. We about to deal with this work. Look at your screen, blow it up, do whatever you have to do, because I want you to read it for yourself. All right, where are we at? Okay, let me blow this up for myself too. This is right here a memorandum of law by the government supporting the government's motion to have certain things that allowed and precluded. And this is very important, what I'm about to show you guys. Very, very, very important. Page 17 to be precise. Let's go to page 17. Very important. Nope. It is. Give me 1 second, you guys. Boom. 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 All right. All right. Page 17. Oh, this only has 8 pages. Okay. Now, this is a short one, so I'm going to read this to you guys. I don't think I know how to. Oh, I can do it. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. All right. This is kind of short. If I can, let me see. Start at the top, the very top. In fact, for the sake of time, let's go to the heart of the matter. Now, very important right here, what I'm about to show you guys. Let's go. Right here, if you zoom in, page 6 of the document, it says, this is the government. Evidence regarding Jane Doe's subsequent Jane on number 8, subsequent employment is irrelevant. That's not what we want to focus on. It says text messages by Jane Doe number 5 and relating to Jane Doe number 5 should be admitted. Now I'm going to explain this to y'all very clearly before I put the thing in the thing. One thing y'all going to learn about Levi is that in the streets, words matter. Two places that I found for sure where words matter. One is in the street, and two is in the courts. Words matter. Even from the time a person is pulled over by the police, your words matter. So they say, Brother Jojo, this is their document. Look at how they word it. Certain. They're asking the government to allow certain text messages by Jane Doe number 5 and relating to Jane Doe number 5 should be admitted. Now wait a minute, hold on. Certain text messages by Jane Doe number 5 and relating only to Jane Doe number 5 should be admitted. They're talking.
See, I didn't hear all this, right? The part that I wanted to show y'all was the part later on, right? I didn't hear all of this. So this is going to be my fresh reaction. You see how he seized upon the word certain text messages or whatever as if they're doing something nefarious. It's like, see, this is what I'm talking about. I can't. Y'all ain't never heard me holler out and cry for SpongeBob or somebody. Come this motherfucker help out. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, I didn't know I was going to talk this soon. I'll put these damn things in my mouth. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. You have to be distinctive. They're talking about certain text messages because only certain. One supports the elements and the facts presented in this case. Even if they would have said, okay, let's, the whole text message in general, let's do that. That could have been played out different kind of ways. One, the prosecutor still would have only used certain ones that they needed to support. The other ones that didn't support the facts in the case or the elements, they wouldn't have been allowed anyway. Even if the prosecutor would have gotten all of them in, whatever. Just say for the sake of motherfucking talking bullshit. Then what the defense would have used or could have only used are the text messages that would counter, well, I'll take it back, that would prove that the witness testimony is not credible only to what the elements and the facts of the case are. Not just to prove that they told a lie about every goddamn thing that went on. That's not how it works. Like, god damn. You understand what I mean? I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy as hell. That he's thinking that the whole text messages, and I don't care how many times we go over this, it's like, are you forgetful or something? And for somehow, some reason, some way, whatever, And I get it, they got a problem with, Angelo, they got a problem with the attorneys in this case, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I get it. But that does not mean that that man sat up there and didn't do the simplest of the jobs. What's admissible and what's inadmissible. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. So you want the man, and they think the man can get text messages that's going to be inadmissible as well if it comes to the defense that Levi, and which is an illegal defense, because it's prohibited by law. Ain't nobody been trying to get no text messages and parents on the stands and all that to talk about some shit that's prohibited by law and that's inadmissible. If that judge would allow that shit, her ass would have been somewhere answering questions. And somebody be motherfucking reviewing the numbers on their goddamn license to see can we take these. It's just like that. I don't understand. They don't get that certain shit is prohibited by law. If you don't understand all of that, what I'm saying, start there. If it's against the law to do a 75 and a 65, that means you can't do it. And then, you can do it. I mean, if you wanted to do that, you can do it. But it could be a problem. I don't get this. I just don't get it. And I think it is because they can't find no other way, no other legal avenue. They want to make this shit work. And if you can't find no legal avenue, I'm sorry to deliver the bad news, but there are several people that have been that's still in jail after an appeal, the whole appeals process, after a writ of habeas corpus. There's people that's still in jail. You know why? Because there was no legal avenue that would free them. Just keep it a buck. And don't talk about my ethics and check everybody. Everybody's wrong or something wrong with everybody because you don't get it. Well, it's not something's wrong with all of us. It's you and your understanding. Ooh. Ah. Oh my God. Right. And I'm just saying. I said, pay attention to what this attorney does. She's looking for constitutional violations. Let her work that. Because you're talking about BOP shit and text messages, whatever. That is not the motherfucking way. Looks like to me freedom. Because your way to freedom is riddled by a lot of activity that is prohibited. Things that are legally barred. Stuff like that. You can't get around that. And it's not going to be somebody at the next level that's sitting, well, it shouldn't be that way. Well, no. Not on shit like this. When it came to slavery and things of that nature, whatever, that's different. Yeah, it was easy to overturn that. Not easy, but you know what I'm saying. Because you're talking about the restriction of someone's rights. You're talking about the injustice of others, whatever. That's different. That's not They compare all that type of shit together. They put that all in the same fruit basket and try to make that a comparison. Like, where am I? They'll go back. They'll say, with the big chest. Oh, they'll get their big one when they say, well, when we were slaves, the law wasn't right then, and we was yes, you're right. Because if I've stated, our legal rights were derived off of our natural rights and our human rights. Yes. But listen to what I said. Our natural rights are our human and our human rights. The law does not see having sex with an alleged minor as a natural or human right. It just don't see that. Okay? But, keeping people back just because of the color of their skin and disenfranchising people because of their religion or sexual preferences and stuff like that, as long as they over 18 or whatever. Yeah, they think that they consider that as an infringement of rights, right? Yeah. But letting you drive 85 and a 65 and whatever, those laws aren't unconstitutional. Okay, the laws that infringe people, creates injustice and imbalance in the system, things of that nature. Yeah, that's constitutional violation. Yeah, it's unconstitutional. Like, come on. Like, come on with it. Let me hit play again. Hit the rest of this. I ain't know all this went on. Hold on.
Talking about the exhibit 233A. But they're so crafty that they're saying certain text messages by Jane Doe number 5 and relating only to Jane Doe number 5 should be admitted. Wait, hold on. So this is, they're laying the framework. Then they go on to say the defendant summarily asserts that from a plain reading of the text messages the government seeks to admit, the messages would open the door to the very same evidence that the government is attempting to preclude and ask that the court allow the defense latitude in cross-examination to explore the many topics included in the text messages, such as sexual behavior, psychological issues, and certain actions of witnesses' parents, and certain actions of witnesses' parents. Then the government goes on to say to the court, in so saying, the government assumes that the defendant is referring to the text messages between Jane Doe number 5 and Jane Doe number 5's mother, and not other text messages the government seeks to admit. Now stop right there. The defendant's counsel is saying, if you're going to put the text messages in, we should be able to touch on this, that, and the third. They're saying, no, we only want certain parts of the text messages to be admitted or admissible. Goes on to say, even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross-examination. Rather, the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother blank in real time statements of the defendant as Jane Doe number 5 will testify. Now, if y'all didn't if I don't know what I have to do I don't know, Brother Jojo, what I have to do. I'm putting it on the screen for you to read. It says, even this is what they're saying to the court, the government. Even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot explain how those text messages open any door to cross-examination. Rather, the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 recounted to her mother, blank, in real time statements of the defendant as Jane Doe number 5 will testify. Now, they just sat here and said all the text messages show is Jane Doe number 5 texting her mama, recounting what the defendant has said. God damn. Man. My right hand of God. I told my cousin, I've been telling him, I told him the other day, I said, man, sometimes I have to turn the computer off, man, and go lay down. This setup, how you were set up, and how this whole entire thing played out was so elaborate. I make no secret. I told him back then, when his attorneys were sitting on shows with strangers, terrorists, talking and commingling with and co-opting terrorists, goddamn niggas.
Whew, Lord have mercy. Now the part about the extracurricular activities of his attorneys or whatever, commingling about some people, whatever. To a certain degree, I will agree that that for optic wise, it didn't look good or whatever. But it's not prohibited, okay? But optic wise, okay. Woo! So that was a lot. Um. Again, the language that is used in those filings, especially emotion, it's not for a layperson to understand. They're not writing it for you. Okay? I told you what the certain text messages denotes, right? Told you what that means and why they put it like that, because there are a whole bunch of text messages. Okay? When they're talking about recounting, I told you they're talking about the text messages that they are seeking to admit recounts what they're saying that was Jane Doe number 5 telling her mom what was going on. So it was counting that and the facts submitted in the case. Levi wants to think that it meant there was some kind of well thought out wording. And to layperson, it may seem like that. No, it's just that they don't. I mean, it's like a form of shorthand. Don't they say what's? I mean, they want to always say the hood talk. Okay, isn't it the hood talk when they say what's understood doesn't have to be explained? So you're not going to find, well, maybe 50% of the time, I'll put it like that, where law, where action within the law, within the process of the case, the procedure that's already barred, they're not going to sit there and have to explain that in a motion, because they know that the person they talking to already knows this. Sometimes they might want to get it on the record or whatever as like an extra level of protection, like I told you, just in case somewhere down the line, somebody that try to be smart, try to work it up some kind of way or whatever, that is eventually gonna get denied. But sometimes you might run the risk that shit might get through. right? Okay. When the prosecutor was saying that, questions about their psychological, this and the sexual behaviors and the parents or whatever, those things are again already prohibited and protected by some law or some act. I don't know what exactly is the Sexual Abuse Act or whatever it is, but it was referenced by name in in one motion, but I can't think of it because, like I told you, I don't do high crimes, right? But there is an act that, or legislation, or law, whatever you want to call it, that prohibits a sexual abuse, a person that is, get on the stand aside to testify, and that was a person that's a victim witness. They cannot be questioned about their sexual behavior, their psychological thing. It's in the same motion where somebody, I guess one of the victim witnesses was a stripper. You can't be asked about your job as a stripper and all of that. That's a protection that witness has. That's all the prosecution was pointing out. Just like when Diva gave me that thing last night, I think it was the pre-trial, where they were talking about excited utterance. Okay, they didn't have to put on there that they were talking about hearsay. Okay, I know they were talking about hearsay. Okay, they're talking to each other, so they know that they were talking about hearsay. And hearsay is allowed, based on an exception, right? Or hearsay is allowed when it's not used to, you know, prove the matter asserted in the a matter that's asserted, right? So, it's all of that, but that's just common knowledge. We're not gonna all put that in the paperwork. And just because it's not there for you to get it, it's not like it's some kind of elaborate plan. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Because I can't keep going on with Levi and them. I believe that they are taking months, if not years, off my motherfucking life discussing this. Right, Rockin'. I don't get it. Exactly. I mean, and then want to say that it's up. We are doing something illegal, or nefarious, or some kind of slick shit. Huh? I don't know no R. Kelly. I don't know them people. I don't know none. All I know is the legal system, and I know very little about high crimes. That's what we're in. But I do know the basics. Well, more than the basics, but you know what I'm saying. That we all done went to school. Not we all, but everybody that done got a JD and went to school for. This is basics. The basics I can cover. The basics I'm gonna get right. Are you crazy? Especially when it's basics. Shit. I mean, he think that it's supposed to read like Cat in the Hat and shit. What? About to write no motion like reading the Cat in the Hat? Okay. When it comes to evidence about the parents consent, remember, y'all remember, The first set of names he called me was over consent. When he was saying that a parent can't consent to their child having sex with an adult. This kind of shit I've been dealing with. Huh? I'm like, no, 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 no. Baby, you know what? I'm gonna find out what that old funny smell. Them people that be using them vape pens and the what is it, CBC oil or whatever. And I'm gonna have to get on me some of that to deal with these motherfuckers because I ain't gonna be able to make it. Are you crazy? And again, like then you gonna get mad why I say, well, why J-Bo ain't going along with this bullshit? Why Bon Jean ain't going along with this shit? Why she ain't, you say the brothers Johnsons, they did an inferior job. Fine. They not there no more. Why his attorney? Now listen, I told you the ways that she could get it, even though it didn't make the record. Rightfully so, but didn't make a record, right? I told you, right? She could have it reviewed as a plain error. That's a standard of review. A plain error by saying, hey, on appeal, his counsel did not utilize these text messages and this, that, and the third, whatever. So therefore, hold on, y'all. Yeah, that was about that money, honey. Um, but what I'm saying is, right? So she could bring this up, right? And I'm giving you, listen, this is free. I'm giving you this. Now she already knows this because she's an appellate attorney. But I'm just telling you this. She can have it. She can bring it up. Not. I'm gonna tell you how, right? Have it reviewed as a plain error due to it being ineffective assistance of counsel because he had evidence that in their opinion should have been admissible. In their opinion, the parents should have got on the stands and talked about this and all of that. And that is, hey, that's a good motherfucking argument. Why she ain't do it? They told me when I brought that up, they said that was a trick. I'm playing games. No, I'm not. You want to call me unethical in this? Call her ass unethical too. Why she ain't do it? I'll wait. Right. Right. Call it exactly right. I mean, that's crazy. If this is the fucking what? Now here's the thing. No, you can't bring new, relitigate your case. You can't do that, right? Unless you got new evidence that wasn't discoverable at the time that the trial was going on, right? But we're talking about evidence you said it was already there. And when you're getting a plain error of review, right? I'm gonna tell you what else is the beauty about that. I just thought about it again. You're proving where you have the opportunity to prove that, hey, the evidence, they couldn't bring the defense was unable to bring the evidence because of this, that, and the third. So you got a whole bunch of options to put this in, have it reviewed as a plain error during your appeal. Why isn't she? On your habeas corpus too, because then you can call this a violation, of your rights, right? Because effective counsel is something that the Constitution speaks on. So this is all covered. Let's see if she does it. Really though. Because the couple times when she tried to do the BOP shit, they called her on that, and saying this is not no Brady violation, although she tried to make it, she tried to get it to the standard of it being a prosecutorial misconduct. What happened to it? You don't call me no goddamn names. Y'all asses is just cooked. I don't know what to tell you. If you using this, and listen, so he wants to say that the parents could have taken the stand, okay, and speak on all those texts and get ripped up on the stand. That's what they trying to say. Now I've said parents cannot get on no stand and get ripped up and equate all those questions and stuff like that. If, and this would have been a judgment called by the judge, if the parents would have been allowed to take the stand. Remind you, right? Now, here's the thing, right? If they're being called by the prosecution, they take the stand and they can talk about how, like, if they met R. Kelly and, what was the initial contract or whatever, that stuff like that, right? Because that may support the facts in the case, or if they would have added those facts in the case, put it like that. You know what I'm saying? But they would have had to get on there to support the facts in the case. But just say, just to shut them up, just say they added that fact in the case, that the parents met him and this is what happened, this is whatever. The defense would only be able to cross-examine them about the questions that the prosecution asks. They're not going to ask them about anything about waking up in the morning in the same room, um, whatever them goddamn getting putting $25 aside for some goddamn nails and shit and all of that. They're not gonna ask them that, because that would be opening the door. So therefore, the defense on their cross cannot get up there and ask them about $25 nails and shit and becoming a goddamn limo driver. Is this making sense? It's driving me goddamn. I'm tired of talking about it. So there is something called cumulative evidence. All right. Now, with regards to the elements and the facts in the case, you already have Jane Doe number 5. Jane Doe number 5 can testify to her own text messages, her own conversations with her mom. If you got let's say for instance you want the parents to testify to the same thing, that would be considered a 403 issue with rule 403. At this point, it's cumulative. It's a waste of time. It's repetitive. It's already supporting the evidence that is already there, that has already substantiated that this has happened. You understand what I'm saying? So you got Jane Doe number 5 already testifying to what their parents would have testified to. If they would have, that would be the same situation if they would have, if the defense would have called to, right? Still come out with the same thing. They're testifying to something that Jane Doe number 5 is already testifying to. That would be cumulative. See, I'm very accommodating, right? I'm telling you what would happen, what scenarios would be if they were on the stand. So a 403 violation as well is also a waste of time. Evidence that are a waste of time. And I told you, testimony is what? Evidence. So the parents get up there to testify to the same shit Jane Doe number 5 did. It's a waste of time. You ain't gotta believe me. So that would be a call by the judge. More than likely, it's not going to be allowed. Therefore, the parents will not take the stand because they have nothing to add. To corroborate Jane Doe number 5's testimony as far as the elements and the facts of the case presented. Because Jane Doe number 5 is already there and she has added her phone. Corroborated whatever she's saying by her phone or by some pictures or whatever. By her taking vow tracks and stuff like that. Yes. What the parents got to do, and what Keller was trying to say, and he halfway got it right. What the parents got to do, can the parents speak to those herpes as far as the elements, okay? At most, I would give. And it would still be cumulative. And they have enough corroboration, but it would be cumulative if they say, yeah, he was on the phone with her. But the prosecutor know damn well to keep, don't ask no motherfucking questions that could possibly get those parents on the stand. They fuck up and ask about some phone calls and shit. Then now you got a sidebar because now the judge got to give an instruction about, hey, parents can't consent and all that type of shit there. So, you know, then at that point it's confusion. Now the judge in on it. Now it's confusion. So what you do? Make sure that those parents would be inadmissible. Shit. If you make sure those parents will be inadmissible, then they will not be allowed to take the stand and testify to whatever motherfucking shit you want to testify to. Woo! Child, honey. Listen, tell you this right now. I like the easy shit in law. Okay, well, this is what I mean. I like the jobs where you up there at them people company, or if you out there working for the popos, you doing minimum work, honey. You ain't got to go chasing behind no ambulances. You ain't got to get no goddamn clients. You ain't got to keep going to trial and all that. So I make sure I learned several different motherfucking things. Hell, I had 2 other goddamn fucking degrees before I got that degree. Like, are you crazy? It's too much. Yes, ma'am, I will. I didn't know y'all was gone. I'm just talking. I'm just drive me goddamn crazy. Just drive me crazy. I don't get it. Let's let them hear. Let's hear some more.
I told him back then, and I tell him to this day, this thing was so elaborately put together with the attorneys that you had and how they were conducting themselves. My poor cousin. With the attorneys that you had, I'm about to put the thing in a thing, y'all, don't worry. And how they were conducting themselves. And on this end, you got these people. She's after me. Ms. Walker's in here. We'll talk about it, Ms. Walker, in a respectful way. And I'll give you time to speak. Jesus. These people, y'all, you're reading it for yourself, told the court that even if so, the defendant has not explained and cannot not explain how those text messages open any door to cross-examination, whether the text messages show only that Jane Doe number 5 was recounting to her mother nearly in real time statements made by R. Kelly. Now, God damn. Damn. And you trying to tell me while his attorneys were sitting with terrorists, meeting with them, that they read those text messages? How do I know they didn't read them? I know they didn't read them. Because this lie would have been caught. They would have been stopped at the door and said, what you mean? That the text messages only recount of her recounting to her mother in real-time statements of the defendant. That's a goddamn lie. It was the opposite of that shit. and let me quit raising my voice because I get so upset. I keep telling y'all people that these people who are tricknologists, they will make you think it's snowing when it's a sunny day. And how they do it, they're real crafty. They're so crafty that they take an area that they know they're weak in and they exaggerate that area to throw a fool off. Say it to you again. They will over accentuate and over exaggerate that area to throw a fool off. Meaning what? They're telling his defense a lie, but they're so exaggerative, they're so strong in their position that the defense didn't even look and read and say, wait a minute, what the hell you mean? It only recounts what she's telling her mother in real time. That's a goddamn lie. It recounts what the mother was telling her, what the defendant was saying. Then listen, the defense suggests that prior the defense suggests that prior consistent statements are admissible only to rebut a recent motive of fabrication and not simply to rehabilitate the witness. He is wrong, meaning that his attorneys are relying on what they say. The defense suggests that prior consistent statements are admissible only to rebut a recent motive of fabrication and not simply to rehabilitate the witness. He is wrong. In an initial matter, he argues that prior consistent statements are expressly permitted to rebut an expressed or implied charge that the declarant acted from a recent improper influence or motive in so testifying. Moreover, the defendant neglects to mention, I'm sorry, y'all, I didn't scroll this down. I gotta scroll it down a little bit. I gotta get this one part. 1 second, y'all. Here we go. Last page, too. It goes on to say, I gotta keep bringing this screen up to my face. The defendant, okay, then it says that recent improper, then it says, moreover, the defendant neglects to mention that Rule 801, as amended and expressly permitting, adding that prior consistent statements are admissible to rehabilitate the declarant's credibility as a witness when, I'm sorry, that wasn't the last page, y'all. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm new at this thing right here, bro. All right. Oh, attack on other grounds, and therefore the case law cited by the defendant all before the amendment is in an opposite. Okay. Now, one more, y'all. Just one more quick one, real quick. They said an opposite, and what they doing is an opposite. They something else now. I told y'all. Paul in the Bible told y'all. Paul in the Bible said, "Don't even go nowhere." Paul in the Bible said, "Don't go nowhere near them." This is the one I want to show y'all. Paul said in the Bible, "Don't go nowhere near them." Said they're crafty with their speech. Which means they so crafty. Don't even save yourself the trouble. Leave them the hell alone. The only way to defeat them, unless you Jesus or got some sense like Jesus, is to leave them the hell alone. That's the only way you're going to defeat them. Now, this is real brief. Now, this is the judge's actual order as it pertains to the text messages that I'm about to show you. Very short, and as it pertains to the text messages and the parents testifying. The judge says, the government moved to admit text messages that Jane Doe number 5 sent to her mother and friends. Because the admissibility of those text messages turned on trial testimony, I reserve decisions for trial. At trial, the text messages were admitted without objection. Meaning, this is pre-trial, this is what she's already ruled. I'm going to say it again. At trial, the text messages were admitted without objection, which means there's nothing on the record to show there's a problem with the text messages. So I'm not going to waste time even speaking on that, but we will navigate through those text messages at trial. Now, this is one more point I want to make. I want y'all to listen to me very closely. All right. This is the ruling. Very, very important ruling that I'm showing y'all. Then we're going to put the thing in a thing. I'm not going to be long, but we will have this brief conversation after this. So I'm doing this in parts, and I don't want to. This is one of those situations. As I go through this, I have to give y'all pieces. You feel me? It's like making Thanksgiving dinner. Our parents all used to get up and everybody partying and making Thanksgiving dinner. They concentrated on the macaroni and cheese and the dressing, and you get in the kitchen, oven hot as hell, kitchen hot. And this is what we're doing. We're going actually side by side. We're going to each entree. We're going to the macaroni and cheese, the sweet potato pie, but it's not going to be no shit that's brought from a store. It's going to be like the pound cakes my grandmother used to make. I think she was 100 things. Whip it 100 times. She used to have us coming in, whip it some, whatever. But you just beat it. And those are pound cakes and stuff made from scratch. This is from scratch. So I'm not going to put a lot on your counter. We're going to make one dish at a time. Now, this is what Miss Judge Andali ruled herself. This is her ruling. Evidence about the victim's parents. So that way we ain't got to go back and forth. Who said what said, who it is. You have it in front of you. If you don't have time to blow it up sometime tomorrow at work or whatever, read it for yourself. The Honorable Judge Andali says the government moved to preclude the defendant from introducing evidence that the parents of certain victims permitted them to spend time with the defendant and tried to profit from their child's relationship with him. This request was granted in part and reserved in part for trial. God, look, man, I tell you, my goodness. So anyone who says that that she said you can't talk, the parents can't be part of it, and the parents, you're reading it for yourself. The government moved to preclude the defendant from introducing evidence that the parents of certain victims permitted them to spend time with the defendant and try to profit from their child's relationship with him. This request was granted in part, and reserved for trial in part. At the August 3rd, 2021 hearing, the government represented that it did not intend to call any of the witnesses' parents. Because a parent, now listen, they couldn't, if it were just the law, they would rely on the law. They said to the court, August 3rd, 2021, at a hearing, the government represented that it did not intend to call any of the witnesses' parents. We knew who they were thinking about, right? Because a parent could not consent to the charged conduct, questions to victim witnesses about whether their parents consented or permitted the defendant to have sexual contact with them would have been improper. However, this is what the judge said, so we can put this to rest. However, questioning with a good faith basis about a coordinated extortion scheme was permissible including for impeachment. Now, God, man, look, I might turn this damn live off, Miss Walker. I might turn the live off because it just doesn't make any sense for Ms. Walker or anyone else to continue, Robert Keller, to continue to sit and tell these falsehoods. This is what Judge Ann Downey herself said. At the August 3rd, 2021 hearing, the government represented that it did not intend to call any of the witnesses parents because a parent could not consent to the charged conduct. Questions to victim witnesses about whether their parents consented or permitted the defendant to have sexual contact with them would have been improper. However, questioning with a good faith basis about a coordinated extortion scheme was permissible, including for impeachment. I'm about to put the thing in the thing. Now, meaning what? She never said that the parents just couldn't testify. She said as long as you're questioning them about extortion in good faith, where you're standing on solid ground.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. I sat right up there and said, that's what I said. That the parents can be questioned if it's about the extortion. Because they would be considered as direct evidence, or it really don't have to just be their parents. It could be anybody that is direct evidence, would be considered direct evidence as it relates to a motherfucking extortion. That's what I said on his channel. I don't know if his understanding is bad, or his memory is bad, or is it a combination of both, or he's just disingenuous. I don't know what the fuck to say. But yeah, that's what I said. They took the position. See, this is how they switch it. He took the position that the parents could have taken the stand for any goddamn reason. And Scott takes the position that the parents should have been able to take the stand. Oh, he joined in on Sky's reasoning, positioning, because they said because that's their child, they should be able to take the stand. No, it don't work that way. If you don't know, and I'm going to say it again, if you don't understand FRE, Federal Rules of Evidence, testimony is evidence. Start there. Their testimony is going to be handled just like a DNA swab, just like any other piece of other evidence. You're going to be either considered admissible or inadmissible. Or you may be precluded before you even get to that part. Okay? So that's what I said. When I went to read the motherfucking goddamn pretrials several times, that's what I said, because that's what it said in there. That's how we knew that it was an extortion question even on the table. I ain't making this up. I don't have to. So now he's trying to switch what he said. He said the parents should have been just able to take the motherfucking stand and be questioned, whatever. I'm the one straightening it up and said that no. It says that they're talking about the extortion and stuff. And here's the thing, right? Hold on, let me make sure, because I think in that pretrial, it doesn't even specify The parents. I'm the one motherfucking goddamn made that specification. Like, stop fucking playing. We'll turn it up to Jewtown or whatever, however it says. I'll turn this up to Jewtown or something like that. I don't know how to say it. I can't say it right. I don't know how they be saying it. What I don't even know really what that means. Oh, baby, I'm so goddamn white sometimes. Hold on, let me see. Okay. So it said this is the August 3rd pretrial that I had to bring to his motherfucking attention several fucking times. It says, so it's certainly appropriate if you know with a good faith basis to question the witness whether the witnesses participated in such a scheme. That's certainly appropriate, but sort of a general question about what the parents did is not. I mean, there is no direct evidence of it, so I don't know how the witness would know about it unless the witness participated in it. When you can certainly cross-examine them about, but just a general question about what the parents were doing, in a case with allegations like this one, and the parents couldn't consent to the behavior that's alleged, so it really doesn't have any relevance, meaning it's not going to be admissible. Stop fucking with me. So that's not going to be admissible just generally about the parents. Meaning they can't get on the stand just to have a conversation like y'all want. But if the allegation, which is what I understand it to be, is that the particular Jane Doe witnesses were part of this plan, you can certainly ask them about that. Like I say, I don't think you that far apart on this one. I got that right? So meaning, his attorneys, who actually went to school for this shit, unlike you motherfuckers, couldn't do nothing but agree to it. Because the law has already stipulated to it. So that's why they was in agreement. Duh. He mad because of that. The people said that. It don't make no goddamn sense. Yeah, I hear. They said that she, you know what, now, Carla, I have a problem with that. Hold on. Hey, son. So, listen. Who else I saw here? Rockin'. I think I said Rockin'. So, listen, y'all. Oh, what I was trying to say about Lizzo. Oh, they were saying, like, she fat shaming people and stuff. I don't know about all of that. But, people are doing all kind of shit to fuck up people's reputation or whatever. So, I don't know. I mean, how is Lizzo gonna fat shame somebody? Come on now. That's about as bad as that girl over there laughing, talking about I was slightly jogging, not running, walking fast. Are you looking at your surroundings? Does that make sense for you to make that type of point that out? Can everybody over there run or walk fast? I want to see. Anyway, so I don't know about that one. But some people, maybe sometimes when people lose a couple pounds, whatever, they start talking about the other people that still got a couple pounds on them. You know what I'm saying? So you know how that goes. Everybody had them kind of girlfriends or whatever, especially them surgery people. You be like, my God, they be the first ones that like to talk shit about other people that still, got a little weight on them. You be looking like, huh? You do know you had to go and get some kind of surgical bullshit to help your motherfucking ass out. Huh? Child, yeah. Y'all know who did it. One name. Yvette. I know y'all be like, baby, we gotta meet this Yvette. And she baby, I don't talk about my goddamn back. This is all shit I done said to her face. Yeah. But anyway. But I don't think she didn't fat shame others. I take that back. She all of a sudden, um, just act like she could just, she was so, all that or whatever. It was crazy. But anyway, and not saying just because you got some weight on you, not, you know what I'm saying, but that she kicked it up a notch. Some of the people that be having them surgeries and shit, they be acting like, baby, mm-mm. But anyway, so back to this craziness with Levi, whatever. And he'll read this shit and don't even understand. And he think so the judge, yes, the judge granted it, like she did pre-trial, that she's handling on this motion, like it was said on that transcript, right? If the parents is getting up there talking about extortion, you can go back and see where they thought that parents can get on and the stand and talk about whatever. No, I told them that. It says it in that August 3rd that I just read. Just a general question, no. About what they know, what they was doing, no. The judge said no. And if they get on the stand to talk about the extortion, you still cannot talk about all kinds of shit that you think that's going to get the parents caught up. No, that's not opening the door. They can only cross-examine them about the stuff that the prosecutor has a question about. That's opening the door and walking through it. I think I went over what it meant to have when they said that the text messages and all of that only recounted. They're talking about as well as just what it recounted. Okay, that's all. So if they don't never read FRE whatever, this is gonna continue. They're not gonna stress me the fuck out. I'm just gonna be in the chat trolling them. They say something wrong. No, that's not right. And then we'll come and have a conversation to talk about it. Because if you're wrong, you're wrong. And I don't know how, they can expect to be right if they don't know. They wasn't to the trial. They don't, they not as legally sound as, they claim, they think. If going in and listening to seeing the people say, all rise, case number such versus such, you may now be seated, judge such. You swear to raise your right hand on the. I move to publish the evidence. If observing that part of the process, the shell of it, makes you a legal scholar, then hey, I don't know what to tell you. If that's what you think. But it don't work like that. I'll wear your ass out. Oh my God. Oh. I just don't know what to say no more. Like, huh? I mean, he think his, you know what I'm saying? They really believe that. Going in showing your ID or whatever, you know, all of that. They think that's, oh, I'm a legal scholar. No. And when they start talking about the declaring and things of that nature, whatever, they're talking about statements. Somewhere there's a statement, there's hearsay or something like that, somewhere involved in what they're referring to. 9 out of 10 times, okay? Because a declarant is somebody who made a statement, and it is usually referring to hearsay matters of hearsay, right? Yeah. But I never say that the parents cannot testify, you know, as far as no, I'm sorry. What I did say is, and I still stand on that, the parents cannot testify for as just general shit and whatever they want them to get on the stands to say. They can testify with regards to the extortion. When that trial thing came out, that pre-trial came out, and they were talking about extortion and shit, and we went back and looked, the judge said she will allow that. But general questions and what they want the parents to understand for, no, they will not be able to testify as to that. And because so obvious, the defense didn't come up with no plans or schemes or extortion or whatever. So they didn't go forward with that defense. They seemed like they were still trying something. About, you know, if we look at what I read out those transcripts, and that was a big motherfucking hit when Diva and them came with that transcript, right? Last night. Then, okay, and the parents would have, if they would have gotten on the stand and just repeated pretty much what Jane Doe number 5 said, that evidence could have been could have been taken as being cumulative, whatever. So then there was a Rule 4 or 3 problem. Why even bother? Now, and I also said last night, strategically, and then the prosecutors could do this, it was a good thing to craft their case around, you know, while making sure that the parents had very little mentioning or very little involvement in the case. Okay? But that's just fair game. Right, the identity of their kids, yeah, because if we, you know, but he just, again, and I was just trying to tell them before when this came up. You can't just say just because some people parents took the stand that means that the parents can take the stands in every case. He sat up there and said, "Oh, you know that's what that means. They can do it. That's their parents." Huh? I can't. I can't. Ooh, I can't. Mm-mm. It could be some kind of law on the table that if the child is under the age of 14, 15, something like that, that the parents have to, you know, who knows? That's why you have to do your research when you get a case in. What's allowed by law, what's prohibited. All of that. That's when that case comes in, you got to do all of that. Check out the statute of limitations. See if there may be double jeopardy. All of that. You got to look at all of that. I don't know what it is they ain't getting. Just stay off the paperwork. Stay out the legal area of it and just talk like from your feelings. Because I can't understand none of this. Just talk from your feelings, honey. Right, only what the news report, the parents said, yeah, that's him being unethical. Calling me goddamn unethical. You know, so either way, if I don't see why the attorneys would have done it, but if any side, either side would have sought to get those parents up there for, something that the judge could have been on the fence about letting them testify to, and if the law wasn't clear as to whether or not those parents could testify, it would have been a fight to keep them either, keep them on the stand or off. But it definitely wouldn't be nothing that they are talking about. Because a parent, remember, I don't know who was there, when we had the big old consent issue on my channel, when he sat there and told me that the parents can't consent. I almost passed out. Like, are you crazy? So they want to take, so let me get to the text messages and, what's his name? What the boy name is, Keller, right? So Keller keeps making a point about the people being charged, them being charged after a certain period of time, after he knew she was 18. And I think that was wrong, what Keller was saying. But hold on, let me see, because that comes up too. Hold on. Let me see when Keller gets up.
Ground. It is permitted, but it is also impeachable, meaning that if the daughter sits there and lies about it, she can be impeached. If anyone sits and tries to exploit that area, lying, they can and will be impeached. But you all have been hearing this for so damn long that the judge said that the parents couldn't testify because I just read the damn thing to you, and that's a wall, a legal wall, can none of them get around or under. She said, well,
hold on. And when they talk about impeach, they're not talking about impeach based on what the text messages now y'all think they now say. No, impeach mean what she said under the penalty of perjury or under oath. Those text messages are not under oath. It's what she says under the penalty of perjury or under oath. Meaning what she told to some officer or what she said in that goddamn court. Something like that. Not under what, the different stories that they done put out in the streets. Nobody never said that. Everybody ain't lied. I said that. Ooh, honey.
Permissible. As long as you know what the hell you talking about. But I'm about to put the thing in a thing. But they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So they had not done their due diligence. His attorneys did. They did not do their due diligence. Because if they had done their due diligence, it would have been simple, cut, and dry. And that is what? The same very text messages that they tricked the attorneys and did a sleight of hand trick. The same text messages that they threw them off on, the same. Ms. Walker said, I'm reading it to fit my narrative, and I want to hear your narrative because I just read what the woman said.
Hold on. They're going to say, he's going to say that the attorneys didn't read the text messages, yet the attorneys was trying to use those same text messages to come up with a defense for an extortion plot. J-Bo even pointed that out. She wasn't on the job when an extortion plot came about. That was the motherfucking attorneys that his ass wanted to denigrate. How about that? Uh-huh. They did read them. Shut your ass up.
Levi, Jennifer Bonjean addresses this in the appeal.
You don't read those shit. You go off and have cop. And anybody say that the parents was held out of town or whatever, so they couldn't take the stand, you need to turn in your YouTube law license and shut it down. How about that?
A lot of things are going to be addressed legal. You
ain't talking nothing else legal, no goddamn more.
A lot of things are going to be
addressed. Tired of your shit, illegal talking.
Y'all kill me with this appeal. Is a lot of, that's not, an appeal is not a one-way road that ends at a certain juncture where it's a dead-end street. Okay, the appeal has been exhausted and now it's over with. No, that's not how it works, Rochelle. Yeah, I am asking about this specifically. No, in the appellate process, she's addressing other things. Other legally sound, strong arguments are being expressed in the appellate process, Rochelle. Because this, at this juncture, is water up under the bridge. But that bridge extends to other possible legal actions and legal recourse. Are you still getting? Oh, the Pardon R. Kelly campaign is strong. It's strong as hell. And now that I have the backing of certain individuals, it's stronger than it ever was. Now, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put the thing in a thing. That's, you know, let me tell you something also, and I'm being very respectful, Ms. Walker. Whenever anyone speaks, every motion that was filed by the prosecution, they're filing those motions to fit their narrative. Every response or every motion that was filed by the defense in any case, you file it to fit your narrative.
He talking to me like he giving me new information. What kind of shit is this? I'm the one put the motherfucking shit out of here. Let's keep it a buck. I'm the one informed you motherfuckers of what a persuading brief is. I'm the one told y'all there's life after death after the motherfucking appeals via a habeas corpus. Let's keep it a fucking buck. That's why we had a goddamn channel. The fuck? Don't give me the goddamn public service announcement that I already gave you. Huh? With all due respect.
Your position. Shit, I was trying to get I got I got Robert Keller.
I done fucked around and clicked the thing in the thing.
Robert Keller had to click the thing
in the thing.
He had to hit the thing in the thing. But let me give me. I got a timer too, Robert Keller. So if it gets hectic, we gonna.
I'm not gonna be on here long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, as I was saying, do what I just said as it pertains to our narratives. Yeah, when you present any paperwork, when you present the Bible, when you present, you feel me, any literary work, you're going to use it to fit your narrative. A creationist and someone who believes in the big boom theory from a scientific standpoint, they're going to, if they refer to the Bible, they're going to use it to fit their narrative. An abortionist and someone who is anti-abortion is going to use the Bible to fit that, any literary science to fit their narrative as it pertains to an embryo and when does life begin. So you're going to use that literary work to fit your narrative. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about your perspective.
Exactly. Okay, now we just started all out agreeing. Now it's about to go bad, y'all. I'm gonna let Robert Keller speak.
But yeah, I agree with you when it comes to the parents, the Clarys. Not only the Clarys, Aaliyah's parents, Rashauna's parents, the fucking wife, Andrea Kelly, and Sparkle. At minimum, if they can't get charged, at minimum, I believe they should be criminal investigated. So, I mean, we in total agreement when it comes to that. The disagreement is, I don't believe their wrongdoing will free R. Kelly.
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with the YNW Malley trial?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you just hear a few days ago that why he received a hung jury? Have you heard? Are you up on that?
So let's say R. Kelly was to get a hung jury. Mm-hmm. All they're gonna do is start over with a new jury.
Okay, stop right there. If you were in his shoes and sitting in that seat, would you have a problem with a hung jury?
If I was, hell no. If I'm in his shoes,
you damn right.
If I'm in his shoes,
let me tell you how ridiculous his ass is, right? YNW Melly, they got that hung jury after the evidence has been settled, okay? Meaning, what was precluded, what was precluded. What was admissible under the rules of evidence was admissible. What was inadmissible under the rules of evidence was inadmissible. Okay? And let me let you understand something. Now, this is pretty much streamlined. Evidence that's admissible must be admitted. Evidence that's inadmissible must be excluded, right? Just say that don't happen. Okay? So the appeal goes up for review for evidentiary rulings, right? Most likely that error is going to be a plain error, okay? You're basing your appeal off of matters of the law. 9 out of 10 times, that decision is going to be reversed, meaning that ruling, that verdict, is going to be reversed. So no harm, no foul, really. You got to, do it over. But it's no harm, no foul in that sense, meaning that, meaning in the sense of whatever afflicted you, whatever prejudiced you in that particular case, is now going to be, you might either going to get it redone or, some modification, whatever. Okay? Whatever, everybody comes to the conclusion. But during an appeal process, it will be addressed. You can't contrast that. You can't put that against our case when you're trying to talk about reasonable doubt, because you're talking about evidence that is prohibited. And see, and this is why, and I, it's a lot of man talk and woman's place and all that, whatever that goes on these airways or whatever. And it's way worse on some of these, because they got some guys that literally cut their cameras on and give you some motherfucking Fred Flintstone living in a cave ass shit, that like a woman should be some, all that crazy ass shit that, I love New Black Panther, but he subscribed to some of that shit. When I'm talking about the thinking, right? I'm never, ever going to play sub to a man or a woman, my parents, my child, was something I know I'm the leader of. In this particular situation, meaning in between you and I. If I'm the motherfucking lawyer and you the motherfucking dentist, why the hell I'm gonna follow behind what you say with regards to the law? Even though you a dude. What the fuck does that mean? That's crazy. And see, I say this, right? Before we determine whether we are a good man or a good woman and all of that, we first have to determine if we're a good person. We're a good person. Being a good person, I said, usually feels either or. Either being a good man or being a good woman. It filters right through it. Being someone with common sense or smart or whatever filters becoming a smart man or a smart woman. That's just to me. So I'm looking down at my genitals to determine which one I am. After the fact, I determine whether or not I'm a good person or I'm smart or logical or whatever. All that other bullshit, that's that ghetto ass street shit. You know what I'm saying? And listen, whether it be a man or female, we get to that. If you a dummy, I'm not listening to you. I don't give a fuck if you are a man. If you are a dummy, I'm not doing it. How about that? That makes me a dummy too. And if I know better, that makes me a dummy times two. You ain't telling me shit. No. And you know what? Now, I just thought about this. And this is probably why my relationship, the relationship part of my life, have been set up as such, right? Because I can say, maybe 7 out of 10 of the time, my mates have been as strong as I am, or stronger, or as smart as I am, whether if you consider me smart or whatever, I mean, whatever it is, or smarter. You have some guys that just because they see a woman that they perceive as strong, They think that strong woman preferred man that they can push over. That is not the case with me. I don't want no man that I can push over. I'm not even trying to push over no dude, but I definitely don't want one that I can. Because then that starts to tell me, well, you ain't a smart man. And now I really don't want to fuck with you. That's just how I'm wired. That's how my life is set up. So no. No, that don't make me disrespectful. That don't make me none of that. I can respect you all, whatever. But, you know, if you a dummy, or if you a weakling, or whatever, I'm not listening to you. I'm not fucking with you. That means I should just stay by my goddamn self. I got all the answers. I can pay somebody to mow the grass. Get some of them toys and shit. Hell, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I make all the decisions. I make all the money. I got it. Don't worry about it. I don't need you. But that's that old motherfucking Jim Jones, Fred Flintstone motherfucking subscription to life. I'm not never motherfucking signing up for never. Cause you'll lead me down a motherfucking path of fucked up shit. And you just look at some of the examples of a leader or follower. It's usually some crazy ass man and some slow ass women. What the man named what that crazy ass man we refer to? You know, you got you know Jim Jones, but Jim Jones had men and women. But what is that crazy ass man? Y'all know who I'm talking about. That died not too long ago. The Wonderland killings. What that man? We references that Charles Manson. Got some of that. Men that got, you know, women in the like the nature boy shit or what? All them type of setups. You know what I'm saying? They always leading you to some bullshit. I'm not gonna ever be that. So I'll be disrespectful. I'll be a person that don't submit. I'll be out of that. And I'm okay. I'm doing good. I would never advertise myself as one that's going to do any of that. I'm telling you, I'm not. And so far, the men like it. Okay? if you're wondering. Okay? Yes. Motherfuckers always talk, oh, she can't keep a man. That's a goddamn lie. What the fuck I can't keep him if I'm the one getting rid of him? That's stupid. I get him and I can get rid of him. How about that? What can you do? Not a goddamn thing, but talk about me doing what you wish you could. With your lonely ass. Or your ass is in some kind of relationship that, you know, you all fucked up in the head. Don't make me start. Don't make me start. So it's never me being disrespectful. I don't tolerate bullshit. You come at me, you gonna get it. I don't give a fuck. Where we at? Until recently, I wouldn't argue in church. But now I figure, hell, you crazy enough to get started with me in church, it's going down. I'm just not gonna cuss you out. I'm gonna say, hey, listen here. When the collection time is over, it's on and popping. When we get back to our seat, it's on and popping. I'm gonna pop you upside your head in that pew. Yeah, but that's crazy, right? Let me see. I'm trying to get Keller's point because I want to make sure. Because I found. I'm gonna see. Because he keeps making this distinction of when he was charged, when R. Kelly was charged, and he keeps saying R. Kelly was charged from September on after he knew what her age was. Well, actually, it was before too, because it was a charge from April. That's an indictment. Boy, we're gonna stop them boys from talking about this case because they fucking us up. Then we're gonna have them go over there, talk over there with Big Vi, so they can just talk from a perspective that has little to do with the paperwork. Okay.
Hell no. Why would I?
Absolutely. So what I'm trying to get you to see, bro, is that I operate from his shoes, that seat from day one, as far as the legal aspect of this. And what you just said, even though you cleared it up and you were intellectually honest, when you said to all they're doing, a hung jury, is trying them over again. See, a lot of these people
with a new juror.
Exactly, and that's cool. That's cool. And a lot of these people on YouTube, they'll take your statement and they'll take away any credence from what I'm saying. This is how it works. They'll say, well, Robert Keller told them, they're just retrying them again. However, sir, I think you would agree that that's not necessarily true. Sometimes those trials that result in a hung jury, what it does is give the defendant a bargaining chip. So now the prosecution may be more willing to strike a deal and say, okay, R. Kelly, you've been in here damn near 3 years. You feel you've been on almost 3 years.
I've seen a situation where they had a hung juror 3 times, right?
Absolutely.
And it took the fourth time. The fourth time, they didn't have a hung juror. The jury freed them, and the reason being is it was one witness that they didn't call. I guess it was this one witness that kept hanging the juror.
One juror, you mean one juror?
One juror. I don't know how many it was, but it was hung. I don't know how many hung it, but it was hung. But it was one witness that was hanging them, right? Yeah. So the fourth time, they didn't call that witness, and they didn't have a hung juror.
I'm trying to get the Keller's part out.
Now, listen, we can do it right now.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want me to send it to here? I'll put it in the chat and you can bring it up.
Brother, you can even read it.
Well, I want to put it on the screen. So I'm going to send you the link and then you can put it on the screen.
Cool.
Share it, Kelly. Just share it. Can you share it? And so he can pick it up like
I
did.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
You're going to put it in the chat.
I'm going to put it in the studio chat, Levi.
Yeah.
Bam. I think that's it. Let's see.
Okay, I think I got it. Private chat, right?
Yeah.
This ain't no porn or nothing.
Oh, that's not it. Is that it? Okay, yeah, that's it.
Hey, y'all listening to me? This ain't no gay porn or nothing, nigga, is it?
Hey, Angela.
You know how to take a shot at you, right? This ain't no gay porn, is it, nigga? Wait, hold on. That's so funny, bro.
It's Angelo history.
That is too funny. You know how to take a shot now. Okay.
I just sent you Angelo cookies.
That is too funny. Okay. It's asking me. I thought I was already signed into that thing. Sign in to do more. I ain't doing more to it. Okay. Yep, I got it. Now, let me see. Boom. Okay. Oh, boom. All right. 1 second. Ms. Walker, you can throw while I do this, you can collect. I ain't used to it. I don't got it. Okay, I got it. Then I'm supposed to. Yeah, okay. Download. I think I already downloaded it. Oh, cool. I know how to do it. Yeah. This is superseding indictment. Okay.
That's the latest. It got all her charges on there from the predicate acts, and it got her counts. So we can go through our predicate acts and see if these text messages.
Oh, I got an answer for you already though. I'm gonna let you run your course, and then I'll tell you. I already got an answer.
I gotta put the paperwork on you. So
yeah, it's cool. We're gonna do that.
The paperwork defeats you every time.
Okay, when you presented us, I got an answer for what we talked about. So I already got an answer, but it's cool. We're gonna go through the motion.
All right, so we can go to the first predicate act for Jane Doe number 5, and let's see.
Can you turn to the page? Cause I'm new at this, and
let me click it. Let me click it 1 second. Let me go back to the chat. Yeah, because I can't even see that anyway, so let me bring it up on my end. You may want to zoom it in for the viewers, because.
All right, man.
All right, hold on.
Cool. I ain't know how to do that. Ain't no sense you being after me, Ms. Walker. I hear you. I hear you over there breathing.
You talking mad? The people say, "Oh, he talking mad." You misleading the people. I said, "Oh, he said that." Oh, let me type in this chat.
I hear over there breathing heavy. Can't wait to get at you. But go ahead.
Okay. Page 10 is the first predicate act for Jane Doe number 5.
I bet. So we're on page 10. You got
Racketeering Act 8.
Okay, he says it's 10.
Right, so we're on page 10.
See.
Racketeering Act 8.
Yeah, page 10.
I'm on 11, ain't I? How did I get? Okay, 10. Bad. Okay.
All right. So the text messages. Let's get the timeline right. The text messages are from April and to June. Are we in agreement with that?
The text messages that they're referring to.
Let's say we enter all. We're gonna enter all these all the text messages. Let's say they are entered in. The text messages, if we enter all of them, they are from April until June. Do we agree on that?
April of 2015 to June, correct?
Right.
Okay. Well, let's be clear.
Okay, I just want to make sure before we move on. Establish this.
Okay. You're asking me if the text messages are from, and you said we're going to enter all of them.
Yeah, we'll say we enter everything.
Okay, you said that. April of 2015 to June of 2015, correct?
Right. That'll be all of them, right?
No, sir. Because I've received information today that there are some text messages between Jane Doe number 5 and her friends that were in 2016 that listen. That's part of the discovery. I received so much information today. But for the sake of this conversation,
we're talking about the parents, not the friend, the parents.
Well, they're in that also, but we're fine. For the sake of the conversation, we're going to say
what we know so far. Let's just put it that way.
Yes,
for the knowledge that we have as of now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So let's look at the first Racketeering Act on page 10.
Yeah.
This is Racketeering Act 8. Mann Act for Jane Doe number 5. A. Transportation. In or about between April 28, 2015 and May 1st, 2015, both dates being approximate with the Central District of California, the Northern District of California, and elsewhere, the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally transport an individual to wit Jane Doe number 5, and an individual whose name is identity known to the grand jury and interstate commerce with the intent such individual engaged to sexual activity which a person can be charged with a criminal offense of the California Health Safety Code. And this is the herpes. Do you agree? Are you talking about the herpes?
That they're talking about, yes, sir.
Okay. Do the text messages clear this charge up? Can the text message clear this herpes charge up?
Yes, they could. I'm not being a contrarian. It says, on or about and between April 28, 2015 and
Mm-hmm.
May 1st of 2015, both dates being approximate and exclusive with the Central District of California. Okay, it says Robert Sylvester Kelly, together with others, did knowingly, intentionally transport an individual, Jane Donald 5, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury and interstate cameras, with intent to that such individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense.
So this is the herpes, right? You agree this is herpes?
Absolutely. Two areas.
Okay, listen. Mm-hmm. What I'm asking you, so we established that this is about the being exposed to herpes. What I'm asking you, do anything...
Now, I don't know if they are on a PR campaign for R. Kelly, which is fine, you know, that's what he needs or whatever. Are legitimately trying to correct this. Not correct, no, Lord, I'm using different. Don't worry about it. To save him via the law, the legal way. Because he reading that motherfucking indictment like it's new. What you want me to read a whole bunch of motherfucking text messages? He reading that indictment like it's new to him. Huh? Let me keep listening. Hold on.
In those text messages, clear this charge. Clear him from this charge.
Yes, they do, because
let me hear it. Let me hear it.
In order for him to have given her herpes,
expose her to herpes.
Expose her to herpes between April 28th to May 1st. They must confirm that he actually had sexual intercourse with her, or at least some kind of sexual contact within those dates, within that they just named, correct?
Okay.
Right? Unless you drink. Okay. So what the text messages show is that in the text messages, the mom is saying, basically, wait to have sex with him. And she agreed. You know, said, hold on, listen, you asked a question.
I'm listening.
Steve Harvey said it should be 6 months. That was hey, you asked me a question. The text messages, according to the text messages, if they were properly introduced, it would show and correlate with what she said on Gayle King out of her own mouth.
Text messages.
Okay, the text messages will correlate with this, that, well, the mother was telling her don't have sexual contact with him for 6 months, which should have still been 17. But the text messages would cause a juror to question, A, hold on, whether or not he had sex with her between these 2 dates. B, was she in fact sexually active before she met him, and did she contract it from someone else?
So, also in discovery was her medical records, and the records where she received medication, Valtrex or whatever it was for the herpes.
Had she got it from someone else, she would have still received medication. Maybe she gave it to him.
During the time she was with him.
But maybe she gave it to him. How long does it take for herpes to show up? Maybe when her parents sent her on him, she had it.
Okay, now this was maybe the closest to cohesive argument Levi had. Okay, and I gave him that up there because if we just look at bits and pieces of just what we're talking about, and nothing else was there to support that particular element, Because if they put that in there from those particular dates, they got something, okay? They got some medical reports, they got this, that, and the third one, whatever. And how it actually goes, if they have that, and the charge is that he exposed her to herpes, assuming that it was substantiated that he had herpes at a particular point prior to them having sex, when he had sex with her, whether she had it or not, he was deemed to have had it. Therefore, he exposed her to it. That's all the charge is, exposure. She could have had it prior to him, that's fine. But if he didn't tell her, it's still a crime. And actually, if she didn't tell him, it's a crime too. But this is not about what she did. It's about what he did, okay? Because he's the one being indicted, okay? When I say that, he took it and meant, oh, you see, you talk. No, what I'm saying is, it's about what he did because he's the one indicted. It's about proving or disproving the charged conduct. The charged conduct meaning the evidence. The elements, I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. I'm about to pull out my goddamn fucking hair. Got these goddamn lumps in my damn head, child, from swelling. Drive me crazy, child. Oh, knock down drag outs in church. Oh, Lord,
So his medication, his herpes medication predates hers.
Listen.
No. This a fact. His herpes medication that he was taking predates hers. That's a fact.
It's a double negative in the sense where, listen to me, if you and I as men, God, I don't even want to say that, but I'll say that. No, I'm not going to say that. I don't like putting that on myself. But if a man meets a woman at a club and both of them has herpes, he's had it longer, she got it too, and listen, okay. You feel me? So if both of them have it,
I got you. Do we show the camera set her up right here?
That comment so we can see the rest of the paper. Can you remove my comment so we can see the rest of the paper?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I didn't know it was up there. I'm looking on the other screen.
Did this indicate that the parents set her up to get herpes? Those text messages.
Listen, I'm gonna talk straight to you.
Please do.
Okay, as a father, I send my 17-year-old daughter off with Drake, Lil Wayne, any celebrity.
We got what you would do.
Listen,
we got what you would do.
I'm asking you a question, bro. Let me answer. When a father or parent send their daughter off with a celebrity or a regular dude at age 17 and tell her to tell the dude that she's 18, that means they're sending their daughter off to catch AIDS, herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis. You got the whole goddamn list.
So listen. So you saying that the parents sent her off to catch AIDS and herpes?
I'm saying, I'm gonna say it again.
You see how crazy this nonsense is? That's why I want them to remove the legal aspect from their argument and their conversation altogether. Okay, I ain't trying to be bossy or whatever. Just remove it, cause that don't even make no motherfucking sense. If I send my child off with a stranger, and even though I know it's a stranger, and I know what can happen, that doesn't mean that it should happen and that should be held 100% liable or 0%, 100% liable or 1% liable because it did happen. It means that I'm a damn fool or that I'm completely neglectful. Or if I'm sinister, I'm sending the child to get whatever. But that don't mean that it should happen. That doesn't mean that the person that, is the person that allegedly did something to her, should get away with scot free because of my mistake or whatever. Because the law allows room for mistakes, depending on the degree. It's a varying degree, right? So, all of that plays into it. And it's getting too much to, keep everybody try to, explain this, but where you guys can keep it and retain it, and because you got somebody that's constantly going back to want to infuse bullshit because they don't understand the law, or bullshit because they want to conquer the law, and all of that. Like, I ain't got time for that. I don't.
Again, whenever a parent send their daughter off with a promiscuous man, as such as my cousin was.
So you just admitted he gets you this charge. We can move on.
We've been doing good.
No, actually, hold on. Wait a minute.
We've been doing very well.
Both of y'all are driving in different directions away from the actual element. If both of them would have had herpes, known or unknown, okay, the charge is the willful exposure of it. Okay, so if she would have had it or if he would have had it, the charge is that allegedly he had sex with her without telling her of his status. Remember, this is all of two things: mens rea and actus reus. Okay, meaning mens rea the mind, actus reus the behavior. So now we're talking about the behavior of him. This is all what they allege he did, not her. Yeah.
Right, Miss Angie. But what I was getting at is the text messages eliminating this charge. How does the text messages eliminate this charge?
It doesn't. But that's what I'm
that's all. That's all. That's all I'm trying to.
Who gave whoever purpose?
But Levi said it does. So
I have to correct Miss Angie. I told y'all earlier that words are very powerful. Okay. And if you play this tape back, anyone's watching it, go back a minute. And Miss Angie said this is alleging what he did. But in the
it's not alleged no more.
Brother, listen. Okay.
Hold on, let me finish this out.
Okay. Right. But if you read it, and words are very powerful, it says that the defendant Robert Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally transport Jane Doe number 5 identity known to the grand jury with the intent of such individual engaged in sexual activity for which the person can be charged. You understand? So Ms. Walker said he did, but the paperwork say along with others gave her.
Right, so she needs a plane ticket to get there. She needs a plane ticket to get there.
Hold on, wait a minute. We're talking about, first of all, this is, scroll back down because I'm pretty sure it's under RICO if it's together with others.
Yeah.
When I say it's about his activity, okay, I'm talking about the person that was charged, his actus reus, okay?
Yeah.
That's the person that's charged, his action.
Yes,
and the statute is written together with others because guess what? It's under the RICO and it didn't knowingly or whatever. But when they went to prove this element, apparently, and I don't know this off the top of my head with the transcripts or whatever, but apparently they had to put him in the situation, and the others must be the part where
the plane tickets and the hotel accommodation.
Other people that made the calls, maybe brought her to R. Kelly, whatever the other participation was. So that's what they mean when you writing it up. Wait a minute. So you see how he's, and I'm glad you said play it back. So that's what we're doing. So he's trying to say that together with others, like no, that ain't how that work. Lord have mercy. Like a lot of statutes are written broad, and a lot of penal codes are written to catch all. Okay, this is under RICO. So in that particular little paragraph there, it's describing several different actions. Ultimately, they said the individual, meaning him, to wit, meaning her, together with others, meaning the people that made the phone calls, that was all in the process of her getting from point A to point B, because this is a transportation. This is a charge that has something to do with transportation of a what, minor or something like that, okay? Damn. Ooh.
Absolutely, but however, also I think you would agree that when it comes to racketeering, if I provide just the bags to wrap the bricks in, if I provide the bags and the scale to weigh and wrap and package the narcotics, and that person is caught with 100 bricks, in a racketeering case, I'm equally responsible for the 100 bricks. Would you agree with that? That is the nature. I'm going to say it again. The nature of the RICO is the reason why they came up with the RICO. It's
not a criminal enterprise. It's not a criminal enterprise.
Say it again. Say it again.
It's not. This wasn't a criminal enterprise.
What wasn't a criminal enterprise?
His case.
His case wasn't a criminal enterprise.
Yes.
It was. Well, wait a minute.
Meaning that they were doing.
No, was his case a criminal enterprise? Was he charged with running an enterprise, Ms. Walker?
No, I'm saying it wasn't a criminal enterprise. Meaning, for example, you're a bus driver, right? You just doing your job. Unbeknownst to you, you traveling a minor across state line for him to, do his thing. You just doing your job. So it wasn't a criminal enterprise.
Okay, so why was McDavid charged?
Maybe he wasn't charged in this case.
Yeah, he was charged in Illinois.
Absolutely, but what I'm saying is that when you say it wasn't a criminal...
It wasn't a RICO. Illinois wasn't a RICO.
I want you to show me. And you can do this anytime.
He need to do his homework. He don't know who's charged, where, how they charged. And we the ones that's pulling games and bullshit. He keep focusing on that bullshit. As my mama would say, I'm mighty afraid it's gonna have a terrible ending for him. Ooh, honey, I didn't know it got like this.
RICO case.
They said it in their summation that this wasn't they said it in the summation that this wasn't a criminal enterprise.
No, let me tell you what they said. Okay.
Verbatim, exactly like that.
When it came down to responding to the appeal, they softened their language.
No, I'm talking about in their closing. They said that this wasn't a criminal enterprise before the appeal.
I'm talking about their opening. The hell with the closing. This was presented.
Let's just move on, man.
Okay, no. We're going to move on, but I want to clear something up too. As Mr. Keller makes these points, y'all, I want y'all to keep one thing in mind. And this is a trick that I have seen for the last 4 years. Let's give Mr. Keller this herpes charge. Guess what?
What?
That's punishable by what? Probation.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
No.
You know why? Why?
Tell me why.
Because if you're going to give me the herpes charge, you are admitting that something sexual happened.
No.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. You are admitting that something sexual happened in order for her to get exposed to herpes, which helps his other charges.
That is not true.
So
sir.
if you give me this, you got to give me everything else.
No. That is not true.
Yes, it is true. How did she get herpes? Something sexual had to happen.
In the case,
Okay,
Sir.
Levi, listen to me. I'm gonna be very clear. If you give me this, you fucked up. I'm
That's
helping
not
you
true.
out. Okay, let me be clear. Let me say this. If you give me the herpes charge and say, okay, it's herpes, you only get 2 days for it. All right, fuck it. You are admitting that he gave her herpes, and the only way you can give someone herpes is by sexual contact.
Okay,
Which means, hold on. Which means that you are helping all the other sexual contacts charges attached to this.
Now, let me tell you where you're wrong, and I'm going to set my clock for 2 minutes to explain. Then I'm going to give you 2 minutes to explain. Listen, I'll just set the clock. Boom. It's counting down from 2 minutes right now. Listen. Where I'm not helping you is that he was charged with giving Faith Rogers the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But she was an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if we just, when I say give you the herpes thing, I'm saying absent of the accusation that he had sex with her as a minor. See, this is what I'm way ahead of y'all. You want me to, you saying if I agree to this particular act, when I've already disputed the dates, let's just say all of them were over the age of 18, and he did, I got 1 minute and 13 seconds left, and he did give them herpes. I'm saying that that's a year probation. The time he served, he will be out on that. So I don't want people to, I got a minute left. I don't want people, and then you can respond. I don't want people to misconstrue or be fooled by this idea of how they try to hitch this to that and hitch that to this. No, the herpes thing, bro, if I give you that, he would have served the time for that altogether. But he's serving 30 years because of this primarily because of this 17, I got 35 seconds, this 17-year-old, 18-year-old threshold. So when I say y'all just give him the herpes thing, the man would have been out a year ago if he even had done 6 months maybe for that. Okay, and I can see. Go ahead now. I'm gonna give you.
Let me ask you a question before you move on. Okay, so let me ask you this. Now, do you said how many months or what years, whatever he would have gotten or whatever. So does that mean that you just run over the amount of time that he could have gotten and that he was charged federally? Because Jay Taylor does the same thing. He want to change the charges to statutory rape, and he would have gotten a couple years in the in the state jail and stuff like that or whatever. Are you going to deal with the confines that he's in now, the structure that he's being held under now? Or you want to, just say, well, he would have got a couple years. Yeah, maybe if he was able to be charged in the state or something like that.
Well, what I'm saying, Ms. Walker, is that the racketeering charge was constructed in such a way.
My thing is, but that's driving me crazy, is when they want to change every fucking thing. Also, including the jurisdiction in which he was held. I'm only dealing with what's going on now. Where he was charged, what he was charged with, how he was charged, and so on and so forth. I don't want to hear nothing about this would have been this charge. It was only for this amount of time. And all that. That ain't what he got. I'm trying to tell you, I'm not a person that wastes a lot of time, child, in life. I ain't got time for that shit. Right. Everybody's wrong except for even the goddamn people that done already made a decision on this shit. That's crazy. I don't get it. He want to use the decisions that they make to support his argument. That's right. But the other decisions that doesn't support his argument, they're wrong. They're wrong. Their decision is wrong. My answer's lying and unethical and all this other bullshit. And everybody, I don't get none of this. Nope, they can't use paperwork no more. That's it. I'm done with them in paperwork. Just talk from your heart.
Racketeering charge, and they had the turkey and the ham on the table. Everything else was small little pies, macaroni and small stuff. But if we can get these small things agreed upon, and if we can get the jurors, parents been there front and center, and had some of those jurors saw surviving R. Kelly, and the countless lies that they heard in surviving R. Kelly, had that been presented in court, every damn thing that they said as they recounted and accounted what happened, and you up under oath, and now you have these text messages, and you have now something to confirm that you're lying every 15 seconds in 15-second increments. We saw her running, and we didn't know where she was, and we left work, and we started looking for her. If one juror sat there and said, you know what, after seeing Surviving R. Kelly, the way I was moved by these parents, and I'm finding out that everything they said is a lie, I don't give a damn if he gave all of them herpes, jerpies, herpes, whatever. I'm not going to find this man guilty because these people sat there and caused a whole lynch mob to go after this man based on damn lies. Now I'll let Mr. Keller or Miss whoever's next, and you got 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. So you concede to the herpes. So I'm just gonna be well enough alone. You concede to the herpes, right? Or are we? Yes or no?
I gave you 2 minutes to speak uninterrupted.
But I don't need 2 minutes. You concede to the herpes.
I said I concede to the herpes. Oh, no, don't cut me off. You asked me a question. I concede, not that he did it. I'm saying for the sake of argument, anything over the age of 18, sexual contact, sexually transmitted disease, I'll give you that.
But this wasn't the age of 18. We look at the dates. She was still minor.
That this is what she said.
No, I'm talking about the charge right here. If we look at the dates.
I didn't give you the charge, nigga. I didn't give you the charge. I said let's concede to just the herpes thing. I ain't giving you this charge, and these people sitting up here, this charge is bogus. This charge is unconstitutional. This charge is a bunch of bullshit. I don't concede to no bullshit, but go ahead.
All right.
You got a minute left.
Go ahead, Miss April.
Okay. Well, remember I told you we're gonna kick it up a notch, all right? We're gonna hit very legal, okay? If it fly over y'all head, I don't care because when I try to give it to you or you can understand it, I get attacked. So let me say this. The caveat for the YMW Melly, whatever that man's name is, the caveat is that in his particular case, all right, everything that was admissible was admitted. Everything was inadmissible was not admitted. Everything that was precluded was never ever included in the trial, right? So so the difference is that what Levi is talking about is saying, well, if the parents would have got there, this and what we already know that all that evidence, those parents, whatever, based on what he was trying to break down to y'all earlier, was inadmissible unless it fell upon extortion, and she reserved that part for the trial because she was going to see, the line of questioning. Did it coincide with the defense that they prepared? The defense that they prepared for that was an exculpatory defense, right? Because therefore it would have allowed for a defense such as a reasoning for such as extortion or maybe another scheme or whatever they would have had direct evidence to support. She would allow that. And when they said reserve in part in trial, that means that they're going to see, she's going to call it by ear, look at the line of questioning, look at the evidence that they publish in the trial, and look at the defense and see if it's all something that is legally sound as well as it can be, prohibited. So in the YWN Melody case, we're going to assume that that was all in place, okay? in this R. Kelly stuff, the parents and all that stuff, that wasn't a factor. All right. So he is right when he talks about the reasonable doubt. He is right to rely upon that, in both scenarios. But the difference is, we do know that this was the YMW Melly case, whatever was after, whatever was allowed, whatever was not allowed, and whatever was precluded. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So let's move on. Let's move on to 11. Racketeering 9.
Hold on, I had some all in my mouth. Other words, what I just earlier said. All of the evidence had already been settled by the time they made that decision. So it's not like what Levi's trying to do here. Is say, well, if this was in, then this could have been, reasonable doubt is going to be the last line of defense at the end of the day, right? So we're talking about in cases where it has already been settled, what's in and what's out. With R. Kelly, they're saying, well, we could have hinged upon this evidence if this was in. Okay, if the rulings on that evidence would have been is inadmissible, then the jury would have never heard it. So you can't compare. That's what I'm saying. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. I'm just confused. I'm confused. I don't understand. No, you don't understand.
Page 11.
You think he's doing something, but you know he can mess with y'all. It's on page.
No. I'm gonna go through all these charges, see if the text message fucking get rid of them. They said they want them in. Let's see if they were in. What would happen?
Let's go.
And that was a good strategy of Keller. If it was in, what would have happened?
Text messages from May to June. So let's start. This is Racketeering Act 9 for Mann Act, Jane Doe number 5. In or about September 2015 and October 2015. That right there is after the text message. I can stop right there. But this is again with the herpes. It's a second charge with the herpes, a second predicate act with the herpes at a different time. So considering it's September 15 through October, can the text messages eliminate this charge? Anything in these text messages eliminate these charges?
Let me stop the clock, bro. You're asking me.
Text messages and evidence. That's all I'm asking you.
Wait a minute. Okay. You said in or about between September of 2015 and October of 2015, both dates being approximate and exclusive with each together with others, did knowingly intentionally transport an individual.
It's a second. You don't have to read everything. It's a second herpes charge.
So why would you go back to why would you go? I thought we settled the herpes charge.
This is the second one. This is the second one. We're moving on to this.
I gave you all of them as long as she got 17.
I got you. So what you said, anything with herpes, you just
as long as she's an adult.
We can skip. She's not an adult.
Oh no, she was an adult.
She on September 15th and October she wasn't an adult. She didn't turn an adult till the end of December.
Well, according to her, what she told Gail.
According to her birth date. According to her birth date.
Keller, give him the mistake of Levi's gonna win this because give him the mistake of fact.
Okay. So I'll give you the mistake of fact, right? Let's give you the. He's not going to win this. I'll give you the mistake of fact.
I'm saying he's going to win y'all exchange because you're gonna give him the mistake of fact.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the mistake of fact and say he thought that she was of age. Herpes. First of all, herpes. As we know with faith, age don't matter.
Right.
But I say, okay, she told me to give you the fact. we're going to entertain that for a little bit.
But ain't no jury gonna sentence a man to 30 years for giving.
Well, I'm just saying, she said give you the mistake of fact, so I'm just going to...
No. Don't give me the mistake of fact. Give Gail, what she said to Gail King, give the jury the mistake of fact, where if they played that in court, well, you sat here and told Ms. King that the man didn't have sex with you until...
Okay, now he's not even considering how would that be admissible. The Gail King interview would be admissible with regards to the elements. I'm gonna think real hard. Let me see how it could be a way. Let me see. She told Gail King that. Okay, so the defense. Okay, how would defense get that in? You told Gail King that y'all see, that couldn't even come in, right? Because the prosecution evidence had nothing to do with Gail King's interview. So that won't even be able to come in. You see what I'm saying? The prosecution has to open the door. Unless... But here's the thing, right? Okay. If the prosecution is not introducing anything with regards to the Gail King's interview, therefore the Gail King interview is not coming in, so therefore it can't be used to rehabilitate, either to rehabilitate a witness or to impeach one. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So if the prosecution does not introduce that evidence, and it does not have anything to do with their line of questioning, their case that they're trying to put on, that evidence ain't coming in. That evidence ain't coming in. The defense can't use it to then impeach her, as well as the prosecution can't use that evidence to rehabilitate her. Okay?
You was 18. So
it's the same thing, Levi.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying, don't understand.
Okay,
what I'm saying
we'll get that with the other charges. We'll put a pin in that. We'll put a pin in that, and we'll get that with the other charges. Yes. So what you're saying is just skip the herpes shit. Is that what I'm understanding?
Jesus Christ. Listen, what I said was,
you're gonna give me the herpes. So
all of the, as long as they're over 18.
Okay, so let's skip down past the herpes.
Let's be clear. I'm not saying that he did.
I got you.
I'm saying
I got you. For the sake of argument, you just said skip all the herpes shit. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, in the card games in the hood that I played, high rollers, if somebody say, nah, you owe me, so they say, give that $100. Let's keep going. You feel me?
I got you.
Give that $100. Okay, you take $100. We pay some big stakes.
Let me see, what paper's that? 11. Okay, so let's go to 13 then.
Let's go to 13.
Is that herpes too? God damn.
Yeah, that's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got.
Oh no, that's not herpes. That's not herpes. Okay. Wait, is it herpes?
That's all you got, man.
Okay, no, that's not herpes.
That's all you got. That's all y'all got. That's all you got.
It's not herpes.
Hey, Oakland watching you get massacred on Levi for Kelly tonight, but go ahead.
All right, so in or about September 2015 and December 30th, both being approximate inclusive with the Northern District of California, the Northern District of Illinois, and elsewhere, the defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally employ, use, persuade, induce, entice.
I'm so sorry. You said that's 13 that you're reading, sir?
Page 13, Racketeering Act 10.
Page 13, Racketeering Act 10. In about September, right? Okay, I got you.
Okay. Persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor, to wit, Jane Doe number 5, to engage in sexual explicit conduct for the purpose of producing one or more visual depiction of such conduct, which visual depiction were produced and materialized using material, that have been mailed, shipped, transported, and affected interstate commerce, foreign commerce, in violation of Title so on, so on, so on. All right. September, so the timeline is September 2015 and December. Got me? Text message, does that eliminate this charge? Anything in the text message?
Let me tell you why.
Okay, I'm listening. Because wait. First of all, the text message, especially, you really got to tell me this, because the text message is from April into June, and this is after that. So I'm listening. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's deal with it. Now, what you just read, people, and I keep telling y'all that words are very powerful. You have to read and you have to comprehend. It says that about September of 2015 to December 30th of 2015, right before her birthday, both dates from September to December being approximately exclusive. It says that the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor. Jane Doe number 5, to engage in, listen to the wording, people, to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing one or more visual depictions of such conduct, listen, which visual depictions were produced using materials that have been mailed, shipped, or transported in and affecting interstate foreign commerce. Now listen, people. They're talking about sex messaging. When they talk about depictions that were sent across state lines, they're talking about his private parts and her private parts on a phone or some other device.
I don't think they're talking about that. I had to look at the summation when they broke that down. I don't think that was it.
Well, read.
I have to look at the summation on it when they talked about that particular.
I'll wait.
He talking about phone sex. No, when you're talking about something affecting interstate commerce, it's being bought or sold, transported over state lines. That's it. Whatever it is. Lord have mercy, child. Lord have mercy. I'm trying to get to the part that I want to hear what Keller says. Oh, God.
Wait. I'll wait. Because I ain't never had sex with a woman in my life, and it was visual depictions involved, and me banging it from the back to side to front. What the hell you mean visual depiction? You heard me?
It could be tapes. It could be pictures.
Hold on. It could be. Let's be real.
Okay.
Where does visual depictions come into this, sir?
Anything you can see visually.
Were produced using materials that had been mailed, shipped, and transported, sir, across state lines, my nigga. What do you mean? If I gotta listen.
My question is, does anything in the text messages in the...
No, we gonna go back. You can't ask me a question predicated on some shit you don't know what you're talking about. What do they mean by this charge, sir? Visual depictions. Now, you want to go to the footnotes and read what they said?
I have to go to the... I can't pull up both at one time. I'm looking at this one now. We can do that later.
Oh, y'all.
Do you hear you? I'm on live. Do you hear you?
Or a what?
No, I said, do you hear you in the back? I can't see it. Hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Let me mute my thing. So
live now?
yeah, I'm live now, but they can hear you.
I come there, click the link.
Okay, bye.
All right.
That's even better. Yeah, so he can tell me. Thank God, because I don't know how long I won't have to go through all of this till I get to. Oh, thank God. So I can get on off here so I can hear what Diva and them had put together, because this drive me crazy. I gotta be called a damn names. Mm-mm. No, sir, Johnny. No, sir, Mr. Johnny. I wants to know. Yeah, right, Carla. So how you gonna tell me I need to read the goddamn fucking text messages that he want the Gail King. See, in order for all that shit he's talking about to play, right? The Gail King interview, surviving, this, that, and the third, whatever. It would have had to be admissible. It would go through the rules of evidence to see if it is admissible. Okay? Woohoo, the man of the hour. Woohoo. Killer. Killer,
Oh,
what's going on?
what's with it? What's with it?
What's good with it? We over here in the jailhouse, goddamn. The
Doghouse.
club blue. Yeah, the clubhouse. We're in the clubhouse. This is y'all house. I'm just borrowing it. But so yeah, so what was you? I forgot what exactly was you telling me about. What was you saying about the dates? I didn't want to get it messed up because I was trying to. I
Oh,
was saying. Go ahead.
well, in the indictment, and you can pull it up and can verify it as well. And for that echo again, you got some stuff up.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I know what it is. I ain't got to play him no more. Hold on. Let me put the echo cancellation back on. Okay. What about now?
All right, so yeah, that's better, much better. What I was gonna say. Um, okay, so when they charged him, so they were saying that these text messages need to be put in, and I was saying that it's moot because when they charged him, there go the echo again. But
Echo again?
yeah, no, okay, it's gone. It's gone. When
Okay,
they
okay.
charged him, it was well after the the text messages. The text messages was from April to June. The sexual acts when they charged him was starting in September on up. The only time they charged him for when he didn't do any type of penetration was for the herpes, and that was for April, which her age didn't matter. So that's what I was saying. They said that he was tricked into a crime He may have been tricked into a crime. However, they didn't charge him. They only charged him for when he was aware of her age. So that's what I was
Okay. So
saying
wait a minute.
about
Wait a minute. Okay.
it.
So, but it would have to be a sexual, some kind of sexual component even before, because that's what's the exposure to the herpes,
Right.
right?
So, but the herpes didn't matter about her age. So that's the only
Right.
time when you
Okay.
when you see it in April, because she could have been 100 years old and still got that herpes charge. So that's when her age. I mean, the herpes charge, her age was irrelevant. When people
Okay.
say that he was tricked into a crime, although that could be true, however, the government
Yeah, that's
didn't
true.
charge him at that time. The government charged him because I believe part of the element was knowingly. Um, and government charged him after September.
Right.
Not and it's
Okay.
Florida, like a whole different state, a whole entirely different state, and a whole entirely different time. None of his charges stem from Florida and the Dolphin. I mean, and the Dolphin Hotel.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that Dolphin Hotel. Okay, that Dolphin thing I want you to talk about. Okay, so the Dolphin Hotel situation, he didn't. You're saying he didn't get charged with
Not
anything.
even not in Florida. Nope. No charges came from Florida.
Right. Right. Okay. Um. Well, yeah, that's true. Even if it says, even if it would have said, like in the like where it says right here within the Central District of California, Northern District of California, and elsewhere. Now, let me ask you this. Wait a minute. Hold on. It might have it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait on. Hold on. That might be it right there, Kellen.
What
That
might be
might
what?
that might be a Florida charge. Hold on. When
They
was
gave
he in?
one
When was he in the Dolphin Hotel? What month was that?
right
Was that
after the Funk Fest in the middle of April.
okay? So it wasn't. It wasn't. It was after. It wasn't. It was before April 28th.
Yeah,
Okay, well then you're good. Because if it's before April 28th, then so this line here that says on or about in between April 28th, 2015 and May 1st, 2015, both dates being approximate and inclusive within the Central District of California, Northern District
that's
of California.
California.
Hold on. And elsewhere. Okay. And elsewhere means
Okay.
anywhere else. Then
Well,
you're fine. So okay, so your position still holds. So you're right. So it's not anything being charged with regards to the Dolphin Hotel. You're right. Yeah, because
and
see,
if only thing that could be would be, well, no, I'll take that back. Um, yeah. So
when
those
when they
huh?
throw in language that's that is considered to be catch all, like in elsewhere, then that could be
Well, then,
other.
if that's
Yeah,
the case, that mean if we were to go with that, that mean you can't. It's not just Florida.
yeah, everywhere else.
It's
Yeah,
small, right?
everywhere else. Yeah, but the dates you're saying between April
Yeah,
28th
right. It was a
and
couple of days after the Funk Fest, and the Funk Fest was like 16th or 17th or some shit like that. I know it wasn't no
and
28th.
right, and if it's the 28th, they got the date in there like the 28th or whatever. It's something significant about that date. So some kind of evidence or something they got coordinates with that around those dates. So yeah.
Maybe a plane ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I think she went from. I think she went from. Where'd she go? California, from Florida to California. What was those places again?
Central District of California, Northern District of California, and elsewhere.
Is Phoenix considered a district? Phoenix won't be a district of California, will it? Okay. I know she had a ticket and she had like a layover in Phoenix or some shit or some part of Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, are you able to pull those dockets up? Because this is what I miss. This is what I missed when I was up there.
Which one?
The docket for the docket number. I'm sorry, the docket for California, not California, New York, when they gave the sentence and the I know I sent that to you. Let me check this message. 1 second. I do not know that docket number. Never mind. It'd be a needle in a haystack trying to look for.
What is it
But
about though? What is it about?
it's the sentencing. How much time she gave for each charge?
Oh, you wanted to go over that?
Well, I wanted to just show how it's a moot point now that we can see in hindsight that, and I forgot to touch on this yesterday, that even if all her charges, they said that if those text messages was entered and they just needed one person, but even if all her charges was eliminated, in hindsight, we are now able to see that he still will have 30 years. Every last one of her charges was eliminated, all of them, because she did it concurrently. If she did it consecutively, it would have knocked down, a portion, but due to the fact that she did it concurrently and ran them together with other charges, if all her charges was eliminated and they didn't believe shit, he still would have 30 years. So, I mean, I don't understand.
The 20 years would have been for the RICO alone,
No,
right?
the 30 years, he got 30 years for the RICO alone.
No, the RICO was just count one.
Right, count one. He got 30 years.
20 years. He got 30 years for the RICO?
Yeah, he got 30. Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you. 'Cause I know Diva said 20, and I wanted to go and show you, like, no, it's 30.
Hold on.
Touch.
So what day? Let me see. The judgment was after the. When was the case over? The case was over August, September 21, right?
I don't know. I can't remember. But you don't even have to click it. Like in dockets, it shows it. Because when you click it, it kind of fuck it up what you're looking for. But in the docket, it shows each charge. You can go right from the docket.
Okay, 300. Okay, 360. I'm just clicking on the bubble. 360 months on count.
What's 360 times divided by 12?
360 divided by 12. Shit, I don't know. Wait a minute.
It's 30. That was rhetorical. It's 30. Get your calculator out.
Yeah. Right.
You see that, right?
Yeah,
They
let me.
only need
I want to put the actual document because I'm just trying to read the short
what
version.
the document is fucks. It's not really broken down like that for some reason. It just give like the payments when you click the document. It just really focus on the restitution.
I can read it. Hold on. Okay, it says count guilty on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So okay, we got new people in here. So let me see if you remember. Let's see if you remember what this means. Hold on. Okay. When you see one, what did the S mean?
See, I can't see nothing.
You can't see nothing.
Uh,
Can you still hear me?
I hear you, but I can't see the screen.
Hold
One thing I see is Club Blue House flashing back and forth. Right. I don't know what S mean. Blow it up. I see it now.
on. Okay, you see it now, right?
Yeah.
Then, so you don't know what it means.
Blow it
Karen
up,
ain't
so
in here, so they ain't gonna know what it means. All right, blowing it up. Okay. The S stands for each S stands for how many times it was superseded, right? So the one means that's the initial. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the initial. The S is the first time it was superseded. The second S the second time, and third S. So it was 4 indictments, okay, and charge forms came out, but it superseded 3 times. So you got the original indictment, and then you got it was superseded 3 additional times. So the fourth one is always the one we pull up. All right, so where
you
is
see
the
what I'm saying?
time that they
You
gave?
see,
Okay,
you
here
see
we go.
what I'm saying?
So okay,
Oh,
360
there you go.
months on count one.
There you go.
Yeah.
How many months?
360 on count one. So you divide that, 12 goes in. Yep. So that is 30.
So
30
that's
years.
30. That's 30. So she read them all uh, concurrently. So if you get rid of all now for one, all you need is 2 predicate acts. So you don't need her predicate acts either in there. I think she got 4 in there, 4 or 5. So you don't need her predicate acts to be proven because all you need is 2 for it to stick. Um, so if all her shit, well, let's say his argument is if they brought the text message in there, at least one judge would have said. I mean, at least one jury would have said, "I don't believe this shit." Let's say all of them say, "I don't believe this shit," and none of her shit was proven. Still got 30 years off that
Mm-hmm.
off charge number 1 alone. You still got to get past Leah shit. the bribery. Just because the Leah shit is gone. What about everybody else? I mean, I'm sorry. Just because Jane Doe number 5 shit is gone. What about everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
We saying parents' involvement null involve the entire case? Hell no.
Yeah. So hey, lady, tech, hey y'all, hey millionaire. So I made a proposal. I say that the guys are going to have to do like, you know how Big Vi and them do, because I can listen to Big Vi now. They don't be trying to support their position wholeheartedly with the paperwork and whatever, and be trying to manipulate the paperwork and all that stuff. They just say they think there's some injustice occurred in the law. They talk about, you know, all the other surrounding aspects about the Gayle King and all this other stuff and whatever. And they, you know, they talk about stuff like that. I can listen to you talk on and on about, you know, where you think the law, you know, is biased, and because you know it is. You know, there ain't no secret to that, especially to people of color. You know, but they don't try to use the paperwork to support their
How
argument.
can they? How can they? Of course. How can they?
Levi tries it.
You see how that work out for you?
And be wrong, no, and be calling out me wrong, and I'm
You see how
unethical,
that
and
work
this,
out?
that, and that.
There's
Like
no way
what?
you can use the paperwork to support your argument if you want him to be free. There's no way. It's not gonna
And
work
not
out for you.
even. And then what kills me that he wants to circumvent the damn law itself, that which really blows my ass to the moon. Meaning, check this out right here, right? So, and I don't know how much of this live you heard, but you can go back and listen to it because we got kind of technical today. But listen to this, right? He wants to blow. He just wants to go around the whole idea of precluding evidence, admitting evidence, and excluding evidence. Okay, you can't get around it, and the way that's done is by a certain set of rules. Again, you can't get around it.
Well, that's
So
what I was saying the other day is the rules of evidence they want to disregard because it's not going to help them.
right, just want to kick him out the door.
It's
The
not going
whole
to help them.
so if the prosecutors did not use the Gayle King interview, Surviving R. Kelly, to support the evidence and the facts that they present in the case, and ask questions of their witnesses that take the stand based on the Gayle King interview and the Surviving R. Kelly, then the defense cannot do that as well. That's the whole
Right,
process of opening the door and someone walks through it.
right.
They want to just, no, the Gayle King, it ain't what it said on Gayle King. What she said on Gayle King would never be a factor.
Well, she
It would,
said
it
she
would,
lied. She said she lied on Gail King. So why would that be a factor anyway?
right.
In
It
the court
only,
of law, he said that she lied and he told them what to say
right,
on
because
in the
that was
courtroom.
right. That was supporting the facts in their case. They're saying like when they said that he manipulated them, made them do the rules, told them what to say, and you know write this fake evidence and all you know about you write the fake letters and stuff like that. That
And then
went along with
She did the second interview with Gail King, and Gail King brought it up. She said it was brought up in court that you lied when I talked
right.
to you the first time. She said, "What did you lie about?" She said,
So they
"Everything."
he probably don't know that they brought if just we just going to entertain it. If you bring up the one Gayle King interview, guess what else coming in? The second one.
Well, the second
Like
one wasn't done yet. The second one wasn't done yet until after trial.
Oh, I have to try. Okay, okay.
Right. So when she did the second interview, Gail King asked her that it was brought up in court that you
Right,
lied the first time I talked to you, and she asked her specifically, "What exactly did you lie about?" And she said, "Everything."
well, it definitely, a second interview for Gail King could definitely, if the first one got in, could definitely come up on appeal then, if that was the case. If it was entertained, that's what I'm just saying.
They ain't finna entertain that shit.
Right. So that's what and that's why I was like, okay, maybe if I give you something to entertain, you still are, you're still not going to get it. And so, and the thing about it is, it kind of, made me, feel kind of a way, because I could never be a defense attorney, a defense attorney, like where I got to have clients that are actual, defendants, not like a corporation, but a client, because I would feel, I'm, regardless of the charges and stuff like
What if
that.
they was
I'm
innocent? What if they was truly innocent? You couldn't be a defense attorney if they was truly innocent.
because the fight is
What?
too. And if I know if they innocent
Because that
for
would be
real,
my motivation to be one. That would
see,
be my
that's the
motivation to be one.
question. I would probably have a nervous breakdown if I know somebody's innocent for real and they get found guilty. I'm gonna turn that motherfucking courtroom out. I'm gonna cuss them jurors out. I'm gonna fight the judge
No,
because
that's
I ain't
your
gonna be able to
job.
live with that.
That's your.
Huh?
Don't turn it out. Don't turn it out.
I
See,
won't
that's
turn
your
it out.
problem. Pal. I can see you
I
now.
know.
Motherfucker, fuck you. Fuck.
Yeah,
Boy, shit, I can
I
see your
I talk sharp to them goddamn people that in a business setting. I sure do. I get slick at the mouth real quick. Like so, I can't do all that. You know what I'm saying? It's just I know how I do. I stay away from shit like that because I don't do right. So being that, so and and it
Hey, I
kind
can
of,
see that. I actually can
yeah,
see that.
it kind of does, I don't say it hurts,
You've been
does.
called the judge 32 motherfuckers.
Nah, I ain't that good. But I be like, I cut that motherfucking eye. I cut that eye at your ass. But it's like I hate to hear R. Kelly when he be on the phone and he think that this is the smoking gun, be that BOP shit or text message or whatever. I mean, he really be talking that BOP shit. When he be, I be just dropping my head. I'm like, please, he sounds so. And then I still, well, he up there talking to my I'm unethical because I won't read the text messages. I ain't want to read them text messages. I'm not listening to all those interviews R. Kelly done had with the pimps and all that type of shit. And I'm not
Well,
listening
it don't
to,
take much to read
huh?
like I said, when you read the text messages, it don't take much to realize like this is
Exactly.
bullshit. Like you don't really have to read all of it. I didn't
Right.
read all of it, but it didn't take me a lot to realize I couldn't read all of it because it was pissing me the fuck off. That's why I
Yeah.
didn't read it.
No,
But
I wasn't gonna get pissed off. I was gonna be like, oh my God. As much as I'm
right, it
like,
don't
but
take much for you to realize that shit, mama a piece of shit.
and then I'm not going to get in. I'm not reading the girl stories, the ladies, whatever happened. I'm not invested in they shit either. I mean, because
What
that shit is not.
what
I'm
girl
only
story?
invested in what
What
happened,
you mean?
huh?
Girl story? What you mean?
The women's stories, like the books they've written and all of that, the interviews and stuff
Okay,
like that. Like a lot of people, know their stories or read their books and stuff like that.
okay.
So they're trying to call me biased because anything that they think free R. Kelly, I'm not interested in. That's a goddamn lie. I don't know nobody who has done more for his defense work that would play in
I used to
court
think you was
than R.
biased the other
Kelly.
way.
Biased for R. Kelly.
Yep.
Okay, I can't win for losing. No, I'm doing both. Yeah, I'm got to do both of them. Like what the fuck? And and I don't understand what's so hard to understand is guess what? The indictments and majority of the paperwork that I'm reading is all going to be pretty much bad. Make R. Kelly look bad because that's what that paperwork is intended to do. Now to make them look good, and then when you get to the defense shit, then that's what the defense, try to do their best to try to salvage something. But it's crazy. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't have, but I am human, and I just I can't stand listening to that man hang his head on some of the shit that is coming up from
They
this month.
need to hang. They need to hang their hat on, or not really hang their hat on, but focus on the RICO, because you have to dismantle that to get out.
Yeah.
You got to dismantle that RICO from top to bottom in order to get out, because all that shit is so intertwined. Like, you got fake shit in there, you got Asriel shit in there, and plus a whole slew of other shit.
Well, the
So
only thing she tried. She put her appeal in, and it attacks different areas. So,
that's the
but
only way. That's the only way is that RICO. Only way
he
he stand a
sounds so
chance.
sad, baby. When he sounds sad because he thinks that this is the smoking gun. And I think these people done pushed it in his head that, yep, that's it, Kels. I'm like, oh God.
Where did he get that from? He got caught. He got caught. He was a player, and he got caught. We saw this shit play out in real time. She said, "You lied to me." Next thing I know, she told me what a storage at.
That's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up.
She said, "Well,
Oh,
fuck,
that
you
was
lied to
horrible.
me. I know where the dead body's at, and I doubt if you even make it in time."
Hey, Cole.
Hey.
What up, Carla?
Look, this is the strategy, and this is the hope that they should have. In Jesus H. Christ, this is the hope that they should have.
Yeah, they need
Okay?
Jesus in there first. You're right. Start off with Jesus
They
Christ.
need to call Jamal Bryant, T.D. Jakes, Paul Morton, call all three of them. Get
Oh,
them
All the
to
yeah.
go
bishops.
do some
The bishops.
intervention with him. He needs to admit what he did. He needs to cry, all of that. They need to hope Donald Trump get reelected and go take that, have Kim Kardashian go up to that damn White House and get
Oh,
him,
Lord.
get
You
him
got the
up
whole
on it.
strategy.
Trump
That
ain't gonna
is
give
the
him no
Oh,
strategy.
pardon. Trump worry about his own goddamn part.
okay, he just got charged again today. Lord have mercy. I'm
Listen,
like,
he
what
said
is
that he is going to be the president from
He got
prison.
his own
Okay,
part.
so that
like,
is what that is a better strategy than some of this what we hearing.
Yes.
What the
Yes.
strategy that they are coming up with could have him in worse situations.
Right.
All right.
That's
They
the
they
part that
saying
they
sex.
don't want to get.
Their strategy is sex trafficking. What the
That's
fuck?
Stop
what
being
I'm saying.
sex trafficking.
All you're doing is adding people to get charged to
I can't
fill
make
up
this
the
shit up.
RICO.
I can't make this shit up.
Exactly. And not knowing that everything you throw up under the motherfucking parents, guess what? And then you are talking about, but they play that in front of the jury, it's a good chance that they'll, front. Listen.
And you are continuously talking on a live with a person who said on the live they don't care nothing about getting him out. All they care about is the parents being charged. So you are being used as a useful idiot in order to assist with their change. Like,
They gonna get your ass.
I'm sorry, it's the truth. It's the truth. That is
They
their
look
witch
for
hunt.
you right
And
now.
I'm not saying they wrong for it. I'm not saying that they're wrong for it. What I'm just doing is putting it in plain sight because everybody want to talk around the elephant in the room.
Ooh, girl, they gonna put you on the YouTube
Oh well.
calendar. Your name gonna be
You
right
cannot
up on the
deny
line.
it. You cannot deny it.
You
You
too
cannot
far
deny
from it.
it.
Oh, as a matter of fact, you know what? They could take a screenshot of how we look in the box right now and make a new YouTube most wanted calendar because Keller up there too.
What happened?
I said
I'm
they're
just
gonna make
tired
you
of them talking around it And that's why when it's certain people who are supporters who say just leave it alone, let the lawyers deal with it. In the back of their mind, I know they are thinking the same thing that I just said. It's supporters who feel like that. Just stop it. With all of this that you're doing, stop it. Because what you're doing now, you are teaming up with a group of people. And I'm not saying that these people should feel not feel some type of way that they were lied to and all of this other stuff. I'm not saying that they shouldn't use whatever resources and mechanisms that are available for them to go after who they want to go after. But that's essentially what you're doing. You're assisting them, and that could place him in a bad space.
Child, they're gonna get your ass.
Oh, well, I don't care. It's the truth.
Hey,
Lord.
I'm going to say the truth because this is messing with this. This is messing with any potential for this man to potentially have some time where he may not be in jail. He could end up getting more time because of this. And guess what? They're not going to care. They have said that. They can't get me for pointing it out. They said it. They don't care.
Is this possible? Is this a possibility, Angie?
What?
He go to appeal, right? And they look at it, and they didn't, and hear the argument and say, "Well, this should have been charged consecutively. Send this back to get." Is that a possibility?
They can, and this happened on rare occasions. They can look at it and decide that he wasn't sentenced correctly or sentenced to enough or sentenced whatever. Yeah, it will be under that whole what was the maximum 120 years, whatever it was. It would be under that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the only thing that prevented that was concurrently.
Yeah.
So they can say this need to be sentenced along. This need to be consistent with everybody else who got charged with his charges. Send this back. This should be concurrently, or consecutively instead of concurrently.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that what I just said make more sense. It's more feasible than what they go get them men with them collars. Okay, they got them celebrity collars, and get something done. Something for real done.
When a lower court sentence you, right, they are supposed to take into account other similar cases, when
same district.
Keith Raniere got 120, and who else? Some other, and he gets
with less charges. With less charges.
Right, with less charges. R. Kelly just got 30. With with all that, they gave, he was charged with.
That's what I'm saying. And the fact that in their mind,
look at it and be like,
And the fact in their mind that they think it cannot be worse, that's delusional. It can be way worse. It can be way worse.
They said, what's worse than what he got already?
Right.
Consecutively.
A lot more that's worse.
Consecutively, that's worse.
Yeah. So
being charged in some more federal districts is worse.
Yeah. So it's crazy. It is crazy, but I think the fellows or Levi and Company need to just take out the whole paperwork aspect of it, just because he don't.
Oh no, paperwork will never work in their favor ever.
And that's why I'm saying
he don't understand it.
Ever.
He was acting like it was a trick of the trade. For when the people said, when in the paperwork, when people said certain text messages, he thought that was some kind of slick, underhanded thing. I'm like, huh? And I done went over that shit 1,000 fucking times. And then you're going to get mad at me when I say, well, I want to know this. If this is the smoking gun, And he was, all fucked up because this didn't happen or whatever. She can address that this didn't happen. She just can't address the
They are
with evidence as
they
on the appeal, but she can address the misstep by the counselor that they didn't do their, a reasonable, a reasonable job.
they 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 are still won't admit what R. Kelly has admitted in the documentation in court himself. Like that's like, so you can't, like I said, trying to get to some reason is not, you can't get to a space of reason because they will not even admit to what R. Kelly's and his legal team have admitted to him doing in the court documents.
Mm-hmm. Right. And they could, um that you kind of walk a thin line with that, because while whatever's in the documentation, however they placed it or whatever, I'm pretty sure that it was skillfully instructed, what you can and cannot say, because what you may
Well,
say during the sentencing,
no.
time.
What I mean by that is that prior to them even going through with the trial, when they questioned him about his marriage to Aaliyah and whether or
Right.
not there was some consummation of the marriage, it was stated that he was not disputing either of those things.
I know. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm just saying, you have to, walk a thin line with
So it's
that, whether you
mitigate.
talk about it or not, because it can't conflict with your appeal and then the next phase after that. So most time you just really don't even talk about it. But when you read it, and we read what he said with regards to the marriage,
He
he did not say that he did not marry her. He ain't say that.
and he admitted
That's what
to
he said. But he didn't say
consummation.
that.
He admitted to that he had
I forgot.
intercourse with her.
I forgot. I'm gonna be honest. I be forgetting this shit. I forgot. Some of these people
They
know that
said
shit.
that his legal team said that they were not disputing either of those facts.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Even in the pre-trial
Right.
conference.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So my thing is that they
I wonder
just like
why he ain't dispute the sex part of it, if that's the case.
exactly, just like when
I
they
wonder
jump
why.
up, just like when they jump up on and say, well, just because he married her don't mean that he admitted to that he did not dispute that those
So
either of those facts.
if he married her, how did he marry a 15-year-old? How did that happen? And when you reverse engineer that shit, you see bribery was involved.
But the point is that what I'm saying is they keep trying to get away from that by saying it was a publicity stunt. They were
I don't
told
give a
it was a
fuck. I don't
publicity
care if it
stunt.
was a
But
blessing. It
how
was.
do you get away from the fact that he did not dispute the fact of having intercourse with her
I don't
underage?
care. I don't care if it was a publicity
Yeah, no,
stunt.
I'm not saying that anybody should kill Kylo. What I'm
No.
saying is that even if you want to quote
Right. But he
unquote
was.
give that to them,
So what they're gonna say is he wasn't charged for having sex with her. So I try to
Yeah,
just stick with the
yeah.
bribery
All
right?
because
of that.
they're gonna say
But what I'm saying is
I
that
hear you. I
because
hear
they
you.
try to say that he didn't have any part to do with the bribery, and by them alleviating him from having anything to do with the bribery, they say, oh, he didn't have anything to do with the reasoning as to
Uh,
why these illegal
The
documents was
bribery
obtained.
benefited him. He got married.
Right, exactly,
He
because
just
of the
admitted to getting
sex.
married. He just
Because
admitted.
of the sex.
No, we got married because of the bribery.
Well, he got married because of the sex that he had with her. And whatever the story
Right.
was, is
But
what
they're
I'm
not
saying.
gonna
He
say.
didn't
They're gonna
dispute.
say
He didn't
he didn't
dispute
get
the
charged for that.
sex.
I hear you. I'm just saying
Right,
because
right.
I've been talking to him for 100 years.
This is
They
the
gonna
thing.
say he didn't get charged for having sex with her. He got charged for bribery.
Right, right. And this is the thing. And the bribery was predicated on the fact that he allegedly thought
She
that
was
she was
pregnant.
pregnant. Right.
That's
Which
the allegation.
means,
Right.
right.
That's the
Which
allegation.
means that,
And
right.
so
They
then
don't
the
do all that
idea
kind of
of
thing.
him, right, the idea of him not disputing the sex would make that allegation plausible.
And then here's the thing right here. This is the thing right here.
Hey,
Okay.
real quick, Angie. So you got married. You know, 8 times, 50, 11
Shut up,
times.
fool.
Did you ever skip your honeymoon when you got married? You see what I'm
Honey.
saying? You see what I'm saying?
As a
You
matter
see
of
what
fact,
I'm saying?
we was doing it prior to
Who
I
get
got married.
married? Who get married and skip the honeymoon?
Hey,
So, they say.
we was doing it prior to me even getting engaged.
So they say just because they got married don't mean they had sex. Who fuck do that?
That girl Audra was on my channel.
Oh Lord.
No, and then just we had to went back and heard where Audra had to talk about you the day before the day of. Honey, I hollered. I didn't even get a chance to respond back to her. She told me, I didn't know she said something about Keller like that. But yeah, she was in the chat last night. I'm like, oh God. But
Okay.
here's the thing, right? And here's the thing, right? Then they say, oh, he did it because of a publicity stunt. Okay. All right.
So what? You can't do a legal marriage even if it was
For no
publicity stuff. You can't do it
reason. For
illegally.
no reason. And you know what I'm saying? See, I be done when I get all kinds of stuff like that. I be
Publicity
like,
stuff. Did that make it right? That make it legal all of a sudden because he did it for publicity stuff?
some kind of justification? Ain't nobody gonna say that in court. Yo,
Exactly. And the reason why they want to just go with that is because they feel like it is the least likely. It is the least likely thing, like, to look bad. Oh, well, it was just a publicity thing. It wasn't real. Well, why didn't he dispute in court
First of
the
all,
fact of that?
what?
The
Who
fact.
do a publicity stunt and hide it from the public?
Right, that too.
Well, okay. So I'm gonna say this because I can remember even when that was going on. So they probably, what they were trying to say is because it would generate record sales for her. Because
Right, but they hid it. If this is going to generate record sales, you want to make it known that you're married.
Right. No, not necessarily. You might just want to create the buzz so that people can. Not necessarily, Keller. I'm not going to say
they didn't create the buzz.
They
it was
create
found
the
out.
buzz, but then they don't confirm anything. You even see how when they used to do interviews with one another,
So
be
I get you.
I get you.
So if you want to create the buzz, you don't have to actually go and have a ceremony.
Well, exactly. I agree to that.
You just create the rumor.
I agree with that. You don't have to actually go and do anything. Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that it is a space where you could say, well, they just wanted to create the buzz and make it ambiguous to create this mystique about it so that it could boost record sales between the two of them. See what is their chemistry going to be like? Because if you paid attention to the way that they were interviewing at the time, it was a lot of ambiguity with them. She would not tell her age. She would not tell her age. She would not they would laugh about when people would ask them questions about whether they was dating, and oh no, we just good friends. So it was an outer appearance of that they were trying to just like it could have been looked at that way, is what I'm saying. But I agree with you. You don't have to actually go do it.
Right. It was. I mean, this is all crazy, and I'm like, I'm just a person. This is just me. I like to deal with the facts in the case, whatever they are, however it make it look or whatever. Let's deal with the facts and let's get it. Let's get to it. Because I'm gonna tell you, either it's gonna work or it's not, or I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
But it is not the job of the prosecution to charge the defendant and clear them at the same time. It was up to the defense to create a counter argument that would support whatever these things is that everybody is alleging. And the question is why they didn't do that. And to say that the reason why they didn't do it was because they was inadequate, whatever, that's not enough.
Yeah. And you cannot, and they still won't. I think I got him to understand this. Like the Supreme Court says, your attorneys does not have to be the best and do the best job possible, whatever. They only need to do.
Ain't no attorney.
Why they mad at he selected them attorneys? They be mad at him. Be mad that he just selected them. to defend him.
Well,
He the only one that can hire and fire his attorneys.
Right.
Only
well,
one.
Levi says that they were, placed there. Well, I don't know.
But that's his cousin. He didn't have no influence on. He had more influence than them, and that's supposed to
He
be your
said
cousin.
they were placed there to, intentionally
Well, the
tank.
problem I have with that is during the trial, Levi and Sharon was both praising Kanik during the trial. That's the problem I have with that. It wasn't until the verdict came in all of a sudden Kanik is the worst person on earth.
Look, they need to take a book from all of these pastors that done all of this stuff that they did and got away with it, okay? Because there's a lot of them who did it and then got away with it and they ain't been charged for it and they went to jail. And they need to take some lessons from there. And because the only way some things you're going to get out is to gain some type of public sympathy. And R. Kelly does have a story where he could gain some public sympathy, is the point that I'm making. He's not doing any of those things. And that is making you question, why isn't he utilizing any of that?
Well, I don't blame R. Kelly because he don't have nothing to lose right now.
No, what I'm saying is that he doesn't, you're right, he doesn't have anything to lose. He didn't deny a lot of the stuff that they're saying that he didn't do when it came time to go over facts, right? So the best strategy at this point for you, because he's not denying that he did the things that are being alleged that he's did. What he is mad about is the Jane Doe number 5.
In the offside,
BOP, right?
he got caught pimping.
So it's like, that's all. You don't want to. I just think that trying to get somebody, trying to use quote unquote dishonesty is an excuse of why somebody was placed into a situation, and then trying to use dishonest methods to try to get them out of the situation. Neither one of them is ethical, not in my book.
Well, I'm looking at Pot Lady. Who talked to R. Kelly, who claims she does. And I'm looking at Levi, who claims he talked to R. Kelly. And they both are against each other.
But Kelly, look at this. So with her, I was telling Miss Angie before in the Gorgeous Dre interview, it is confirmed that he did start pulling away from her. He confirmed that through that interview, through that interview, that he started pulling away from her, which is why he may have started leaning more towards the other.
But she just said she talked to him. She just did a video saying she talked to him yesterday.
Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Listen, when she was saying stuff like that before, and Larry was saying that she didn't, I'm going to tell you that I believe that what Larry was saying was the truth, because when you listen to the Gorgeous Dre interview, the time frame that Larry was saying that, there are things that R. Kelly says on the phone that says that he wasn't
So
answering her.
you know what? You're right. So I think what she is saying, that she is probably saying, she's probably talking to him through the core links and making it seem like she actually talking to him on the phone.
Right.
Because
or
she
even
did
if
what?
she's talking to him through that, because he says on that interview that he doesn't respond to her at all.
Right. Because
right.
I remember one interview, she was like, tell Robert to call me. I got something important I need to tell him. So that's a sign that he ain't been talking to her.
So we only know that that's what she's saying. I'm not saying that it's the truth or a lie, which one, but what I'm saying is that when she was saying it before and Larry was saying no, she wasn't, he has cut off communication with her. He is not talking to her. The Gorgeous Dre interviews that he did with R. Kelly proved that what Larry was saying was true.
Is that the Pretty Pimp?
Yes. Mm-hmm. With the Beijing. Yeah. Yeah. So that proves that to be the truth. So I'm not saying that she hasn't talked to him. Maybe she has. But when she was saying it before, it's evidence that was not true, because either he or R. Kelly was lying, because R. Kelly said that he was not responding to her.
I'll just be glad when this shit is over with.
whatever that means, right? What does over with mean?
Well, I would say this: at least the appeal process. I'll be glad when at least the appeal was over with, and that shit can go all the way to what, next year, March next year.
Like I said, I would hate to see something. Prayerfully, nothing worse does happen. To have 30 years, no matter what it is, and you didn't actually murder a person, because there are some people who murder people who don't go to jail for that long. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot on a person.
I said the same thing. I get you. But I always stood on. I thought that I don't care what you do, you shouldn't die in jail. I always stood on that, and I thought that he shouldn't get no more than 15 years, until I heard that videotape that they played in court. Once I heard that, I said, "Fuck that motherfucker! Lock his ass up forever."
I mean, I can't. The reason I know the reason why I feel the way I do, and that's why I don't really try to sway people to feel the way that I do, because I have a very I wouldn't be able to judge nobody. I'm sorry. That is just the way my ethics is set up. That's why that ain't the job.
I'm not here to.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that's why it's people who are to do those type of jobs. You know what I'm saying? Because people got to look inside of themselves and see what is it that I'm able to do. I couldn't pull no level on the electric chair on nobody. I couldn't administer no lethal injection to a person. I couldn't like I said, I couldn't do none of that. I know that none of that is for me. So I knew that I had to go into an area where I could create a balance for people.
If you was the judge, how much time would you give him?
Yeah, you said what?
If you was the judge, what you said sentence him to?
I couldn't. Well, I think okay. So I can go as far as to say this. I think that his lack to provide any kind of statement of it's allocution, sympathy. Right? It's an allocution, right?
I'm gonna explain that. Go ahead,
Miss Angie. It's a statement of allocution, right? That they make right before they get sentenced, right?
No.
What is it called? What is the statement called? That they?
Well, they usually are advised not to make one. But
well,
keep going.
Okay.
What it's called though?
Normally advised not to make one. I know that they are.
But what's called?
What?
What she says, statement of allocution. But what I'm saying is, usually, but you are advised not to make one. I was going to get into that in different stages. But go ahead. I'll tell you.
Go ahead. I just was going to try to give. I was just going to try to give a number. You know, I can't even come up with a number. Like I said, I would be no good at giving nobody no sentence unless it was a crime done to a child or murder. It would be so many things. I know they have a legal process of things that they look at in order to make those determinations. But
so I was watching a YouTube. There's this lady. I guess she do plea. It was a judge, black judge, and she was listening to a guy who was trying to get a plea deal. Mm-hmm. It was his daughter. He didn't even do any penetration. He was just, I guess, like playing with her private parts. And he wanted a plea deal for 20 years. So she looking at what was going on, and she said, "This is horrible. Why should I give you a plea deal?" She said, "This is a life sentence. Why should I give you a plea deal 20 years?" And there was only one person. And she said, "This is a life sentence for one person, no penetration." she was. I think his daughter was like 3 years old, and he was
Oh,
just like playing with her private parts.
Yeah, but
And
Kelly, I have seen situations, and I've personally seen situations play out in the court, and just and just from observing and being in the court, where I've seen people have 20 charges to deal with with essay and child essay, and um I've seen them walk out of court with a 2-year sentence with a bracelet on. The charges was reduced down to
mm-hmm.
that. That's what I'm
Just depend on
saying.
the judge.
You exactly that. And
And
like I said, and with the one person that I'm referencing, he threatened the children that if they told their parents that he would harm them and the parents. He got charges for that. And the everything was reduced down. He only did 3 years in jail and got like a 1 year that he had to have like a bracelet monitor on or something like that. But and was allowed to go back into the home with his own children.
oh God,
Right.
that's too much. But what I was
Right.
going to say, what I was going to say is, um, here's the thing, right? We're giving statements of allocution and talking period. Here's the thing, right? Okay, you know that you got several different processes that's going to follow where you're trying to get out. Okay, so based on your sentence or whatever. All right, you have to watch what you say, especially even because you had a lot of people want him to, throw himself at the mercy of the court to say something so he can get time reduced. When you, first of all, you know, when you make your impassionate plea to the judge, that doesn't mean that you're going to get, any type of forgiveness. That doesn't mean that. And also, you have to keep in mind that if you planning on filing an appeal, what you say at that moment can contradict your appeal because you don't know what angle. And if you going ahead and say, I'm sorry for what I did, then it pretty much takes away your appellate attorney power to put something in with regards to proving your innocence, as far as you're not doing it, or the evidence not being just a whole lot of things, right? So you have to kind of stay away from that in certain cases, in all cases, but especially you got to be mindful of that. And then also you got to, and then sometimes you do want to go ahead and maybe show that you are sorry and that you can be rehabilitated on your statement, because that can play when you maybe are offered parole or early outs or something like that. And then you're saying, okay, you did pretty good while you was there, then you did show that you could be rehabilitated and that you're not a danger to society anymore, depending on your charge or whatever. So you got to kind of play it by ear. Those mitigation reports have to be careful, as well as your statement and all of that, because it plays a pivotal role depending on the stage you're in. After, when it comes to the post conviction remedies, it plays when we at your sentencing. It's everything during that happens during sentencing, which is your sentencing submissions, which covers your mitigation report, your the back and forth, all of that can really affect what happens next. So it's oh my God, you got to be so careful. So that's when I had those people talking about, oh, he should have asked for mercy. You know, you don't know how that your attorney is going to try to fight for you to, to get out. So I heard y'all talking when I was leaving to go in the kitchen.
And see, Kyla, that's why I said I wouldn't be no good at being no judge, no lawyer, or none of that, because I I would
So you'll
strictly
give
look
mercy.
at the
You be
You
like,
better
moral.
oh,
save
okay, cool.
yourself,
I
save
would strictly
yourself.
look at the moral and ethical part, and I would, and this is what I can say. Most people who know me, I am normally a good judge of character to be able to tell if somebody is really remorseful about a thing. That
Mhm.
I'm
I, I
good at.
think by the time you get to that seat, you are kind of desensitized
Right.
to that shit.
Right, and that's why I said I knew
Yeah.
that wasn't for me, because I would be in there crying with the people,
No,
all of
no, not by the time you got to that seat,
yeah.
because you
See,
don't get to that seat overnight. You don't get to that seat overnight. So by the time you got to that seat, you would have saw so much shit already.
but I already knew that my spirit was not built for that color. Is what I'm saying. I knew, like after with my experiences that I did have with, I was like, this is I had one of my mentors, one of my professors that was pushing me to go to law school, and I was like, no, that is not for me. It doesn't matter whether you think I could do the job. I can't do the job.
Right.
My
What
Right.
would you
heart is
give
not
them if
set
you was
up
a
like
judge,
that.
Andrew?
Huh?
If you was a judge, what would you sentence him to?
If I was a judge, I probably would have gave him. I probably would have gave him what the RICO carried 20 or 30. The RICO carried 20.
The minimum 20.
I'd have gave him 20. I'd have gave him 20 because here's the thing, right? I would look at his age, evaluate all the things. I would look at his age and the fact that you know if we're gonna assume now that he's guilty or whatever, then that he could be rehabilitated, right? Because I'm going because I know a little bit about him. I know he got all them gospel songs, and I done seen him, cry and all this him whatever, before and after his, some of his ordeals and stuff like that.
What about with
Uh,
the sex tapes? What would you give him with the sex tapes?
but that sex tape, I mean, I would have ran it all concurrently. It'd all been 20.
Well, two separate charges.
Oh, you talking about? Oh, you want me to go to
Two
Illinois
separate
now? Okay.
jurisdictions. Two separate jurisdictions.
Well, you ain't telling me to go to Illinois. So Illinois with the sex tapes. What else he had going on there? The sex tape, the girl. Now, it. I'll also base it on his alleged predatory nature. What did he? How did he do? How did he? Was it a sophisticated plan? All of that plays a part in it.
And Kyla, let me just posit this just to bring some humanity back to it, because it's just who I am and I can't help it. But what happened to him as a child was a terrible thing. It was
Mm-hmm.
a terrible thing.
Right.
And that has an impact on a person's it can make a person more hypersexual. It can create all kinds of issues. And the fact that people keep saying, well, he had enough money to deal with that. It's more than having money to be able to deal with it. It is a psychological component to
I
knowing
get
that
that.
you need to
I
deal
get that.
with
But is
something
he
like that.
acknowledging that? Is he acknowledging that though?
Right, but that's why I'm saying is that I think like I would have had to remand, or I would have had to as a judge for some type of treatment. I don't know if that was, I didn't see anything in it, and I don't know if I know in certain cases I have seen them do stuff like that, but I don't
Yeah,
know if
he's
that's
probably
something
gonna get some type of treatment. But here's the thing, right? As a judge, a judge ain't nothing but a high class lawyer. We all know that he can't say all kinds of stuff, in his statement. We already know that. So that's already, already taken. Uh, you have. Let me tell you, a lot of people, the most people, when I used to go and see some of the trials of some of the students, right? Some of my students, and I've never had a high crime case. Have never been on a high crime, but I just take the easy road out. I don't like all that work. So listen, I have seen most statements given when people take pleas, right? And they're trying to get, mercy from the judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they take pleas, I've seen them, give those statements of allocution.
And that's exactly what happened with that one video I was talking about. He said that he was,
Oh, okay. I'm trying
was
to tell you.
molested
I
at
don't know
the
what
time.
you're talking about. Yeah.
And and
So I've
and
seen
she
those.
was like, and she didn't give a fuck. She was like, how old are you now?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
I'm saying is that, but Keller, that is wrong. That is wrong, and I don't care what nobody say.
I
Ethically,
gotta find that. Man.
yeah, ethically, that is wrong. I am sorry, because this is the thing. If it had been a woman saying something like that, a person would have had more compassion. But there is a different, and I'm not trying to minimize women who are abused. But when a man is violated, especially by a
Yeah.
man, they say it is really damaging.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is really
Yeah.
damaging to them.
Especially if it's done by same sex because they seem to
Right,
think, you know what I'm saying?
right.
You know. And the thing about it, so it's like it's so much you have to consider when you are sentencing somebody. So that's why it's a lot that goes into that process. It's just not okay. You got the prosecutor over there is ready to kill a motherfucker with the aggregating factors, and then you got the defense over there with them. Like take for instance, my ex fiance, right? I can understand why he don't want nobody to catch a break. All right, when you uh his motherfucking ass is going to swing for the motherfucking goddamn what he's trying to, he wanted R. Kelly to get so much time, and the house was kind of split. He and my daughter found out that he was guilty. My cousin never come in, you know back and forth, whatever. He thought that R. Kelly should be found not guilty, and then me, I really didn't give a fuck. But yeah, he wanted that man. I mean, he thought 30 years was like, and some of the like he had one of his cases, and this was real bad, but one of his cases he had no problem with what did he ask for 100 and I mean I'm sorry 270 years. Wait a minute. And the person got 247. I was like, God
Play,
damn.
hey,
God
play that
damn.
what I just sent you when you get the chance. I sent it to your
Oh,
email.
okay. Yeah. I was like, well, God damn. You don't want a bitch to get shit. Ever see the light of day.
Right. And see, Kelly, at the same time that I can say that I have a very compassionate heart, I also look at our penal system in a different way. And I don't feel like it is a system that is designed to rehabilitate people. Like where
Right.
the
Not.
same, right, the same way how have a compassionate heart. If I was in charge of the prison system, people wouldn't want to go back there. Okay. I
I
would
had
make I
I mean,
would
look at them people. You said they wouldn't want to go back.
no, I
Look
would
at it
make
now.
it a way
Who the hell want to go back now?
that recidivism is high because there are people who want to go back, Howard.
yeah.
There
Mm,
are people who thrive
shit.
better in jail than they do on the
When they
street.
do
Okay, so what would
right.
you do to where they don't want to go back? How would you change it?
Listen, you know with some of them quote unquote they call them third world countries. That's how I would have prison. You want to come do a crime, then it ain't no perks here.
So
Because
Shit.
to me,
well, oh, I got it.
that is the countries who have really strict rules as it applies to the law, they have less crime because people are scared to commit the crime.
So check this out though. S- He had a situation where he dodged the bullet and didn't sit his ass down
You got
in
that
the
too.
'08 trial.
But let me tell you something, that was in addition to it being his fault, all the people, it was society's fault too. It was everybody's fault that he escaped that time. And all players involved. The fact that he was allowed, because this is the thing. when you do something and you're doing something wrong and you get
I
away,
know
you
he
keep
is scared. I'm not blaming the fault. I'm just saying that that should be a learning lesson. Like, damn, I
well,
just dodged that bullet.
you
Let me
would
not
think
put
so to
myself in
a
that situation.
reasonably you would think so to a reasonably thinking person, but to someone who is suffering from a illness of some sort, that it makes them think that they could continue to get away with the stuff. It's a disease. And
He
the
had
disease,
more things in place to get away with the shit as opposed to preventing it.
right,
You know,
because the people around him also benefited from him getting away with it. The systems that he had in place. I just posted a story in relation to Donnie McClurkin and him talking about his abuse as a kid, right? And
now, do you believe what he said? Now, he said God. What did he say? He said that God healed him. Was it healed him from homosexuality?
well,
Do you believe that to be the case?
I can't, because I can't say what God did for a person because that's to them and their God. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't say whether or not it was or not. But the point that I wanted to make around his story is that Donnie McClurkin talked about the people that he had around him who fed into him. They weren't preying on him, they were praying for him. And it changed the trajectory of his life, is the point that I'm making. R. Kelly had this, he was violated as this young child. And then everybody who came behind was preying on him for their own gain. And it affected maybe his trajectory would have been different had he had a different experience. And so I'm not talking about, like I said, from a legal standpoint, from a moral standpoint. Where is our grace and mercy? Legally, if he got to do 30 years, he got to do 30 years. It is what it is. But where do you become concerned for the person's soul? You can't throw souls away. And if you do, you are just as bad as the person who committed the crime because you're sitting in a scornful seat.
Is that 30 years that he's getting in a way giving him time to put things in perspective for his soul?
It could be. It could be possible. But I'm talking about the people around that's happy about, oh,
So
we
that's what I'm
glad
saying.
he
Maybe
got
he
the
had to
30
get away
years.
from them. Maybe this is him getting away from the people around him.
No, what
It's it.
I'm not talking about us necessarily dealing with what he got. I say this all the time. We all of us, and no matter whether people want to believe this or not, if you believe in people who don't believe in God, you can't even make this argument. But for people who do believe in God, we all are his children. All of us belong to him. He will go into the pit of hell to get us. So if he got to put us in the pit of hell in order to bring us out of hell, he will do that. I'm not saying that is not the case in this case. And if some of the people around the situation may be actually inflicting more harm by some of the stuff that they are doing to try to intervene, thinking that they are God to intervene, right?
See,
So
the difference between me is I'm a firm believer that everything, not some things, everything, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, happens for a reason.
I
And
agree. It's for
and
the
I,
good.
and
That's how I look at it.
say that again.
It's for our good,
Yeah, I don't even think nothing is. I don't think nothing is bad.
right?
Everything, the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, I think is good because it's
But
going to end up.
Keller, what I
So
think
with
is the
this happening
bad.
to him, I think is good for him.
But Keller, let me, because when you do it with a mocking tone, and that's what makes you just as guilty. Is
A
what I'm
who
saying.
talk? A who talk?
So what I'm saying is that I can openly say it still hurts my heart that he had to go to this to even have to get the message. You see what I'm saying? But a person who does it with a laughing, mocking tone, and I'm glad that he got, and I'm glad why
Well,
that's not right.
well,
That's not
listen. The only way, this is the only way that is possible for him to probably sit down and listen. Like
right. I
sometimes
agree
God,
with the premise.
hold on, Carla. Sometimes God put you in situations where he'll be like, God, can you hear me now? I've been trying to talk to you and you ain't been listening to me. Now I'm finna put you in a position where you don't have no choice but to listen to me. And I think
I agree with the premise,
this is
Keller.
what this is. Like, he's being humbled right now.
Keller, I agree with the premise. I don't agree with the tone in which a lot of people are doing it in, is what I'm saying. It is not, have no concern for this man's soul at the end of the day.
I mean, I can't determine whether he go to hell or
Well, I'm
heaven.
not saying that you should be determined about it, but you should have some concern for it, that you don't
That's between
present,
him and.
that you don't present it, that you don't present the information in a way that sounds in a mockery way. There is a scripture, and my father
So
says
check
this
this
every
out.
time.
So check this out. And I've said this plenty of times. I said that if he repent, if he repent, apologize, and get right with God, I would say let him free right now. I said that plenty of times.
I'm not saying Keller. I'm not saying just you in general. I'm talking about everybody in general who has this laughing and mocking tone when they talk about the demise of this man. None of us should be delighting in the fact that this happened at all. It shouldn't be funny, is what I'm saying. It's a person, at the end of the day, it's their soul. And if people who don't believe in that, that's fine for them to do it. You expect people who don't believe in a thing to do something like that. But when you have people who say they believe in a certain set of principles and morals, and then you see them doing it, then that is problematic for me, is what I'm saying.
I don't look at it as being funny. I look at it as justice.
Well, I'm glad that you are clearing that up. I'm glad that you are clearing up that you don't look
I
at it
think
as being a
I
funny thing.
think everybody should be held accountable for their
I
actions.
agree with that. I agree with that. I don't disagree. I just know that I'm not the person to be the one to administer their judgment. But I do not agree with the way in which people come after in this mocking tone, laughing about what this man is going through, because it makes you just as worse.
Well,
And that's in any situation
I,
with
I think
anybody.
I think when that mocking tone come out, and this is my opinion, this can be false, but it's just my opinion. I think when that mocking tone come out, it come out because of his demeanor. You know,
But his
his demeanor is still like, God damn it, I got a
his
chance out of this shit, and they laugh like, motherfucker, no, you don't.
but Tyler, his action should have nothing to do with your action.
Not
He's going to be accountable for his actions. You're going to be accountable for
for
yours.
example. Let me give you the
Right.
perfect example. Let me give you an example this way. You got a boxing match, and they do the stare off, and the stare off, they talking all type of shit. I'm gonna do this and do that, and they turn around and they get knocked the fuck out. Now they laughing at him because you was talking all this shit, and now your ass on the ground.
Keller, I'm not disputing none of what you saying. What
Say
I'm
that again.
saying, what I'm not disputing any of what you're saying. What I'm
No, I'm not
saying
saying
is that
I'm
at
not
the
saying
end of
that to
the day,
dispute it. I'm
we
not
are
saying to
not.
dispute it.
At
I'm
the
just saying
end
how
of the
people
day,
view it.
at the end of the day, we are not held accountable for anybody's actions but our own. And I think that if people really took that serious, they would be more mindful of the things that they do. You are going to be held accountable for what you did when at the final analysis. He is going to be accountable for what he did. It is our responsibility to one another that when we see errors that we um and like I said, I'm only talking to saying this to people who are like-minded, who have the same beliefs. It is our responsibility to still pray for people in those situations. That should be the heart of the quote unquote believer. That's the point I'm making. It should not be to be mocking and to do all of this stuff too. That's not the case. But like I said, people can do what they want to do, but know that the accountability still falls on you. You are no better when you are sitting there mocking someone, and I'm not talking about you in particular because you've clarified your position. But you are no better when you are mocking someone who has gone through something like this. And it is a, like I said, with them girls, I don't take light what happened to the victims that are victims. That was a horrible thing that was done to them. I don't begrudge anybody for helping them, for assisting them, for aiding them, and whatever it is. That was the whole point. But the doctrine of Jesus himself was he left the 99 to go after the one. And right now there is one that is in trouble because he don't even see.
Well,
And rather than mocking it, it's another way.
I think the mocking. I think the most mocking is the victims. Those are the ones who get mocked.
Well, that's why I said I do not.
Every day, all day.
That's why I said I do not agree with that. I feel bad for what happened to them. What happened to them shouldn't have never happened to them. It is what a lot of people don't understand is it is possible to think two things at the same time. And it is possible to look and say that what happened to these victims is terrible. But also to say there is something wrong with this person in the soul of this person that led them to think that these things was okay. And
That's not what I'm hearing though. That's not what I'm hearing.
Mm-mm.
I'm hearing that it's the stock's fault. It's the stock's fault.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I said, Keller, earlier, that some of the people who saying that they are supporting, they could be making the matter worse by them thinking that they are intervening to help. They could be making his soul situation worse than what, because intervening thinking that you're God. You're not God. Speaking as if you're God and that you're going to be able to get him out of this. Have you really taken time to talk to God to see, like, if that's what his real plan is? Like they speaking like that, and it's if God only care about one set of people, or one, and it's done on both sides.
It's deep. You're right. You're right about that. You are so right about that. And that's why when I hear anybody that say that, I should take a side, this, that, and third. Okay, that's your ignorant ass. That's what your ignorant ass does, because your ignorant ass couldn't figure out an algebra problem. Let me say it right, algebraic problem. You know what I'm saying? So you can't tell nobody what to do. Okay? I'm a human. And I feel bad for all parties involved. All of them. Because, unless you just a horrible ass, no good ass person. Unless you're just a horrible ass, no good ass person. Like, there is no way you should feel whatever. And then your understanding is fucked up, because we know sex is a strong drug too. Now, you should have common sense to know if you fucking with whatever. I'm not excusing that. But we know that sex apparently is a strong goddamn drug. And if you own some motherfucking drugs on top of that, doing a little bit here and there, God knows what your mindset, your understanding, your reasonableness, your logic, and all that. No, hey, listen, the mind is a whole nother animal. It's a lot. So when I hear people that lack understanding on either side, but I have to say this, especially when it comes to the victims, alleged victims, then I really sometimes have to look at you, like I ain't looking at you crazy, but I'm trying to understand what the hell is you talking about. Because I don't think it's fair to say that, well, it's the girl's fault and it's the people that put the girls in that situation's fault, and
That's the problem I have.
Huh?
That's the problem I have. Like, they blame everybody except for him.
Yeah, now that's when I start sounding.
They can see wrongdoing in everybody else except for him.
Right.
Yeah,
And yes, I agree to that.
I can't do
I
that.
agree. And that's a societal problem, because society always does that. They always blame the woman for whatever that's been since time immemorial. That is a society problem that we have to we have to stop. We have to stop in saying if men were promiscuous, and this can go back to even when, like I said, even go back to church institutions. If men were promiscuous and doing things, they could still be singing in the choir, still be a deacon, all of this other stuff. Let the girl start doing something, and then all of a sudden she's showing pregnant. She is sat down. She can't sing on the choir. She can't do this.
Yeah.
She can't do that.
Yeah. Treated
I
it
was talking.
totally
I,
different.
I was talking to Sky, and I asked her, "Was R. Kelly's sister a predator?" She said yes. I said, "Well, was R. Kelly a predator for doing the same thing?" She said no. I'm like, "What the fuck?
Yeah, I had that
What the fuck?
conversation with her before, and like I said, and it's a thing because it's embedded
How
in
can
us
you
as
do
a
the same
society.
exact thing? How can you do one person do the same exact thing, but one person is a predator and the other one not?"
Well, because it's embedded into us as a society, like us, like we just was talking about, that is a societal norm, that the woman is always the one at fault whenever anything is done. Why was you being so fast? Girls got labeled as being fast. Boys didn't get labeled like that.
Yeah. Boys got congratulated sometimes.
Right. Right.
Boys got sometimes it was their fathers or whatever that got them in, the little first little piece of tail or something, all kind of crazy shit.
Right.
I'm like,
And so,
hell.
and so, Keller, I think what they really are trying to say. I know the way that they say it does sound very derogatory, but what I tried to pay attention and like listen to what they were saying, and I think that what they are trying to say is that these are societal norms. Like it was societal norms for men to do things like this, and so now to go back and make him accountable for what society made okay all of this time is not right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
essentially
they'll
what they're
bring up
trying to
Elvis
say.
and everybody else.
Right.
But
They
yeah,
don't
okay,
think
so
society.
that's fine. That's fine. That's
Elvis
fine.
was wrong
That-
too.
Right.
Okay, but check it out though. But check it out. If that's the case, when his sister did it to him, it wasn't right. It wasn't normal. They would never deny the fact that he was a victim.
Well, the one element that they harp on when it comes to that, Keller, is that when his sister did it to him, he had no control over it because he was in the house and he lived with
But
her.
he still was a victim
These
though.
people,
He
wait a
still
minute,
was
no,
a
but
victim.
what they are saying is that these women came to him, is what they're saying. So,
Well,
or these children
his
were
brother
sent
tell
to
it.
him. Yeah,
He liked it.
these children, and but this is the thing. Of course, he would like it because the body is going to, even when the body is being violated, you don't have any
But I'm
response
not
over
gonna
it.
sit up here and say, but he liked it and he was looking forward towards it. So what's the problem? I never say nothing like that,
Well,
but
yeah,
they
I
will.
agree. I agree. Yeah, I
But they
wouldn't.
will.
Yeah. But I think that, and I'm not saying that they're right in the thinking. What I'm saying is that to them the distinction is that he was in a household where he didn't have any choice to have any interaction with the sister who was put in charge and over top of him. And then in this situation, these girls' parents either sent them there or however they got there.
Why can't
And
you say
so,
that they sent them there to have sex? That's
well, and I'm
the
not.
problem.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
saying I agree. Yeah,
I
I'm
know
not
you're
saying.
not. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But in their mind, that's what they like. They sent them there, and this is the thing. It has been a tradition for families to do that. It has been a tradition for families to do stuff like that too, to send their daughters off to places. It was like girls were property. And that's the issue. And that's the problem. That is why society had to evolve because women and girls were the property of their father until they got old enough for that property to be transferred to another man.
But see, and another reason why I just want them to have these conversations and just leave the legal anything out of it and just have these
Yep.
conversations like this because one, it don't piss me off. That's one. It
Yep.
don't piss me off. And two, I can listen to it and in a
Not get triggered.
not
And not
get
get
triggered
triggered.
hey,
But
and
look,
fella, and not be trying to. They put this paper
right,
on it.
but looking at it from a moral and not a legal lens, right?
Yes, but out of a more, and out of a more of a where I'm just, thinking, just a normal person out here and listen or whatever. But time you and it's almost like starting an engine. Just like if somebody if when my daughter and I got in a real bad accident, right? And when we flew up in the air like Deuce of Haxels, right? Instantly I thought, okay, well, there's no need for me to try to steer a steering wheel in the air because it don't make sense. The first thing I thought about was putting my arms around her to keep her in the car. Y'all know I was getting, but y'all know I start break down and cry. I'm not a crybaby, but some shit that I go to goddamn crying. Let me stop. So, and I held her, and then when the car finally landed, pushed in on her side, and then when the smoke came from front of the car, and I was in. Y'all know who car I was in. Y'all give me one guess who car I was in. Y'all guessed it. Yvette's ragged ass car. She wanted to drive my car because she was going long distance somewhere, and we tried.
Fuck that car up.
And Yvette was worried about her car. Why? She ain't that what you said
Yeah,
before?
yeah, girl, I
You
had to
fuck that car up.
don't make me click on this bitch.
Flip that car in the goddamn air.
Yeah, and
How you
so
get in the air? How you get in the air? Oh, this is a
dude,
backstory. This now you can't just how you get in the air?
I'm gonna tell you, we was going down the little ramp to go downtown. And her car is so fucked up. And I said, Yvette, we know you don't take care of cars. Is this car? Yeah, girl. It's, I done had it such and such. I said, okay. Because she one of them, what you call them people? Them Zeta people. She was going to Gainesville to do their activities or whatever it is they was doing. She wanted to hold my car. So I'm going down the little thing to go downtown. And for some reason, I could not stop. And I drive fast anyway. I was like, oh my God. And we were just going. And I don't know how I flew up in the air. I still don't know. I was in the trees and every motherfucking thing. And
How
when we
fast were you going?
probably normally about 65. If I'm slowing down, I was going about 65. 65,
Why you didn't put that? And they didn't have no emergency brake or nothing?
Well, if I would have hit that emergency brake, boy, God knows what would have happened.
You pull it back so either you pull it back, so you got either the one you pull on or you step on. You just do it slowly. You don't jam down on it, but if you realize you can't stop.
First of all, I'm not a dude, and I don't live in Chicago where y'all got to jump the car, all that bullshit y'all be doing.
No.
That is the problem. That is part of the problem. Right now, I'm gonna make an observation. When your adrenaline is going, sometimes even if she knew to do that, your thought process is not to do that.
I would throw that bitch in reverse.
I got no shit like that.
I would throw that bitch in park or reverse.
Dude, we are rolling on the expressway.
But okay, so how long were you driving when you realized there's no brakes? How long were you still driving?
Listen, I drive fast. I'm putting on brakes. Time it started going on the decline. I'm putting on brakes then.
You putting on brakes. And then okay, so when you realize the brakes don't work, how much more time went by before you went in the air?
It was seconds.
Okay, so it was instant.
Yeah, it was instant. We was going
okay.
Up in the air. Call my child, see if she remember this.
They throw that motherfucker in neutral. Throw that motherfucker in neutral.
I don't remember all of that.
Oh yeah, slow down the engine, slow it down. Or
hey, Ola, what you talking about, Ola? Hey, I'm telling one of our stories. Do you remember when we flew up in that air in that car when you was a little girl?
You talking about we was been around that curve?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, bye.
You crazy.
Yes.
He said we spent around that thing.
And we listen, it went up in that air. Okay, and this was so crazy. It came out later that that particular model of car was having issues like that with the sticking of, you couldn't stop the car.
Shit, that sounds like a lawsuit to me.
Yeah, I went up in that motherfucking, we went up in that air, and when we can't clip the trees and all that
Any
shit,
any
it
injuries?
she had a piece of glass stuck on the side of her head, and I came home with one shoe. Um,
What happened to your shoe? What happened to your
I
shoe?
dude, I don't know. So check this out right here. So,
I cannot. You,
so, look at, we all flying up in the air like the Dukes of Hazzard, the trees and shit. So when the car finally stopped, it stopped on her side, rolled over. What kept us from flipping over on the top was a fence. Okay, we had them flew that far in the air, and it a fence that caught us. It was one of my schoolmates that I went to school with, like when I was in elementary or whatever, was behind us or whatever, and he's the one that came on top of the car. Now y'all know how niggas do. Okay, I'm black before, fuck all that education. I'm black. I saw that smoke. First thing I started hollering, the car finna blow up. I put I put my daughter out the window first, okay? Because I'm like, I can blow up. Y'all can get my big ass out the best way y'all can, but she going out this car first.
How old was she at the time?
Oh, she had to be about 5 or 6.
And she
Yeah,
remember that?
yeah,
Wow, she
that
remember
was
that.
traumatic. And she can't remember, and she got a bad, Capricorn's got bad memories. She can't remember certain things or whatever, but she remember that motherfucker because that was a whole ordeal. And so the smoke came. I like, oh, the car finna blow up. Get my daughter, because Tommy Cohen. I shouldn't have said his name. The motherfucker, Tommy Cohen Jacksonville. No, the motherfucker, he jumped on the car. And I knew, I said, Tommy. He was like, oh, that's you. And I put my daughter out the car because I saw that smoke. And then they lift my ass up out the motherfucker.
If
And
I was your daughter, I would be mad as hell. Here I am with motherfucking glass in my head with both my shoes, and you don't got no glass or nothing. I'd be
yeah,
mad as hell.
but I got one shoe. One shoe, that motherfucker. And when I came home and I ain't come up with no shoe, they was like, what happened?
That's the first thing I would have asked. Who the fuck your shoe?
I was so mad at that motherfucking bed, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, bitch, this right ass motherfucking car, you riding off. And I called that bitch.
Fuck,
she mad
fuck
that
the
you didn't lock
car.
her car up.
Fuck the car. Where your shoe at?
Yeah, and then this bitch all weekend, I'm calling this motherfucker. Hey, yeah, bitch, pick up the phone. She you ain't gonna call me back till she got back to town because she thought probably I wanted my goddamn car back. Right, this motherfucker, yeah, I'm like, this is what
Let me
happened.
get my car back. I just blew
She
yours up.
talking about, she talking about, oh my God, is my car okay? The first question. I'm like, what?
You like
Bitch,
your
is your
car
car
okay?
okay?
Motherfucker, what my
Yeah,
shoe?
I don't
Okay.
How
know
about
if
your
that's
car? I
what
only
you
got
should
one
have said
shoe.
about that
Fuck your
thing.
car.
People wanted me to stop fucking with her.
And I would have sent her a picture,
They
and
was
she
so
would have said,
goddamn. They want her out the motherfucking friend circles. They want her motherfucking ass out. And I put that bitch in every friend circle I have. They
and
want
she
her
would have said, if she would have told me, is my car okay? I would have sent her a picture of my feet. Like, motherfucker got one shoe. Fuck your car.
Say my daughter got glass in her head.
And it was so funny because my daughter, she ain't never been no big girl, She's always been skinny. And when I tell you, when that car went up in the air, she of course got these white people actions and principles. She took both of her hands and just slapped them across her eyes like a white person instead of hollering and screaming like a nigga, like her mama was doing. Oh,
And
Lord Jesus. She got her hands over her eyes, and all I could do is put my hand, fuck keeping making sure I'm staying in the seatbelt. I'm making sure her little ass stay in this fucking seatbelt. And I put both of my arms over her to make sure she stays, stuck to that motherfucking seat. Shit, me and that girl, we done been in it. When I tell you we done been in it, we done been in it. I don't want nobody fucking with me or us. We done been through it, baby.
I remember I was in a situation where it was a blizzard or some shit. Had no business outside driving. Was coming home from the club. I'm in the passenger side. My friend driving, and I'm kind of asleep. And I hear him go, "Oh shit!" I wake up, the car spinning like a motherfucker. I mean, it's spinning across all the lanes, and I wake up and I just see the car spinning, and I'm like, "Okay, we about to get fucked up." I'm just waiting to get fucking smacked by a truck or a car or something, because we spinning across all these motherfucking lanes, and we spent. I don't know how we didn't hit that goddamn guardrail. Almost hit the guardrail, start spinning the other way, and then went to a ditch. And not one car hit us. I don't know how the fuck this happened, because this expressway that we was on was very busy. And I think maybe because of the snow, and cars may have been more spaced out. But shit, not one car hit us. And I just knew it was gonna be over with.
What? It's somebody else on this motherfucker got a story like, it's a female got a story like that. I ain't gonna tell it, but she got old scary ass story like that. I'm like, my gosh, I love sitting around listening to stories and stuff like this, because it'd be like,
Yeah, I remember another time. I think what was I?
What God showed up on it.
What the fuck was I? I think I was in St. Thomas. I think it was in St. Thomas on the jet skis. I had it was choppy that day. I had no business on the jet skis. So it was a big ass wave. And when the wave comes, you gotta kind of hit the throttle to get over it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't hit it. So I flipped over. I flipped over. I'm in the middle of the fucking ocean. Way in the middle of this bitch. I flipped over and I'm looking at this motherfucking big ass. I ain't never seen no motherfucking fish like this. Big ass fish, ugly ass fish. I'm like, it's over with. I'm about to, in my mind, I'm counting. I'm like, okay, my insurance paid for. I'm about to take this life jacket off. It's over with. I'm about to transit. and I guess I was told later on that type of fish. Now this fish bigger than me, big ass fish.
Wow.
And I was told that particular fish only eat veggie. So I was cool.
What?
Yeah, because
most of those places,
vegetarian at the bottom of the lake. Oh my God!
Because most of those places have a coral reef that is supposed to not allow a certain amount, like certain things in. So yeah, that's what it. But I had a jet ski turnover before too, because I'm a huge jet ski driver. But I'm gonna tell you about a crazy jet ski accident that happened with one of the physicians that I used to work with. He died.
What?
Yeah, listen, he died because two jet skis collided together. Now, how freak accident is that?
Damn.
Yup.
Yeah, I don't fuck around. Like I keep my distance.
Well, this is the thing.
Yeah.
You would look up how many people have collided two jet skis together. You're not going to find that. It's almost impossible.
Right, because them jet skis go like 60 miles an hour.
And there's so much water. You like for you to collide together, but he was.
There's too much open water. Like, why aren't you that close?
And the person, I don't know what happened, but the other person who he collided with, they survived. He died.
Wow.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because you don't got no seatbelt on or nothing. So you
listen.
Right.
I used to I used to own jet skis. So I used to always go out in the water on them. But one time when I was in the Bahamas, we had mine didn't flip over, but it was a couple we was with. Her dad flipped over, and we had to hurry up and get somebody out there in order to come and like get it back, because if not, it sinks so quickly. Like, so you gotta hurry up and get them to get over there and get them. But yeah, with this particular physician that I used to work with, he Yep, he died.
Wow.
Yep. It was so like when everybody was so shocked, and then to hear like why, because I've never heard of two jet skis colliding together.
Wow, that's good. But you know what? Like, my ex, he's a big outdoors type person. So anything outdoors and mansy and shit like that, he's doing. You know, you see a motherfucking idiot 5 o'clock in the morning running up and down the motherfucking highway before they go to work. I don't understand that. Talking about some exercise, that's probably that motherfucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? Damn idiot. And one thing about them people that believe in that running before in the morning and shit, they would run in the rain, put on their little rain shit and go on out. Them like, you got me fucked up. I ain't doing none of that. How about
None of
that?
that.
I'm saying I know I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run right there to that kitchen and give me a
I
motherfucker
run.
something to
I
eat.
run if it's like a light drizzle. I run like in a light drizzle, but
Why
not
y'all
no
do
fucking
that? Now let
downpour.
it go.
Not
Yeah.
no downpour.
They still now he don't run downpours, but I'm just saying even when a light drizzle to me is rain. I mean to me,
You sweating anyway. What difference does it make?
I say drizzling and running. I mean you can skip one day. That's stupid. I know what the fuck is wrong with y'all.
I like that shit. I like that shit.
That's stupid shit.
It's like I'm out here in the elements.
Now I used to like the garden. I used to like the garden in the rain.
For real?
That's the best time to do it.
Yeah,
shit.
it is. It is the best
Because the water won't evaporate. It don't evaporate as quicker.
Yep, and it makes the soil more pliable, so you can, move it easier. I used to always love to do that.
Honey, when I tell you, I be looking for opportunities. So, we had those them damn jet skis. Still got them kind of them go-kart things. He had the motorcycles. So when he let me help him with his little, drinking problem, I found opportunity. I was like, it's real dangerous because when you got them in the mode of thinking about themselves, their health, and all of that. See, I was always scared of them damn jet skis, and I was always scared of them motorcycles and
That's
shit.
fun as hell.
I can't stand on there going.
I'm scared of motorcycles, but the jet skis, I fuck with them.
I was a motorcycle rider too, and so was my ex, and we seen some stuff.
Yeah, I'm scared that I know if I get a motorcycle, I'm gonna be in triple digits as much as possible. So I'm not even finna set myself up for that shit.
Yeah, it's like come on. When I put that pitch to his ass, baby. When I tell you, I went to negotiation, goddamn 4-4. Listen. Okay. You don't really. You're getting older. Okay. You gotta. This is dangerous. You don't wanna stop drinking cold turkey. So, but if you're getting on these motorcycles, if you never know, when you out or whatever, a lot of y'all like to ride up to the bar. What you doing at the bar? You ain't just riding up on the motorcycle to the bar just to sit there. You ain't gonna sit there and eat chicken wings all night. You gonna get you a drink or whatever. I'm like, so this is the opportune time. Child, I talked off them motherfucking them jet skis and the motherfucking motorcycles. Damn sure did. I really like them motorcycles. I would be worried. And I don't like. This is the thing about it. I ain't dealing with no motherfuckers that cause me to worry. I don't want to worry about your motherfucking ass, and I don't like a whole bunch of problems that you bring on. I don't like that shit. That makes you problematic to me. And now I gotta get rid of it.
One night I wasn't riding and he was riding, and he called me. He's never been no scared person, never. Like he always the daredevil. But one night it was the accident was bad. I don't even want to say how bad it was. That's how bad it was. That they saw right before their eyes. And he called me. He was like, I need you to come down here where I'm at and follow behind me in the car to go home. Like with that motorcycle. And then also, my ex had somebody drown off his boat.
He had somebody drown?
Off his boat, yeah.
Oh,
and
no.
And the crazy
Did they have a life jacket?
The crazy thing is, I'm about to tell you what the crazy thing. The crazy thing
That's it.
is that I told him do not take that boat out that weekend because I knew it was gonna be a bad storm. He had somebody
Yeah.
come get the boat and act like they was gonna take it out to come get it out the port and act like they was going to, because he didn't want me to know that he was taking the boat out. I'm not going to get on that boat because he knew I told him don't get on there because it's going to be a bad storm. Well, you know, when they get on there, they be drinking, all of that other stuff. Yep. The person jumped in the water. The person can't. My ex almost drowned too, trying to save the person.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then after it happened, he didn't even want to tell me because he knew I told him don't take that boat out.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
That just reminded me.
Go ahead.
That just reminded me of the fucking. To this day, the worst funeral I've ever been to in my life. I was in shit. That's just when I was young. I think I was in Texas, and I was down there with my church. They had this every year had this drill team competition, and I think it was in Texas that year. So it was a fountain that this girl fell in. Her brother jumped in to get her. He couldn't come up. The father jumped in. He couldn't come up. Come to find out, it was a pump that was keeping them down. A pump under their sucking the water in, that was keeping them down, and they couldn't come back up. Fast forward to the funeral. This is my first time in my life where I go to a funeral where there's 3 motherfucking caskets in that bitch.
Oh, wow.
Mother lost her whole fucking family on the weekend.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It's terrible.
That's some terrible ass shit. And that kind of, and then, lastly, then he not too long got rid of that goddamn boat. I'm so goddamn happy for all of that shit or whatever, because I don't like unnecessary worry. I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. I'm not hanging with y'all motherfuckers no more. I don't know what the hell is, going. And sometimes they be talking about I'm the fun police. I'm not the fun police. I'm just the one that be, looking out for everything and watching and all of that.
What a motherfucker. Yeah, what a motherfucker. In Cabo, they got what they call an undercurrent, real strong. And the strongest swimmers can't survive this shit. Like that shit will suck you in.
That's why unless I'm on a boat or a jet ski or something like that, I don't mess with no ocean water. When I was younger, I used to swim in ocean water or beach water, stuff like that. I don't do that no more. I don't.
I love that shit.
I don't that water no more.
Oh, I love that shit. I love that
shit. Ain't never me to get on a goddamn boat ride.
I'm just not gonna do it in certain conditions, but I love that shit.
Yeah, I can't do it no more, Kala. I used to be when I was younger, all the time I would do it. But I mean, unless like when I go to Puerto Rico and I'm going to the waterfall or something like that, or you away, like if I'm going to climbing waterfall or something of that nature. But outside of that, I don't go swimming in no beach, ocean.
If Walt Disney and some of them motherfuckers down there by them can't do it for me, because Florida is full of all them little water parks. So if you can't get it done for me, I ain't fucking around.
See, and that's the crazy part. I don't fuck with the water parks. I don't fuck with them goddamn water parks. Them big ass slides and shit.
Now why, Kala?
Man, listen. I remember one time I was on. I think it was Florida. Matter of fact, I was on one of them big ass slides that drop straight down. I was not on that motherfucking slide. I did a motherfucking free fall all the way down, and I said, "Fuck this shit, never again."
Now I don't think I've been on a water slide in a long time. I don't.
That, don't you know that big ass slide? Them slides that just
Yeah,
drop
yeah.
down. That
Used to.
motherfucker.
I
Yeah,
used to
I
get
don't.
on it, but I
I
don't
was
think I'm
on
in
top of
I'm
that
in it
bitch.
all the time.
I was on top of the water. I wasn't on that slide.
And all of that. I don't ride no ride. I'm trying to tell you, it's about 2 or 3 rides I ride that motherfucking Disney. They so, honey, it's just equivalent to going around in circles on the goddamn merry-go-round. I
Miss
don't fuck
Angie, them
around.
rides at Disney ain't even scary. And none of them Disney
I
theme
ain't
parks.
trying to find out.
Yeah.
That
Hey,
one ride
listen,
I jumped off of, that was
listen,
enough. That was
listen.
enough.
I remember my first time going to. I think it was it MG? Which one had the Tower?
Um.
I don't know.
Is it MGM?
I
Oh,
can't
I don't know. I
remember.
would never stand in line for that. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was
I'll
a
be
big
looking.
dumbass line. That was a dumbass line. But I remember I got on that motherfucking tower. I think at that time I was like 7 or 8, and man, that was the scariest shit ever.
Boy, See, no. I'm gonna tell you, I go to Disney World. I'm gonna tell you, I get in that little ride, that little Pirates ride. I can tell you when I get in.
I don't know what happened, Andrew. You went out.
I can't hear either.
I don't
I
know if
can.
you hit mute or what.
Yes. I don't look. It's not showing that she's on mute.
Can't hear
Yeah,
you, Andrew.
no, that's the Dumbo.
Going
It's
in and out. Going
yeah.
in and out, Andrew. She just is talking.
Yeah, yeah. Well, why she do? Yeah, I prefer Universal and Island of Adventure over Disney, cause them Disney theme parks, the rides are too kiddie. Unless I'm taking my little, my small grandchildren, then Disney is
Well,
fine. But if I'm going with the bigger kids, mm-mm.
well, they got some rides that
I don't. They
there's
all seem
thriller rides. They got
they
some
all
thriller rides.
seem they all seem juvenile to me. At them park, at the Disney park.
Shit, the Tower. You must have been on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, I don't date. Like I said, it just seemed like they watered down. You know what I'm saying? I
That
don't.
Tower ain't even no fucking kiddie ride. They got ghosts and shit. They got ghosts and shit chasing your ass in the elevator.
I think because I think that's Hollywood Studios, isn't it?
That's MGM. I think that's
Is it
MGM.
MGM? I
Yeah.
know me and my daughter went to that. I can't remember. I think we did get in there because we stood. That was a long line.
Yeah, it's a dumbass line. That's the best ride
I
there.
think we put like a time in to go on that ride because we had like the whatever them passes is. You know how like when you schedule it or whatever.
That shit ain't no motherfucking kiddie ride because the whole thing behind the Tower is there's some people who died on the motherfucking elevator.
Yeah, but Kelly, it was phony to me.
And they got the ghosts. They got the goddamn ghosts of
It
the
was
people.
phony. It
The
was
bellboy, all the motherfuckers is ghosts in that motherfucker. I was 7 years old. It wasn't even the goddamn ride.
well, maybe it was because
It,
you,
it
yeah,
was the technology around the shit. Cause that shit just seemed too goddamn real.
and that's what I enjoy about those parks over there because you don't even sometimes like when we got up to the Harry Potter ride, by the
Oh,
time we took the
that
whole
shit,
journey
that
or whatever to get
motherfucker,
up there,
boy,
yeah,
that motherfucker dope as fuck.
yes,
Cause you on that
yes.
motherfucker, bro. You could
Mhm.
not tell me I'm not flying through this shit.
Yes, and it was so
Am I
much
out there?
interactivity going on leading up to it. You didn't even realize you was in the line.
Can y'all hear
Right.
me?
Well, because they got them. They do that shit on purpose. So they
Can
got the
y'all hear
Yeah,
pictures
me?
we
and
can hear
shit.
you now. We can hear you now,
Oh,
Miss
okay,
Angie.
okay. I don't see
Yeah,
my chat. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they do that shit on purpose, and they got the pictures and shit talking to you.
yeah. It was so
Uh,
good. I mean, it was just it was good. And my favorite part was getting the butterbeer after I got off.
I never had a butterbeer. I heard about
They
that shit.
sell it in the Harry Potter world.
I know, but I never had it though.
Yeah.
What a beer.
Is it good?
Yes, I love it. I'll get the frozen one.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So
they
I'm not
got.
really a beer drinker. I only
It's
drink
not beer.
Modelo.
It's not beer. It's a
What is
regular
it?
drink. Yeah, it's like soda, like a
What
frozen,
did it taste like?
icy,
What, like root beer?
like buttery vanilla, like Just good. It's just good. It
Like
make you feel
cream
some type.
soda.
I was telling Miss Angie and them the other day.
Yeah, you broke up. Now you went out.
Callum.
Yeah, I hear you. But that
Okay.
Carla went up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we
Yeah.
can.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, but I was telling them about how Disney put has those
Right.
smellizers or whatever that they throw the smells into the air in order to like heighten your experience and make you buy more stuff and all of that stuff. Miss Angie was like,
Yeah,
they
she
do
was like, what? They doing that for people? Hell no. I'm saying, because I will go in Disney World and start shopping like I'm somewhere in Nordstrom somewhere. Like, oh, let me buy this stuff.
Yeah,
Man,
it's a
I remember Universal Studio. They stopped doing this shit now. I think it was Universal and what was the other one?
Island of Adventure.
No, what's the other one? In Tampa, Busch Garden. Busch
Oh
Garden.
yeah. Busch Gardens.
They
Yeah.
used to do a dining package, and they stopped this shit. They said the lines was too fucking long. Where shit, you could the your dining was included in your ticket. So they had several restaurants where you can get like an entree. Man, we ate so much food in that motherfucker.
You know the parts because we have Six Flags over here. They do that. So like when you can buy a monthly pass, you like pay for the like a lot of the kids do it during the summer so that they can go there as much as they want and they
Right.
can get like a meal plan like with it in order for them to get the food there. But I don't really like the food at the Disney theme park. I think
It's
Universal is really
overrated. It's overrated. They
yeah.
got a couple sit down restaurants that's good, but it's too
Yeah.
expensive. It's expensive than a motherfucker.
Yeah,
But
and
the
this
other
now
shit is overrated.
yeah, now at Universal Studios and Island of Adventure, that food good. That's what I go. I be going for the food to be honest with you. That's what
Yeah,
I go with.
okay. Yeah. No,
I like the
okay.
Universal Studios. I'm mad as hell because they took out Back to the Future. That was my shit.
Yes. Why did they do that though? I didn't even
They
see.
replaced it. They replaced it with I forgot with some shit. What they should have took out was the motherfucking Jaws shit. They could have took that shit out.
Yes. They could have taken out. And I don't mean no harm either, but they could have took their Jurassic Park stuff out because to me, it that was no good. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, that Back to the Future. Oh man, that's another ride that like you can't tell me I ain't flying through this motherfucker in the sky.
Back to the
I
Future.
just knew. I'm flying till I looked over. I see 4 other motherfucking cars connected. I'm like, that's just a pitch. We all watching the same shit.
Yeah, I can. It's.
Mm.
I'm supposed to take my daughter and my grandson before the summer out. I don't even know how. We already in August.
Already. This
It's
year
almost time for these kids to go to
ain't
school.
bad.
Damn.
You know what I'm thinking? Not to change the subject, because I do not know the words to any song. I don't know the words to the R. Kelly song. I'm trying to think what is the name of the song because I'm gonna play it later. Now of
You
course
just get,
I don't know
get
because I
struck.
don't know
You just
live.
get struck.
No, I ain't playing no more. I ain't playing no more music. Remember, I used to refuse to play music. I'm going right back to that kind of mindset. Fuck that. Hell no.
Turn that shit out.
Turn it out. Turn it out. Turn it out. But what is that song R. Kelly sang? It said I don't know the words. Big old titties in the air. Keep it on.
Wait a minute, what is it?
Up in the front, you in the back.
In the air.
Ain't that down low? Ain't that down low?
Is that down low?
I think
I
Cause
so.
I
don't know
don't
what song that is, Miss
know.
Angie.
I'm asking y'all.
You gonna have to give me some more than the titties in the air.
Okay, I think that's what he's. I don't even know he's saying big old titties in the air. I think he's saying. Babe, when I tell you, I do not know that man music like that.
I do. Listen, that's why I said I was at every concert, everything. Like
Oh hell!
I was 100. Like I said, me and my cousin used to have drag out debates over She thought that R. Kelly was, this what they say, and I thought Michael Jackson was what they say, and we will argue back and forth. And every time she say something about R. Kelly, I say something about Michael Jackson. Well,
Michael Jackson and custom kids. Got that the kids like Michael Jackson.
yeah,
Oh,
and
Lord.
we would go back and forth, and we would go back and forth defending why. I be defending why R. Kelly ain't what. Well, them parents said he ain't do such and such and such. And then she'd be like, well, them kids said that Michael ain't do such and such. We would go back and forth.
Oh, Lord.
Because I would defend R. Kelly
Good
something
name of that song.
terrible.
What switched? What changed?
I'm gonna tell you what changed. What changed was when I saw that documentary, but it was not them Claries. Them Claries, I knew they was lying from the documentary.
Okay.
I knew
When they
that they
threw the
was lying.
rocks at the window.
Yeah, it was when they started talking about the stuff with Aaliyah.
Yeah.
And then it started
Yeah.
coming out about her parents having the taking the having the rights to certain of his music and making money off of it. All
You
of
know
that.
what? That's what got me too, because I didn't even know when that shit was new to me. Because even when it happened in real time, I was so young.
Kella.
Yeah, I can't hear Kyla now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, there it is. You know what it is? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I think it's probably for all of us when it happened. I went to a fucking another screen.
Oh, okay.
Oh well, yeah. Wait a minute. Let me close because I did have another screen open because my daughter was getting around home. I had to track her.
Right, so that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
But what it was for me was the Leah situation for me too, because when it first happened in real time, I was in fucking third, fourth grade, so I wasn't really following it. So when I saw those surviving R. Kelly, I went back and started looking it up. And I'm like, what the fuck?
And see,
Oh, this shit real happened.
I'm
Really
close
happened?
in age to Aaliyah, right? So when I was seeing it happen, I was seeing it happen in real time. And this is the thing, because I know what type of parents I have. When her parents were saying that none of this was true, I believed them because my parents wouldn't let nobody get away with that and not say it, no matter who it was, And so I was like, well, her their parents are saying, Rashona's parents are saying that it ain't her. Like, how was everybody? Because that tape, I never saw that tape. I know people said stuff about it, whatever, but I'm not gonna be like Alice lying, talking about I never heard about his indiscretion.
Yeah, that was great.
But I never saw that tape. And so when they kept talking about how her build was and all stuff, and I'm like, no, because I know women who look like little children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I personally know women who somebody would think was a little 12-year-old child. So I was like, I never saw the video, and her parents were saying it was not her. And so I was like, who parents would do? I believe the parents was what it was when it came around to that first trial. So that's why I didn't believe any of of it. And then when that documentary came out and all that stuff started coming out, and I do feel like some of those other people, Aaliyah's mother should be accountable too.
See, when the tape came out,
Now this is what I'm trying to figure out. Now, when y'all say Aaliyah's mama,
yeah, because she was the first one. She was the first one that could have stopped all this shit.
She let him know he could get away with them NDAs.
She took the money.
People. Yeah,
she took the money. And severed ties.
She took the money and severed ties. But when I'm talking about now, this is what I'm talking about. When they start saying that they should have charged the mama, I don't think the mama allegedly knew that there was something allegedly that was going on.
What you mean?
Is not what the mama
said. What you mean? She don't know what was going on when.
After
and that is not what the mama's friends are saying.
And then severed ties. She didn't.
Okay, why would she sever ties if she don't know what's going on?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying, like they're saying, like they knew. They're saying that with some of these parents, the more recent parents, they knew what was going on. They stayed there and let it continue. I'm saying with her, when she found out or whatever, she allegedly, got the money and got out the situation. It wasn't going on no more. That's
But they are
different.
saying that, but
What
Mrs. Angie, they are saying that was all part of the plan.
she should have got the money and sent his ass to jail.
What they are saying, it was all part of the plan. That, and this is the part where I can kind of go off with the supporters on this. It was all part of the plan that Aaliyah was used as this thing to attract R. Kelly to get his money. That's what the conspiracy behind that is. That Barry knew that, that it was known from the, and so they used her for that. And there are several interviews when you go back and you look at certain things where Aaliyah's mother, like in certain ways that Aaliyah's mother talks about her sexuality, using her female prowess in order to entice men. That's not something I would be encouraging my teenage child to do.
Right.
Like it's certain things that you can look at and say, okay, it might be something behind what they saying, that it might have been all part of this thing in order for them to be able to blackmail him, get these things from him, and her getting and money continuing to come in for him. Being able to continue to do music is crucial for her because she's continuing to profit off of it.
Well, hold on. But why the thing about it is the whole thing is not supported. That position is not supported, because then why stop the, whatever interactions between them? Why go after the NDA? And then you heard that she was kind of blackmailed in the industry after it came out or whatever. So she didn't really benefit from, whatever.
She benefited financially.
Huh?
She benefited financially.
How?
Because, okay, so they are saying that is a large reason why R. Kelly does not have, like, his money isn't where it should be, because rights to certain of his music was given off to her mother.
Right. But what I'm saying is, okay, but that little bit of piece of change, what I'm saying is, as far as the mom being like complicit in how they are trying to say like Angelo and whatever, I if you compare them, that's a little different. Like I'm saying, I don't think I wouldn't, when they start talking about charges with regards to that mama, because that lady, whatever happened, whatever the straw that broke the camel's back, she got the NDA, and because a lot of people, not in just his case or other cases, will go with signing go with the lawsuit or whatever agreement, whatever they had, get the money, and just to keep your ass out of jail, not deal with your ass ever again, and shop her daughter with somebody else. That's what she did. So that wasn't, I can't say that lady knew that was going on, because if she knew that was going on, then why did she stop it and then
So you said that you don't believe when Leah came home, said we got married, that
she was running away before
that's
that.
That's when allegedly her mom and them told him that they can't see each other.
Listen to me though.
She was running even before her record dropped. They said she ran away to be with him even before her record dropped.
But listen to me. You telling me that when they found out that Aaliyah was married, and they didn't believe she had sex with this nigga?
No, that's ain't what I'm saying. No. No, I'm not talking about the sex part of it. I'm not.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the sex part.
Charging the mama because the mama was being negligent. That's the part I'm talking about.
Well, I'm talking about charging the mama because she didn't. I'm saying the mama could have stopped this shit in the 90s.
No, but that's okay. But that mean that the mom need to be charged.
Yeah, I don't think we can justify charging
in the situation. No, I'm saying, yeah. I'm just
We
saying we
can't
don't
justify
know.
charging her. I think it's just a bad moral thing for you to know that somebody did this to your child, and for whatever reason you
Right.
don't say it. And then now look at how what has happened to all of these girls. And not
But
saying that she is totally responsible, but like maybe something could have stopped.
and not everybody, and this is the problem with dealing with a lot of sexual assault cases.
So, well, hold on, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me if you witness a crime or you know that a crime took place, it's okay to take money and don't say shit about it?
I'm saying that's an option. I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm saying that's an
No,
option.
is that a crime in
Levi, hey,
itself? Though?
Levi, you doing Levi?
Is that a crime in
I'm
itself?
doing both, Keller.
No,
I'm
it's not
pressing
a
charges
crime.
and
It's
I'm
not a
taking this
crime.
money too.
Listen. If you agree, hold on. If you have an agreement, now listen. Let me make this clear. Let me make this clear because everybody don't know this. And that's why a lot of NDAs and shit like that, get passed through, right? Because they don't know that if you are a victim of a crime, that there isn't really a payoff for that legally.
In the NDA don't protect that either.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So there's not a legal crime for that. So a lot of people don't know is that you can still, pursue criminal charges. You're just going to probably invalidate the agreement, right? That whatever you have. Okay. So some people don't know that. And it's judgmental. It's a judgment call. Just because, and there's a lot of people that become is a victim of something, and take money and decide not to pursue it, pursue it criminally.
Yeah, some
But one
civil
thing
shit.
about hold on, but one thing about the prosecution, whatever, like I said, in certain types of crime, they like to have someone that's going to cooperate in the prosecution of it. If not, it kind of make them, they really don't like to take those type of charges, take those type of cases, because you don't have somebody that's going to be a witness for you, and sometimes they will decide to prosecute it without your ass, and well, a lot of times they don't. So it's it's situational. What I'm saying is I don't see where that doesn't make means that her mother should have been, put in jail just because she went ahead and sued them, whatever. And you can tell another
No,
thing. You
no,
can
no,
tell,
no, not sued them, but knew about a crime and did report it.
right. Let me get to that part. That I don't think that don't mean that the mother should have it was it's a judgment thing, but you got to look at
I
what
mean,
the
I'm
mother
pretty sure a
has
lot of the factors is then her
done.
daughter is the superstar and she don't want her name to get tarnished. And
Look at her actions behind that. She keeps denying that anything ever happened, even the marriage. She
shouldn't hit the
keeps,
fan now. How
yeah,
can you keep
And
denying
that's
it?
what I'm saying, that is making her look like she knew about this all along.
no, I think she is trying to protect her daughter's name.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I
I
think she's
think
I
she's
protecting.
trying
mean,
to
maybe in
protect
the
her own
beginning she
name.
was. Maybe in the beginning she was,
I
but
think
now,
she's protecting her own
She's
name.
still denying it. That
but
mama is still acting like ain't nothing went
you ain't
on.
never breathed the same air as my daughter.
All that
That's
type
what
of
she
shit.
told Devontae.
Right.
And see her background sing. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, huh?
She is
All that
protecting
type of
her
shit.
own self, and I feel like that. I mean, just looking at what happened now, evaluating all of it, seeing what people around at the time also had to say that was friends of theirs at the time. I'm not saying they couldn't be lying, but just evaluating all the information, she knew something.
What about Hankerson?
And you know what? And check this out right here. And if you given a timeline, also, if she knew something, just put out if she knew something, but it could be very possible that she knew something. At that point, when you are kind of already in in some kind of crime is a crime that's going to involve shame on somebody, somebody can possibly go to jail, this, that, and the third, whatever, you try to ease out that motherfucker as quiet as possible and deny. That could have been the shit she was on. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get a little piece of change out of it now. Okay. But I'm gonna deny, And so it could have been, and sometimes when you're in it, you're already in the crime. It's like your defense
Yeah.
mechanism now changes. Because now you guys say, oh Lord, I'm in the crime. I might be going down for the crime and shit. Now my defense mechanisms change. I got to think about something else. It's a lot that goes into that shit. Because you can't just but I don't think that she, like people stand, some people go from the setup to the Malia mama knew, all this type of crazy shit. I don't know. I just think that it's totally different. Those parent situation is different from Allison. And I don't know if you heard me what I was saying earlier about Angelo and them. And I don't be trying to take up for no motherfucking bag. That is not what I do. But I do believe that Angelo, a lot of the information that was disclosed in the text message or whatever, or just a lot of what happened based on that surviving and going through these texts. I think some of that stuff Angelo knew after the fact, because Alice was willing to keep shit from, the daughter Isis, and I would say she would be willing to keep some shit from Angelo and and all of that. I'm not saying,
So
so
I said the same thing, but my thing is, why didn't you know? Why
well,
wasn't
I
you
just
in?
want to talk about like what were you doing? But every parent, you still you can't, what I'm saying. Come on now, Cole. They ain't gonna know every goddamn thing. Like they
So
just home guarding the gate.
it was clear through the text messages that some things were being kept from him.
Right.
Based on the way that they were communicating with each other. I don't know
I
which
get that.
things. I don't
I
know
get that.
I don't
But
know
what?
which things, but some things were being kept away from him.
But now, but
Yeah,
then
because
you
they was
just
talking about his ass. She was talking about his ass in
Yeah.
the text message.
Yes.
right.
She was
So,
talking about his ass in the text message. So I mean, we know that he wasn't involved in that.
but
Because I'm
parents,
pretty sure she ain't finna be talking about
parents
how sexually frustrated she is and shit. Why
Right.
he in?
can't know everything that what I'm saying. Whether you could be up on the same roof or not, they ain't gonna know.
And then some of it he may have known it. He may have known it before the public actually knew it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
he may have found out before the public actually knew it, and
Yeah, of
then at
course, I
that
believe
point
that.
he may have just been going into protection mode as far
Yeah.
as now this must have happened, and I
Now I got to lie with y'all.
right
Now I got
like
to lie with you.
right. And it was even the way that some of Azriel's tones were in that unprecedented and some of her other things that we saw publicly
White
with her
real.
father.
Oh, you know what she said, and you know what? Now that I think about it, she said when he said, "I never talked to you," and she said, "Oh yeah, it was your wife
Right.
or it
Your
was
wife,
mommy or some
right?
shit."
Exactly, your
Yeah,
wife. And
exactly.
so so that's what I'm saying. So I know a lot of people want to throw Angelo. I'm not. I believe Angelo knew before the public knew. Yes,
Yeah.
but did he know all of
All
that?
of this shit.
Yeah,
I don't believe
it's
that.
evidence. The evidence would suggest otherwise.
Yeah. And that's the same evidence that y'all relying on them to say that he was he was in it. He's a bad dude and all of this. Which I ain't saying either way. I'm just saying, come on.
She was trying to get the mother a job to get away from the father. Did he
Yeah.
know about that? Like,
Exactly.
like, like,
Right. Didn't know
like.
about that? Yeah, so
I mean, she came up with like 3 jobs that she could do,
yeah.
to get away from him.
Where the hell was she working at? Because it seemed like when she was texting her, she was like, "Did you go to U.S. school? Like, was she working like a third shift or something?"
Shut up,
Well,
fool.
I guess the underlying thing is that she wasn't supposed to have been home. I guess she was supposed to have been somewhere with R. Kelly when she was
But
sending.
no, she always texts and said that you make it to school today.
So maybe she leave early. Like I know if I technically because I work at home, I don't leave out before my daughter. But if I did work outside of the house, I would leave out before it was time for her to leave for school. So it's possible that could be the case. Like she wants to make sure that she got up, she got out, she's at school. You see what I'm saying? Like it can't
Alice
just be.
tell her daughter did Alice tell her daughter that she was sexually frustrated?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, what? Hell
So we
no.
know that we know by her saying that he wasn't in these text messages.
Hell no, that man ain't know about all that. Y'all need to accuse him for the shit he, whatever. But that man ain't know about nobody talking about the witty whacker.
And that she only
You
stayed with
ain't
him.
no good and bad.
And that she only stayed with him until they got out the house. And she said all of that.
What?
Yeah.
Hell no. I ain't know all of that. Hell no. Y'all trying to make. Now, I've been done fucking read that shit and exonerated
That shit
that
gonna
man.
piss you off. We read that shit. That shit gonna piss you all the way off. Read that shit.
Yeah, cause I'm funny about that parenting and
And yeah,
shit.
and that's what and Miss Angie, you and Miss Moby thinking that she did not, but she did blatantly tell that girl to be sexual with that man in the messages. She did.
She said what now?
She explicitly told that girl to be sexual with that man in the messages.
Nah, I didn't see that shit. That's the part I didn't see.
Listen,
I mean, y'all keep. I know a
That's the
part.
part. That's the part I didn't see.
she told her to hold out to an extent. And then, but like not right away. Then she told her at one point, you need to show him that you are better above the rest.
Yeah.
You
Like
about the what?
she knew it was other girls
Above
there
the
that he was sleeping with, and she was then she says to her, oh, he in a separate room than you. Why he not staying in the same room with you?
Huh? Oh my God.
Like, why would he be staying in the same room with her if all she's doing is getting a song?
Oh my God. My daddy would kill everybody.
Ain't no man like that sleeping in no room with you. And what did he sleeping on the couch?
And that's the part I don't understand. Like, well, when it comes to the R. Kelly supporters, right? They clearly see a problem with that, right? But don't see a problem with what the fuck he was doing. That's just one-dimensional thinking.
Yeah, that's crazy because
Selective thinking. How can you see only wrongdoing with the parents, but don't see the wrongdoing his part? I mean, I don't understand that shit.
Blame everybody. Everybody should be held accountable.
You gotta blame everybody, and then no matter what the thinking is behind it, you still have to say whether it's right or wrong. And like I said, I can come up with a reason of why he may have continued the situation, because it's the same thing that I was just saying to you just now when you asked me.
Skylight there, Keller?
Huh?
What Skylight?
When he texts, we'll call her.
I said, where's
she probably don't have this channel. You're on your backup channel.
I know, and I tried. I think they done got her too, so I couldn't leave her no message.
I think Skylight got another channel too, though.
Oh,
she do have another channel that she's I can't see it now because I'm on with you all, but she have another channel. But I like I said, the same way when you just said to Miss Angie about her pulling the emergency brake, right? And I was like, when your adrenaline is going, you don't think that. You don't think like even if you knew to do it, you don't think the rational thing to do. And I think it's possible that in this situation that could be behind the next series of events that happened, is that he was in this situation, they did this. It is clear that Azriel I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, but she.
Queen Burrell.
Huh?
Go ahead, Carl.
I'm not saying that her this in a derogatory way, but Azriel can be a bit much.
Yeah.
and they and the concern, the counsel that he might have gotten from that, from the
I can't hear you. Went out.
Did she go to another screen?
Mm-hmm.
Or so I went to another screen and realized.
Carl.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. But all of that could have just played a factor. And I'm not saying that to justify the series of events. I'm saying it to see the series of events that could have happened, of why this thing had continued the way that it did. Because he could have been scared to let her not stay there based off of what she might have said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the parents. Look at the parents sit there behind the child there and was okay with her doing what she was doing. And he might have been like, okay, they trying to set me up. Like, what do I do? I got this history of having done this thing before. Like, what do I do?
Thank you, Queen Burrell. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot going. It's some bullshit. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances that this had to go down in the manner it did. It did, and that's why I'm always gonna be that strong individual and shit. I'm not gonna sit up here. No, I ain't gonna say no Miss Goody Two Shoe. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm okay. If I know I'm doing wrong, I'm telling you I'm doing. I ain't making no excuses. Whatever, I know I am doing wrong. And I tell you, I woke up in the morning tell you and intended on doing wrong. So I woke up this morning. I'm doing wrong today. And that's just what it is. I stand. I don't get it. I just don't get it, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because if I know wrong, that means that I know how to reason and I have logic and I'm accountable and responsible for my shit. I'm not gonna sit up here and blame it on this and blame it on that and I ain't do it and I did it because of whatever. That's not going. I might tell the story, but I'm gonna be the first one to be accountable of my own shit.
Yep.
You know.
And so
I mean,
so it's like I said, it's just a sad way all around, because one set of events leads to another set of events, and we think about people making decisions in a vacuum, but it's so much more complex than that.
yeah.
Okay, so both of y'all say, and I want to understand why.
Oh.
Both of y'all say that he was tricked into a crime, right? When he wasn't. When we looked at the charges, he was aware of her age. So where is the trickery when he is aware of her age?
I'm talking about when they initially got together, Keller. What is your part? You're
No.
not.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the crime that they charged him with.
I'm not talking about just the crime they charged him. He was. But listen, just because when they charge you with a crime, that doesn't mean that you wasn't committing a crime before. Okay.
I get that.
So, okay, then that's what I'm talking about. When they started hooking up and she was allegedly a minor, that was a crime. Just because they ain't charging with it then, that's neither here or there to me. I'm talking, and the way they got together, the way the mother pretended to be, that girl and all of that, to me, that's tricking somebody into a crime.
No. But what I'm saying is saying that it's not. It was wrong how they did him and charging him because he was tricked into a crime. That's the part I'm not understanding.
We are saying, I'm not saying that it's wrong how. Well, I'm saying that it's wrong how they charge him, because the way that the reason why I would just say that is because the way in which they charged me, and when Miss Angie said this the other day, they did it to make sure that and that it's their job, it's the prosecutor's job to do that, but to make sure that they could leave the parents out, because they knew how damaging it would be if the parents had to have any type of involvement. And so it didn't allow the jury to see that what had happened, that could have had an impact on how the jury looked at the situation. But it's their job to do that. So I wouldn't expect them not to, not to do that.
So Levi, did you see that? Did you see that video Levi played early when the parents testified?
Oh, you weren't here when I talked about that. And also, Kevin, I was backstage waiting to explain that, and I think he probably saw in the chat that I had gave an explanation for that, and he did not let me up in order to
Because he said the parents testified, it didn't change shit.
Okay, but listen, because the parents' testimony was probably used in the same way in which Sparkle's testimony was used in that first case. It was used to have a person who could identify the children in the recording. Now, if you notice, he did not play the parents' testimony. He only played what was on the news. That's it. He did not.
Oh, so it's they have the whole thing.
Right, exactly. So the parents were probably brought down to identify that, yes, that is in my child sitting on that man's lap in that video. That's probably what they was brought down to do. The same way that Sparkle was brought down to identify her niece and testify to that, because her parents would not do it. So the prosecutors needed somebody, so she did it.
But when the clip that he did play, they said that the parents testifying didn't change it.
It didn't show the parents testifying in court. It showed.
I know. I understand that.
Yeah.
Understand that. But they also said that when the parents testifying didn't change anything.
Yes. Right, because they wouldn't have had any information that was pertinent to what.
So I didn't understand, like, why is he playing that when he's saying that the parents
to show that the point that the parents can testify in court. Nobody.
But how is it going to help? But it's not going to help though, because
it doesn't matter about the helping. It's like, why would they be admissible? Remember, testimony is a part of evidence, so it still has to go through the rules of evidence.
So I get that. So let's say the parents, fast forward to the parents are able to get on the stand. I don't see anything that they would do to help his case.
Well, we agree to that. That's the whole point when I said when I got there yesterday saying this could make it worse. Like
he think. Go ahead, go. He think it could, because it'll be a big play on reasonable doubt. Fine, well, good, okay, that's good, but you gotta also know, if you want to go through that, then you got to also know the judge is going to give a limiting instruction, based on, tell them, hey, parents can't consent, you can't consider this, you can't, all of that. So that's,
and how can the parents inject reasonable doubt on a herpes charge?
He is backing on, if they give the tell. He thinks that the parents will get up there, tell the whole story, and then when they listen to that, that's automatically going to give reasonable doubt. And
what would be said? I get that, but what would be said to, like I said, for the herpes charges? What can the parents say to
Keller, listen. When the parents get up there and talk about them text messages, talk about allegedly having a scheme on R. Kelly and all of that shit. They think that, the parents being bad enough, by the parents being bad and all of that, that it's going to make them look bad, have a credibility problem, and say, hey, this man was tricked into this crime, they should free him. He is not giving no credence to the actual legal procedure.
Well, I wish I would have brought it up yesterday, but if none of her charges stuck, including the predicate acts, he still would have got 30 years.
But this is the thing that, like I said, where it bothers me when in their reasoning is, okay, if the things that you are saying is true, how come the defense did not use any of this stuff in
Because they
order
was
to
injected
build
by
an argument, a counter argument,
YouTube.
right? Like so
Yeah.
if
You see what happened when I asked? You see what happened when I asked?
so the easy thing for them to do is say, the easy thing to do would be able to say, I did tell her that I had that, right? Well, maybe something exists, some physical evidence that shows that you didn't tell her. And that could be like I said, they come up with these things. It's like the easiest thing to have done would be to say I did tell her, because it's going to be your word against hers unless there's something that exists that says otherwise. And if there is something that exists that says otherwise, then that's why they wouldn't even go that route. Like,
and I don't even remember in Cross them asking any of them if he had told them that he had the had
well,
herpes.
it was brought.
No, they
It was brought
oh,
up.
not in Cross, not in Cross, not in Cross.
It was in Cross. It was
In Direct, they did.
okay. So in the not in the yeah, it was brought up with not Rashonda. What's the other girl with the odd name? I'll be getting them.
Rhonda.
Jerron. I mean, Jerron. Not odd. I guess it's Jerron.
Not in Cross. Not in Cross.
It was. Wait a minute, because he questioned her about something in the book that she had put in her book, Keller. And when about her mentioning something about, he went through a line of questioning, asking her about her was the things that happened in her book true, and based on true events, and she was saying yes and all this other stuff. And then he asked her several questions from there, and then he asked her about a particular area in the book where it talks about him saying daddy is sick, he got something wrong with him, a disease. And he said, so you're saying that the events on your book are true events? And then she says yes. She gets all discombobulated with that. So they did try to place a doubt with her, with Geronda, or whether or not he actually told her.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you if you go back and you listen to the Cross, that he did, when he goes through the line of question about her book, go back to that part.
But I think Kanik did a hell of a job. I don't give a fuck what they say. Kanik,
he did decent.
Kanik came in when the motherfucker fourth quarter, and consider the time and what he had to work with, I think he did a hell of a job.
I think that what we know of what was there, and what we know of what he attempted in the spaces that he did attempt, then there is something else that would keep him from being able to do some of the other things that they suggest,
which is the law. The law. That's what it is.
The law, and potentially some other facts that would prove even more. And so I just think, and when the other day when Larry talked about Greenberg saying you can't help somebody who's not trying to help themselves. Like I said, why wasn't he, if he had some other facts, why didn't he give those facts to his legal team in order for them to be able to use it? Is it because it would have made him look worse? Because we don't know. We don't know that. Why would a person not help his legal team defend them?
Well, if there are is there something out there that would make him, make him not guilty? And even if it makes him look worse, a decent attorney could, depending on what it is. Now, I'm not saying this is the case. Depending on what it is, turn it around to where it may, they may get some use out of it. Just like I said, this like J-Bo did, right? She took those text messages, all right? Now, she know damn well parent can't consent. They ain't have nothing for extortion, blase squaze. she tried to use those text messages to say that her 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 client wasn't the one that was doing the inducing, enticing, coercion, and persuading. It was actually Azrael and her mother, right? Now this was now this was either she was either going for it or she didn't understand the charge. Okay? Because one, you know that they were talking about the charge of the travel part of it. It's the travel. They're going across state lines. That's the charge and whatever. So the inducement, as far as going across, no, I take it back. I take it back. That was pretty good because she was trying to show that
You know
it
what?
was.
That's what she fucked up. That's what she fucked up in
Why?
Illinois, though. She fucked up in Illinois because she tried to age them to the legal age of consent for Illinois right out the gate. She didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. Give me that 14-year-old for JJ. She
Okay,
didn't care
when
about. Hold
when
on,
I
let me
did,
finish. Let me
okay,
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Where she fucked up was the travel portion, and the government came back and said, "This not no state charge. It's federal charge." So even though you're trying to age them, you didn't age them high enough. You aging them at 17 when that's still illegal because these are federal charges.
okay, okay, so she had a game plan set and went really.
She had a game plan to age them for the state law at
Okay,
17.
because I
And the
was talking.
government came back and said, God damn it, your game plan ain't high enough.
Now,
You need to age them at
that's
18.
the
Hold on, because when I
that's wait a
hold on,
minute.
because when I was Kelly, when we was having an argument, when you used to tell me he ain't got no defense, ain't no defense, da, da, da. I said, Kelly, I can see where he could go, and I said that he is going to try to age him,
I
age.
didn't say, I said she didn't have a defense that will prosper.
I wasn't talking about her, talking about a long time ago on my live when Kenneth was there. You were saying that you don't see a defense for him, and I said there is
That
a
will prosper. That will prosper.
I said there is a defense. No, you said you didn't see a defense. I said there is a defense. It will have to be exculpatory because they're going to have to explain or justify this evidence. Okay, and you said I don't know. You kept sticking with that, and I said he's going to have to age them. That's normally one of the first things an attorney does when they got somebody that's claiming to be a minor, and it's like within 1 or 2 years, or they're gonna say, well, did this happen, 2 years later than you said, or some kind of way you
Went out. Phone went out.
something she was supposed to do right out the gate. She just forgot Illinois guidelines on the age. She forgot that, but it's a federal case. So that was like, boom, I got you. Kind of move that they made. If that's what they said in that courtroom, what you said, that was like, baby, you should have paid attention. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all
Yeah,
hear
you
me?
going in and out. You
Point
going in and out, though.
it.
Can y'all hear me? Okay.
A little bit. Say something now.
Now she dropped.
Yeah, audio was fucked up.
Queen Brielle said it was her first federal case. When you said that, I'm like, wait the hell a minute. What?
That was her first federal case?
Well, that's what Queen Brielle was saying. It was her first federal case because when you said that she messed that up, I'm like, that's a basic. Like, wait, like, why would
Maybe
you?
that explain.
Yeah, but
Maybe
Queen
that
Brielle
explain.
said that it was her first federal case.
Yeah, because she's giving states shit. Oh,
Yeah,
damn, she's completely deaf, man.
that was crazy because I don't see how you walk in there and not know that. So I mean, at least that explains it. But I mean, still, I mean, I don't know. It's still Lord have mercy. That's all I can say.
And these they scared to talk about Illinois. All you hear is the parents' text message. You don't hear nothing about these goddamn sex tape. I don't even want to touch that shit.
Because you want to know what, Kyla? I think, honestly, with the Illinois, they might be willing to go ahead and because with the Illinois law, how much did he got to? I mean, well, with the federal law, how much they got to serve?
Technically, he only got a year. Technically,
right? No. But if even if it's over, so if the federal case in New York is overturned, then he's still going to have
you got to
to
do 2 years, 20 years.
Yeah,
Let's
he's
just say
still
20
right.
years.
But what is it that they got to serve on the federal? Is it 65 or 85?
On the federal case?
Yeah, before they eligible for parole. What is it? Is it 65 or 85?
I think it's 85. 85%.
85. Yeah. So Keller, they might actually, honestly, and they might be okay with him having, because he's been in there for like a little while. Yeah. With the appeal, I think they don't make as much noise about that because they might actually be okay with that. I don't want to speak to
No, because I think they'll have a big stand on. It's a argument that they ain't ready to have. That's why. Now these with the text messages, they talk about the text messages and the parents all day long. But in Illinois, you can't get around these tapes.
Shit, it's hard to get around a lot of evidence, especially if it's corroborated.
Yeah. I mean, they talk about
they
text.
don't consider testimony evidence and shit. I ain't got time for this. I don't be having time. I don't. But I just request that they stop.
They say they lie.
Hold on, I'm going to see now. All I know is that they could have a oral argument as late as somewhere March of 2024, like that.
Next year. That shit crazy. Get the shit over with. God damn.
Yes, please. I'm not gonna be here. I'm not gonna be arguing about no parents or no shit that ain't of no consequence. You know,
Then you got the habeas corpus. Then they gonna be talking about the habeas corpus shit.
I'm glad I already did my goddamn sessions on that, and baby, I ain't got to go through that no motherfucking more.
That's next. That's next. That's another 2 years. That's another 2 years.
I gave them all the information early. Cause I'm not gonna argue about this fucking argument with no legal base. I just can't do it. I can't get my mind there. They want my mind to regress and just pull back all the legal and think on that ignorant shit. I can't do that. You get somebody else to do that. I can't do that. I'm out again.
No, you fine.
Okay. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that motherfucking bullshit. Cause they just crazy enough to be stuck on repeat forever. I can't do that.
Only time I saw a slither of hope. Only time I saw a slither of hope for him, and that was actually him getting out on bail, was that COVID release. I thought for sure that he would be out for COVID release. When they denied that shit, I said, "Oh yeah, it's over with. There's there's no hope for this nigga now. It's over with." Well, I thought that was his best shot.
He had qualifying conditions to get out. Based.
Well, he was a pre-diabetic. That was the problem. He wasn't a diabetic. He was in there drinking sugar water, everything, trying to become a diabetic. And
this the thing. I wonder, like, I don't know. When it comes to that, I mean,
well, you scared me, Carla, for a minute. You scared me, Carla, because your voice changed.
What?
Your voice changed, and you sound just like that crazy girl for a minute. Oh my God, no saying it.
No, but I wanted
What
to say
crazy?
was about the.
Oh.
I wanted to say about the bail thing. Like, I know why they are saying that they didn't make him eligible, but I don't know. I think that was wrong, and I think that was wrong. I'm
For the
sorry.
bail.
Yeah, like why he wasn't let out on a that yeah, he should have been. I don't think that was right.
Because it was witness tampers. Look what Rashonda testified to in Illinois. She said that she was paid, her mama, to not testify, to work with him, and they sent her off. So when you have stuff like that, you making it easy for him to tamper with witness. So they want to make sure that they have a fair case, and he's the one saying that the government didn't play fair. He is the one that wasn't playing fair. That's how he got in '08. The
Hell
only way. What?
Brielle, I'm gonna get your ass. I just looked and they said the extension of time is granted. It says the brief and the required short appendix of the appellate briefs are due by August the 2nd, 2023. Motherfuckers, that's tonight.
Wait. Say that one more
Wait
time.
a minute, what?
His appellate brief for Illinois is due tonight. Is this
How,
right?
how is that possible?
I'm looking at it.
How they go? Okay, when did they put that in?
Dude, they put that in on 6/27. And if for it, Brielle, get your ass out my goddamn chat. You
Wait.
evil,
Hold on.
you
Stop.
evil.
What date did they put that in?
This just came out. Listen, the order was given June 27th. Okay, listen. It is so
How did
ordered.
we miss that? How did we miss that then?
Akela, let me read. It says, it is ordered that the motion is granted. Briefing will proceed as follows. The brief and required short appendix of the appellate are due by August 2nd, 2023. Ain't this the second?
No,
Hey,
is it?
so it sounds
Yes.
like
No, it's the first. Is it the first or the second?
No, Carla, baby, it's the second. I'm looking at the
Lord
date.
have.
it sounds like you're gonna do a 12-hour live. That's what it
I ain't
sounds like
gonna
to
do
me.
shit because I'm
That's
on
what
my
it sounds like
backup
to me.
account and we don't know we him. Bye, y'all.
You better promote. Stop
Damn.
promoting. You better stop
I'm
promoting this
telling you,
bullshit ass center.
when I see R. Kelly, that was probably him calling my ass yesterday. I see that 202 number. R. Kelly, when I see you, nigga, I'm gonna catch a fade. You gonna get my big one. You gonna get my big one. You gonna get my words and them songs.
So you said they doing the oral argument now. So you said they did the oral argument today.
No, Keller, listen. The brief is due today. What
So
part
it's
you
got to
get?
be in by tonight, by
The,
11:59, right?
Yep.
the brief for who?
Keller, just don't worry about it. I can't with you.
I'm not understanding. I'm not
What did you
understanding. Who got to
understand?
do a brief? Who's doing the brief?
This is Illinois. Keller, Illinois.
Okay. I'm confused.
Oh,
I'm
wait a minute.
confused.
Danny is saying that she got to the
Illinois.
16th. She said she.
Illinois. Okay, I'm
Oh,
thinking of
that's
New
for
York.
Illinois. Okay, for New York,
That's
she
why I'm
got to the
confused.
16th.
That's why I'm confused. I'm like fucking oral argument. Like who the fuck doing the brief? So you said Illinois.
A brief
That's
is
what.
due
Yeah,
tonight.
Illinois. The extension for New
Oh,
York is the 16th.
okay. That's my bad. I got that confused with New York. That's why I was
Lord
all
have
like.
mercy.
That's why I
I hate
was
this
like.
one.
I was trying to like
Hate
understand this
this
shit. Like
case.
what the fuck?
I hate this
Now
case.
that's gonna be interesting.
Wow. Well,
Look,
ain't nobody but
yeah.
listen. I can just get off here and don't worry about reading
Hey,
until next
Angie,
week.
I need you to send that
What?
shit to me ASAP. As soon as you get it.
It's crazy.
Before you go live, send that to me because I'm probably gonna be asleep.
Oh my God. God, dude, we are still. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me,
So
J-Bo.
Bojang brief. So that's why I asked you who brief was the. Why you could just say Bojang?
I said, who else would be filing an appeal?
But don't the government do a brief too?
They
They
did
do a
it, didn't they?
response. They do a
Right,
response.
right.
They did their response.
No, not for Illinois.
Oh,
Don't
for
worry
New
about
York,
it.
they did
Whatever's
the.
do tonight.
I want to see
Queen
what
Brie,
she
I'm
gonna
gonna
say.
beat you up. I'm gonna beat
I
you
want
down, girl.
I want to
Oh
see what she gonna say
God.
about them tapes. That's what I want to see. That's gonna be interesting.
Girl, I done
I
took my hair loose and finna wash. Oh my God, this girl came in here with her janky ass, Queen Brielle. Y'all put in the chat, Queen Brielle is the jank. And say it any way you want to, because she the jank. Say it like we say it down south, the jank. Not the jink, but the jank. Her janky ass. Yeah. Girl, I just had to read
see.
147-page response. Hell no.
Here's my thing.
Damn.
Here's a slap in the face for me. Here's what he definitely should get more time if they can do that shit.
Oh my
Because
goodness,
you just
Howard.
got a happy birthday. No, listen to me. You just got a happy birthday early, and technically only got 1 year. And you gonna appeal this shit? I just gave you an olive
Well,
branch.
Keller,
R.
everybody is
Kelly
going to.
is appealing. R. Kelly is appealing every
I
mother.
just gave
Yes.
you the extreme
Yeah, he's
lightest
only
sentence that I can possibly give you. I gave you the minimum and plus, and I ran that shit concurrently with a year consecutively. That's the
Danny
most lenient.
know the information too. Danny, you the jank too. Danny is the
No, that's
jank.
a slap in the face. That's a slap in the face. That's a slap in the face as a judge, and and I would be appalled, and I would change my goddamn sentencing because
Lord,
you were
Keller.
unappreciative. You are unappreciative to what the fuck I gave you. There's
You
no
know
way
what?
they should have appealed that shit. You shouldn't
I'm
appeal
gonna
Illinois.
stop
Keller,
talking about the light.
everybody is going to
Hell
try
no.
to appeal.
You can't appeal them damn tapes. Come on now.
Oh my
That's
God.
not winnable.
You don't know what she's going to put in
Okay,
there.
well, it's gonna be interesting. Better not be no bullshit.
The
Queen Bray, I would say
Craven,
she'll
the
Keller.
It better not be no bullshit.
shit.
And I don't think she gonna put that shit in there tonight. I think she gonna put that shit in there tomorrow.
She got no choice.
It got to
And
be 11:59.
unless she put in another extension in the next 2 hours, she got no choice. When it comes to the appeals, they give you the leniency to establish what date you want your brief in.
She did that shit on
You
a post conviction
file.
motion, and we'll put
That's
it in the day
different.
after the deadline.
What you been put on the day after the deadline? She asked for an extension, didn't she?
The post conviction motion.
She asked for the extension, didn't she?
Yeah, she asked for extension. They gave it to her, and then she still put it in late.
Okay, because she put in a motion for leave in order to put it in late, or put it or to do something with the pages or something like that. It's just a trick. Don't worry about it. It was good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm tired of explaining shit to y'all. Just don't worry about it. Y'all
Well,
wear me out. Don't
I
worry about
want
it.
her to
It was
put this shit in. But okay, so send that shit to my email immediately because I comprehend it better. I know you read it, but I comprehend it better when I read it and stick with me.
right. Damn.
But I'm interested to see what the hell she gonna say about these
Yeah, I want
goddamn
to see how she gonna go
tapes.
after this one too, because I think that this is the harder one.
How she gonna get around these damn tapes?
My motherfucking hair stand on top of my head like motherfucking goddamn what that man name is? Don Kane and what the other dude name is? What the dude that died? James
King,
Brown.
Don Lemon, Don Russell.
Oh, not a Dara Don. Oh, baby, I cut my head. Oh my God, this is crazy. Damn, I wouldn't even checked. It went for Queen Brielle janky ass. I wouldn't even check it. I'd have got this motherfucker in a few minutes and be like, been out.
How do she get around these tapes, Angie?
Listen, Eric Kelly, you don't write everything
I'm
with
asking you, what
no.
would you do?
Can I
What would you do?
finish, Keller? You don't write everything with the belief that you can get around it. You just take a good stab at it. So what only thing with the regards to the tape, only thing that she could probably
Validity.
look at is the sufficiency of the evidence. That's standard. The judge misapplied the law. It's only a couple things, So I mean, I don't know what you would say. Why focus on his new
The
bestie? What?
authenticity. Can she challenge the authenticity of it?
No, that's you can't relitigate. That's relitigation. She should have did that in the what's the name? She can
I think she
she
tried
can
to.
if she can well if she if that was her spill then yeah, but if it happened in the case, yeah.
I didn't read his
But
I don't remember his mitigation report in Illinois. Did he? Did he?
all they did was use the same one they used for New York. Remember?
His mitigation? But he
Yeah.
conceded to some things in New York that was different in his trial, this Illinois trial.
You just take those parts out, Keller. Remember we
So that's what I'm saying. Did he concede to anything in Illinois?
I don't think so.
Doesn't know how in New York he conceded to the marriage. So did he concede to anything in Illinois?
I don't think so. I mean, it really the stuff that in Illinois he got convicted for was about that sex and that underage sex and stuff like that. So I'm doubt he did that.
Ah, boy, I hate to be her. Boy, damn.
That's why you don't do this type of work. Oh
Oh,
wait a minute.
I
Oh
don't like
Lord.
that shit.
Wait a minute. Karen on here. Hold on.
What happened?
Hold on. What is this? Wait a minute. Did she just send me this? Wait a minute. Is there an extension out? Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe. I ain't got to be up here all night. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yes, we can go to bed. Thank you, Karen. Thank
I
you,
told you
baby.
she wasn't gonna have that shit. I told you she wasn't gonna do that shit today.
Yes, Karen. Thank you, boo boo. Thank you,
So
boo
what's
boo.
she did
Wait a
extension
minute,
to
wait a
what?
minute. Yeah, hold on. Extends it. You do that to penalty B.
Will you be out of
Hold
jail? Extension. It's over.
on. By the 23rd. Yes. Let me get out for somebody. Let me get the hell up off this one of my chain they got their mind. Wait a
So
minute.
you'll be out of jail then by then. Don't play no
Hold on.
motherfucking music.
Wait a minute, Keller. Wait a minute.
Queen Bree, I was saying that's for New York, Miss Angie.
Yeah, this New York.
She's saying the Illinois one is tonight.
Oh, hell no! I'm gonna hit the button. No, this is.
Wait. Wait.
Damn.
Wait. Illinois filed an
Don't worry
extension.
about it. Just don't worry about it. Shit, you asked
No,
me too
no,
many
no,
questions.
no,
Don't worry about
no. New York filed an extension to the 23rd.
it. No, Kel, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just sit there.
What was for New York?
That extension, Kyla.
So they gonna do their oral argument on the 23rd
Hold on. I'm
for New
trying
York?
to. I can't see on this. Let me pull it all the way up. I can't see on this phone. Hold on. Oh, damn.
Danny said they denied the 23rd and gave her the 16th.
For the oral argument?
Yeah, Queen Brielle said she's going out of town and she got to take care of her dog, so they only gave it to the 16th.
Yeah, take care of her damn dog. Get the fuck out. Well, let me coming up with some shit. Let me coming up with some shit.
What is this? Oh no, I can't see this shit. I can't see this. Wait a minute. 143. Okay, 143. Okay, 143. I guess I could have went down to 144. Okay, yeah, this is New York. Oh my God, she trying. You know what? She know that she got a lot going on, so she knew this one. The one for Illinois was coming in due tonight, so she probably trying to get some time.
So she have until the 16th or the 23rd for New York.
The 16th color. They said she asked for the 23rd. They only gave her to the 16th.
So the oral argument is going to be on the 16th of August. Is that what I'm
No,
understanding?
Keller, no. Her
Not oral.
response, her reply to the response.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Man, I'm not going to hear that motherfucking response. Yeah, get to the oral argument.
That's next year, maybe.
I know. I'm trying to hear him get this shit over with.
Damn.
Cause didn't leave I told you yesterday it ain't over with. It ain't never over with.
That shit over. I don't give a fuck. Been over with. This shit been over with. He just prolonging the inevitable.
What you think the people supposed to do? Just lay down?
I mean, no, just fucking come to reality.
Man, y'all, I'm so pissed off. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna act like I don't know nothing about these dates. I'm gonna get the fuck on. And I get to read it next week because I won't be back on it the next week.
That shit, you better read that shit next week. You're only gonna have 2 people on this janky ass channel.
Boy, please. I can still I'll take this video and update it to when my channel comes back and I ain't got to read it no more. Are you crazy? I'm not reading it again. And that way I can just discuss it. I'm not.
Yeah, and then it can be less interruption, Keller, because
yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Because
that's crazy. Trying to ruin my damn life. Keep ruining my fucking life.
As soon as she get to reading, somebody gonna call in, interrupt the flow of the reading.
Oh girl, what's up, girl? Name, crazy girl. And she had me cracking up. She said, "What you go to jail for?" I know your ass is crazy.
Oh my God! Listen, Keller, I was listening to that in my sleep, and when I woke up, and I was like, "This is still going on." And then that's when I jumped off of that little bit, and I said, "You want to know what? She
She said, "How I know it? I knew your ass is crazy."
I found all the crazy people. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing wrong?
Then wait a minute. In the next live Dana did after that, oh my God, when he started talking about her and that live, and then I said, oh shit, he about to stir up some more shit.
Well, who started talking about her?
Dana, because he saw.
Oh, I didn't hit Dana. I didn't hit Dana.
Huh?
I missed that one.
Yeah, he saw Miss Angie live, and then when Miss Angie told her to go over the Dana channel with all
oh, yeah, she sure did. What Dana say? What did he say?
He was like, I invite you over here, Audra. Come on over. I said, oh Lord, hell no.
I caught his ass offline behind the y'all sure did. I was like, what you mean? I said, damn sure did say it.
I
You
said,
do
oh hell
do
no.
the
We
conspiracy
do
theory. Shit, I ain't
we
doing
do
this.
we do not need the two of them
He
getting
said,
together.
he
Shit.
said, I invite you over here. He was right up his alley. You need all
Yeah,
that
they
shit.
talk about all that motherfucker. Hey, the space, the UFOs got R. Kelly and shit. I ain't got time for that.
I
Welcome
was
I'll
home.
give
like,
it to somebody else.
I was
I ain't
like,
got time for that.
hell
No, I'm
no.
not going that low. I'm not going
YouTube
that low. Talk about no
YouTube
UFOs
don't
got R. Kelly. I'm not doing that.
YouTube do not
I'm
need
not
the
doing
two of
that.
them getting together. No, hell no.
Hell no.
I'll walk you over. I need all that bullshit you talking about. I'll hit
All that
20
damn
lives
bullshit.
off that shit.
Oh my
I'm trying to
God.
tell you, and no matter what I'm saying, I'm yelling, going crazy, whatever. Should come back, and the marriage certificate was such and such. I'm like, bitch, I'm yelling at you. What the fuck is wrong with
Still
you?
Same.
You on that wheel? You on that wheel? And
And I'm not coming back on here no more because this probably be my last time.
Did she ever come back? Oh,
and I'm sat up there,
oh,
and
oh,
I'm
oh,
sat up
oh.
there,
This
and
what
beat the
killed
fuck
me.
out of somebody.
This
And
what
sat up
killed
there,
me.
huh?
This the killer. This the killer. This why I knew she was fucking crazy. When I called you after that live was over, I think you called. I don't know if you called me or what. It was like motherfucking 30 minutes later after the live was over with, and you was like, "She's still on my back, back office."
No, I quit. Man, I hate this
In my
lady
back office talking
talking.
live over with.
All I kept hearing was be this and be that. And Courtney was going, I'm in my sleep. I'm like, what
Yes,
the hell is going on? I was
them
like,
women came up here and went off. I felt bad for her. I said, "Oh my God, you had the hell." I
How the
almost
hell with it though? That's
stand her ass.
regular.
I'm like, y'all,
That's
please.
basic bitch shit.
Girl, I was
The
like,
fuck?
this is terrible. I got
But
off.
Miss Mo came in and she said all the right. I like what she said. She said it
and she
everything the
still ain't
right way.
here. She still ain't here. She still didn't
Right,
dare tell her.
right.
And that was the first time I ever heard Miss Mo throw her hands up because she do all that kind of work.
she
That's
said,
that
the
kind
hell
of
with this.
work.
I
That's the
got to go
first
to
time
work.
I ever heard her
I ain't
throw her
got
hands
time
up.
for this.
Yeah, I ain't got time for this. I ain't never heard that. I'm like, oh my God. That shit was crazy. And then I done cut my live. I done end the broadcast, and I'm like, okay, she's still here. She's still talking.
That's what got me.
I said, see, you like
I'm
one
like,
of them.
baby, the
That
live.
Scott was like, now I see how them girls got over there. I see how they
Yeah.
got over there.
That's what got me. That's what got me. When
I'm
you
like,
was like, I
no.
think I was on the phone. I was on the phone with V. And I was like, Angie just said she's still talking to her on the back page in her studio after the live been over with for an hour.
Wait a minute. You were still on with her after that?
Yeah,
I was,
yeah.
yes.
Everybody left except for her. She's still in her
Oh,
back
her was still on my back
in the
door
back.
talking to me. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh my God.
After she
Girl,
ended it,
hell no.
she stayed on her goddamn StreamYard. And
I was like, you got to
Lord
be
have
kidding
mercy.
me.
Then when Dana said that mess, I wanted to say, flag on the play. Hell no. The two of y'all don't
Yes.
need to have
That
no
shit was
conversation.
crazy. Yeah,
that's
no
right up there in the
ma'am.
alley. That's right up his alley.
Yes. He be
Cause
with all of that. That's why I said go right over there to Dana. Somebody
it
get
was
his link.
already bad enough that day when him and Niecy Mo started going at it.
Oh, him and Nisimo was. Oh, I gotta go see that all that live.
Remember when they was going at it? It started on JoJo Live. Remember that night was Angie, and then he
Yeah,
was like he was
yeah.
going over
Oh
his
my
channel.
God. Yeah, all hell broke loose. Oh
I
my god.
said, oh my God. I said, we don't need that going on. And then him and
Exactly.
Audra, that's too much. It's too much.
Ultra, that's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. And
voice never changed. I
I
thought she
be
was
see,
AI for a minute because her voice just stayed the same. I'm like, this motherfucker AI.
yeah,
She was like, y'all are
I'm
just
yelling,
angry. She was like, y'all are just angry. And the more and more she
angry.
said that, the more cussing they was
Yes. I said, you been through therapy. Yeah, of course, such as I said, I knew it.
Well, the
I knew
judge
it.
told me I had to, so
Yeah, the
She did right, right. Scott, I
That,
knew
that all he told you. But yeah, I knew it. Cause you showed up there talking, looking crazy and shit. Yeah, he sent you there.
And it
You
sounds
started
like
talking
some
crazy to
anxiety
him.
medication. She.
Yeah. That shit, but you know what? I want to get JoJo set up with some more crazy people and popping up and whatever, cause that shit be funny. Cause he swear he can handle the world. That day when I had told him, I said, listen, Mr. Denise
hey,
had figured it out too.
No. It's
What's his name? The little crazy boy. What the little crazy boy be coming around? The little murder for hire boy. What's
pro
murder for hire boy?
the Dawn Snow.
Don Snow. Yeah, honey.
damn.
And now he had got me. I saw he headed to JoJo next. And baby, he had him popped over there to JoJo door. Swear he was gonna catch him. He told me, yeah, I was listening to y'all too. I was ready. And baby, he hadn't got JoJo because he comes up there, with them different. We know who he is, so he comes up with them different goddamn things. And baby, when I hear JoJo say, "Lord have mercy," when I know, baby, I be cracking up. Lord have mercy. Oh, girl, I be hollering. Boy, some people don't even know what that means. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I mean, baby, I want people to get his ass. Get his
But you
ass.
wanna know
Get
what?
him.
I blame him and Levi even for Audra. I'm gonna tell you why. Cause on
For Ultra?
yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. That first night that she came on, Miss Angie, when we all was on there, and we was trying to tell her then, they was just giving her so much kudos and
Yeah.
oh she this and that and
I
this and
miss it.
that.
I
And I
miss it.
said, oh shit. And then
Man, listen, the first time I saw her was on Sky Channel. And Sky went in on her. For Sky to go in, Sky was at the point where she was talking like a non supporter. And Sky had me cracking up.
yes, and Sky went in on her that night when me and Miss Angie first got her the first night she came in. Sky came in,
Now
got her
Sky went
okay,
on her
because it might
before that. Before that night, Sky went in on her. She had to kick off her damn panel. It was on her
right
channel.
exactly. So Sky came on to talk about that incident. That's what I'm saying. That first night that Miss Angie and got her on it. And then Sky got off, JoJo and Levi, and I'm trying to think who else. Somebody else jumped in on the conversation that we was having but Levi and JoJo was just giving her so many accolades and kudos and all this stuff. And I think that gave her some confidence. And then,
Then the hell came on. She said, I ain't
the
come back to this
hell
motherfucker.
came on the next one. Right. Right. The hell came on that next one. I was like I said, I was listening. I fell asleep because as soon as I said, oh, I'm not going back up
I
there.
was like, what the fuck? Even Angie was like, the hell? Oh, no.
Once I saw Miss Angie was yelling like she be doing with JoJo. I said, oh my God.
He said, no, the hell, no. And then she started cussing out.
Miss Angie went from progressions of cussing her out to then trying to take up for her. Then
Then back to cussing out.
she was like, I just want this shit to be over with.
Oh my! I'm like, what the fuck is going on, boy? We be having the best panels. Oh my
This
gosh!
Sky Scott was
Oh my
listening to
gosh,
her.
for 2 years,
Scott was
for
listening.
2 years, we done had the best panels. That shit be hilarious. I
Scott
be
was
like,
listening to
that
her
night.
attentively.
Yeah, I think the most epic panels been on your channel.
Yeah.
Like I could think of several of them.
That's without a doubt. And that night, I don't know where you was, Keller, when rated R, whatever the name is, hit the panel to get Larry. Oh my
Yeah,
God, you know.
in progress.
Oh my God. And that motherfucking Larry told rated R, rated X, he said, he kept telling Larry about him stealing that $1.6 million. Larry said, well, I done seen the way your mouth and looking where you live, and you
You
need to
needed
steal
to stand.
1.6. Honey, I had to go on mute. Baby, I was dead back here. I was like,
Hey,
It
Larry,
was all kinds of stuff going on that night. It was
nah,
one fire after the next.
nothing gonna top that live, that panel you had. That I don't think you can put it back up yet because you had to go edit some shit. Nothing
which
gonna
one?
top that one.
Which
Motherfucker,
one?
shit was guns and shit was good.
Oh
So
yeah, you know what? I got you. Yeah, I do got to
Wait a
edit the
minute,
gun. I
what?
swear. Oh my God, that panel
we
made me
had
laugh
motherfucking
so much. It's
Jeff.
like it was
We had
a
we had Jeff
Chicago
Taylor.
moment.
Jeff Taylor
Oh
was
my,
Jeff
Jeff
Taylor was out
Taylor.
looking for Debo.
That
Looking for
was
who?
Debo. He went outside. Debo told him to meet him somewhere. Jeff went over there, turned
Lord
his
have
camera on, like, I'm out here,
mercy.
nigga. Guns and shit being sold. And you had
yeah,
Shot Town out
Rolo was
waiting on
on
this.
there.
And then you
Everybody.
had somebody, I think it was Trevor, went to and sat down at the motherfucking park next to his house or some shit.
Oh my
Chi-Town
God.
was
It was
on there.
it was
That was
crazy.
crazy. It was
It was
crazy.
crazy.
I was like, oh no.
Because the crazy part was Jeff came in on some Martin Luther King shit.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
He was trying to settle the shit, and he just went straight gangster. Next thing
Yeah.
I
And I
know,
was like, what is going on?
I
Oh
was like,
my
"Oh,
God.
he outside flashing guns and shit."
Oh
Yes,
my
that was
God.
crazy. That was
That's what I'm
crazy.
saying. This
I
is
have the
crazy. This is
yeah,
crazy.
these people crazy. Yeah.
I,
And they be so mad at my damn panels. I'm like, baby, it ain't my fault. They hit
Oh yeah,
that
you
link.
had some epic ass paddles, boy.
Yeah, just like that very first one I had that kicked off that when it made it, I wasn't able to ever get back when everybody was hit that motherfucker. I don't know how many people. I was rotating them in
That first time when you went 12 hours,
when I went, no, it was 18 hours and 44
that's when you
minutes.
lost your live. Yeah, that's when you lost your live.
I didn't know that I should have had
Yeah,
a Twitter
yeah,
and a Facebook
yeah,
to
that was
record.
crazy.
That was crazy.
All day,
Angela was on here all day,
all
honey.
day,
Angela,
all day.
everybody was on this motherfucker going. I was like, oh my God.
When did you come into the sector, Carl? Because I don't remember you until like
no,
recently.
because I wasn't. Well, number one, I had a lot of things going on, like work wise, everything else during that time as far as projects. So I'll just most of the time, even now when I'm listening, I'm working. So I've been listening from the beginning because I've been following the case from the very beginning. Like I said, I was a
So when
huge
did you come active? When did you come active in it?
not until a few months ago. And
Okay.
I really didn't want to become active, like overall. I really just was on Miss Denise's channel having fun, like doing fun stuff. And it was when people would started coming in and she would be talking about, and she wouldn't even be talking about anything negative, but then they would just start trolling, like in the chat. And so I would offer opinion, whatever. And then JoJo has expressed wanting me to come like over to his channel about stuff that they wanted to change, like the way that the trajectory of how things was going, like in such a negative way. So I was like, okay, I'm fine with that. And then I started listening into that, and then that started, and then I jumped on a
Oh
couple
man,
panels for Miss Angie. I think I got on Miss Angie panel even before JoJo, because I was
Yeah.
real hesitant about JoJo panels at first because I saw a whole lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
man, listen,
I saw a
another
whole
epic.
lot around that, and I was like, I'm just gonna listen in, and I would comment, and then he would, want me. mention about wanting me to come up. But like I said, I had already seen like the dynamic of the flow that what was happening in there. And then after a while, I was like, you want to know what? Let me, because I feel like he really do want to change the way his channel was going. So I jumped in, a couple times, and that's what I've been doing late, with him and Miss Angie. And then I really only participate him and Miss Angie and Miss Denise chats. That's really it.
Oh God.
Everybody else I just watch,
Man, another epic live. You just reminded me. Motherfucking JoJo and DJ Tyson. Oh my God.
Which one? Part what? Which one?
The one where he went to his house.
Oh yeah.
The one where he went to his house. Wait, no.
Oh yeah, that was on JoJo channel. Yeah, and I'm calling him JoJo get out the streets.
He said, JoJo said, you see that bag back there? That's motherfucking World War III back there, nigga. I'm like, nigga, wait, if I call Edge, I said, man, I'll do what you got to do to talk some sense in this nigga.
Yeah, okay. And I'm like, I can't. He ain't listening to me.
So this shit finna be all bad. This should be all bad.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And the thing is that, like,
and then Tyson fucking took out his shit. He's DJ. He DJ.
Yeah.
He's at the club DJ and fucking showing his motherfucking gun. Oh my God damn, this shit finna be bad. This shit finna be bad.
I've always watched Dana. I've always watched everybody because I was into the case. So when I would pull stuff up, it would come up. So I would normally like I said, listen while I'm working, or listen while I'm and I would watch Choke No Joke. I found Miss Denise from off of Choke channel actually.
Oh really? Oh okay.
Yeah, so that's how I ended up running into Miss Denise channel. But like I said, I watched everybody because I was more so into the details of what was going on because they hadn't yet gone to court yet, all of that kind of stuff, So it was like the only type of news you was getting was from what was happening on YouTube underground. Angelo doing all these interviews, him keep getting up on there, all that kind of stuff. So I've been following all of that stuff. That's why I say when they talk about people being new, just because people didn't participate don't mean they was new. And sometimes they have a better perspective because they haven't been inactive and participating in it. They've been watching.
I wonder how many more people like you.
Probably a lot. Because
one night. Go ahead.
You said what, Miss Angie?
I was gonna say one night, maybe a month ago, I was just saying, hey, any people that's in the bushes that's new, whatever, come out, just come out and whatever. It was people I had never seen they screen names before. I'm like, who the hell is you? And they were speaking and stuff like that. I was like, oh wow, y'all just sitting back watching.
Yeah,
wow.
Because a lot of times it's just like for me, it was background noise. Like if I put on a series to start watching, I gotta pay attention. I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing because I need to pay attention to the details, right? So a lot of times I just throw YouTube on when I'm working because it's background noise. I can just let it play and I catch just things here and there.
That's what I did.
Yeah, and so that's how it started. And then, like I said, and then these story plots started getting thicker, like. And I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? Because Hella, I'm a part of a lot of true crime communities on YouTube. So, like I said, I have donated money to searches for children, all types of stuff like that. So, I follow true crime, period. But the R. Kelly thing, like I said, appealed to me because I was always an R. Kelly fan. And I really came to YouTube, like I said, because I was like, this is horrible. Like, why did this get like this? You know what I'm saying? So I was just trying to find out more information.
Okay.
And that's how I started listening to these different. Like
you
I said,
found out that
so
these people down here, crazy.
I've been listening to Levi for a long time since he was in that kitchen.
I remember when I first had a conversation with you. I thought you was a supporter.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. And it wasn't that. It was just that I try to look at things from an objective angle. Like not necessarily like the other night I said, it is two things can be true at the same time. It could be that it is a witch hunt out for him and that he made himself available to be the witch. Both things can be true.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's how
Right.
I feel about this situation. I feel like that, yes, there was some conspiracy to get him, but he did things that made himself available for them to get him.
Like what Adam No Jumper told Wack, he said, this time out, they not gonna hardly, because Wack was still trying to say, like he was done unjust or whatever Wack was saying. He said, man, this time out, he don't think that the government is gonna, make those missteps or whatever, and fuck up the case or whatever, where they will have to, you know what I'm saying, be back in the same predicament. They want to make sure they dot their I's and cross the T's and shit.
That's what Wax said.
No, that's what Adam No Jumper said.
I see.
You follow Adam No Jumper?
What did he mean?
Uh-uh.
What did he mean that they gonna not make the mistake? What you mean?
That they're gonna be airtight.
Yeah, Wack was trying to say, like, the government fucked up, and maybe some loopholes that get, let Kells be set free. And Adam No Jumper was saying, nah, he don't think that the government would do that because they've been wanting him a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when they
I mean, that's common knowledge.
Yeah, when they waiting to get somebody, and that's any government entity, whether it's the federal, state government, or whatever. Like I said, with my
State, on the other hand, may be a little different. Or not feds.
No. But what I mean is that whenever any government entity is trying to get you, it's somebody for a long time. Like they sit on some people because they waiting for that, So whenever they've done that to build up to that point,
Cosby next.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make when I say what I say, Kella, is that they sit here and they come up with all of these ideas, but these ideas could actually be worse. And just the same thing with Cosby gets released, and then what? Now it's more coming, and then what?
What y'all think about Trump? Because every time this motherfucker get indicted, his poll numbers go up.
That's because that's the type of supporters he got.
Yes.
You said what?
That's the type of supporters he got, Keller. They don't give a damn. If they didn't give a damn, we don't give a F was a person, it will be his supporters.
Do you think if he run and get past the primaries, do he got a shot of winning?
He had a shot of winning the first time, Keller. I will never forget this. It was a turning point.
He lost popular vote.
That popular vote don't mean a damn thing. And I wrote a huge paper about the Electoral College and the change from the original intent about it. But the way it was designed, it was for that reason, so that the popular vote did not hold the weight, right?
And I think they should change that shit.
And you said what?
I think they should change it.
Well,
I think they will change it. I think they will. Go ahead.
The original design was never intended to be the way that it's being done now. That's the problem. The original design was intended for the Electoral College to place the candidates up, but it was supposed to be the popular vote that elected the president. Once the year that James Madison, I think, and Thomas Jefferson, whatever year Thomas Jefferson was vice president, I think it was James Madison who won the presidency. If you had two different parties inside of the White House, and because of the consternation that happened, that's when they changed it. I think that was the second. It was either the second or the third election. I can't remember, but that's where it changed. And as a result of that, they begin to change the evolution. The question becomes, like the profound question becomes, did it evolve or devolve? Right? Did we witness an evolutionary process, or devolutionary process, right?
For a limited time.
Right. So because they did not like how it felt to have two people in the White House in control who were not of the same party affiliation. And that's what made them say this isn't going to work.
Well, I think they're gonna get rid of the electoral college probably within the next 12 years.
It's going to be difficult. It's
Well,
a the
here's
way
why.
the
Here's why.
whole electoral system has been built upon that, and all of the things that they have done with districting have had to do with that.
I get that, but here's why. The demographic is changing and drastically in these red states. Texas being one of them. Everybody in these major cities is moving, relocating to Houston, relocating to Dallas, relocating to Atlanta. Atlanta already damn near flipped.
But Atlanta is one area, Keller, in Georgia.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
It's
Hear me
not a
out.
blue
Hear me out.
state.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Hear me out. Hear me out. Although you got all these rural areas, like you said, it's only one area, so you got all these rural areas in this big ass state. Due to the demographic change and everybody relocating, these rural areas would no longer be able to keep up with these major cities. Now they are, but eventually they're not going to be able to keep up with the major cities. That's going to be primarily Democratic, and it's going to flip it to blue. And the Republicans won't stand a chance. Once Texas flip to blue,
Keller, let me give you a theory, right?
once Texas flip to blue, the Republicans will never be in office ever
I'm going
again.
to tell you what the strategy is. It's going to be a gentrification project. It is how they then prevent things from happening, right? Or maintain things as they are. They will create some type of gentrification project that will move certain demographic of people out of the community to place the people in there that they want into the community so that they can maintain that district. And the thing is that a lot of people, they know that if they scatter it out enough, the voter turnout is poor. So
Right, I get you.
they make these they are people who are sitting around calculating all of this.
The regentification is not the solution. The turnout is the solution.
But
The people not getting you to.
but no, the changing of the demographic of the district is what they are.
But now you're flipping the rural area. So if you regentify, right, and you get them out of the major cities, now they're going out to the rural areas. Now you just flip flopping.
No, but you're dispersing them in a way. You're especially those people who, a lot of times when they go to do these projects, Keller, a lot of these people are on some type of public housing. So they disperse them out in a way that scatter it so that they can try to maintain control of that district or get the control that they want in the district. They've been doing it a long time in Maryland. The thing about Maryland,
they do it everywhere. They do that shit everywhere.
Maryland is such a unique state because we were the state that was slave and free. We had a mix, right? So it was always difficult to try to change that. But when you go into downtown Baltimore now, at one point in time, you would have never seen certain people jogging in the middle of the night. Now you see them people jogging in the middle of the night, and they've moved those people out into other counties and dispersed them out other places in order to manipulate the vote.
I don't think regentification is the solution. I believe voter suppression is the solution.
I'm not saying it's the solution. I'm saying it's what they've been using to manipulate it, to maintain, to keep it the way that it's been.
Now, turnout, every Republican is afraid of turnout because they know the more people that vote, the less chances they have of winning the candidates. Well, do you think, back to my original question, do you think if he make it past the primary, he will win?
So that's what I wanted to tell you. I projected that he was going to win the year that he won. And I'm gonna tell you, my mother and them was mad with me
I did not think he was gonna win that
They
year.
was mad as shit. They would not talk to me. It was not to the night of the election. They was calling me on the phone like, I cannot believe this. But the reason why was because I was paying attention. I was paying attention to what was happening, right? And I was like, he's possibly going to win. Number one, people had a huge disdain for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And I had
I think
already
if it was
said,
another candidate, it would have been
it still would have been a possibility, but they had a huge disdain for her. And I had already said this, that the year that Obama won, if she didn't go in that year, she was not going to win anytime after that. That was her opportunity. And when he jumped into the race, and it messed her up, and that's what made her throw that temper tantrum the way that she did.
Well,
And
the shit came out on her at the most inopportune moment.
And she because she had it. That was her opportunity. That was her chance.
She had it too.
Okay, but fast forward to now though. Do you think he will win?
And going into the election with Trump, she was skeptical about it at first because she did not have the same confidence when she ran against Obama originally. She did not. Before it was determined who was going to be the Republican candidate, she did not have that same confidence that she had when she went.
I see it a different way because I was actually participating on some of those boards and shit. And let me tell you what happened. I saw it, and this is what we talked about. I saw it is that she was too confident because you know what she did? She didn't, and after it came out,
she did. Yep. She did go. She did run all those places.
All those different places.
And she said she didn't need to.
After Trump secured the candidacy for the Republican ticket, yes. But
at the last minute, she did that concert. At the last minute.
No. I'm not talking about after he already secured the Republican ticket. I'm talking about before he did.
I'm talking about doing the run. I'm talking about doing the run.
She was skeptical about the run, and the Democratic Party came to her and asked her to run because they didn't have no money. They needed her to fund everything. And she was skeptical. She was not sure about herself. This is before this is during the primary. Before he even won the Republican ticket. Once he won the Republican ticket, yes, she became overconfident. Absolutely. And you want to know what? In a way, I don't blame her. She should have been.
Because how could she lose to an idiot, right?
Exactly.
But one of the things, and I kept saying, and this is what I always bring to the table, and I just fell out. I don't even participate no more in that route, in that way no more. And I said, you know what, y'all always talk about the middle class. You never talk about the poor. So, because let me tell you this. While you talking about your middle class, build out the jobs and all this, whatever, the poor gets fucking poor. Okay? They never reach, they never attain the class of middle class. Okay? You never concentrate on the programs, to strengthen the programs to bump them up. You understand what I'm saying? You know, concentrate on training, job skills, this and whatever, yep. You got people out here working for put them
in a situation to win.
Yes, you keep putting them in situations to make them stay poor or get poor, because when they have another kid, what happens? You have no way to get them off of this. You just not.
What is that? What is that? How do you how do you put them in a situation?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You need to really address that instead of just thinking just renewing the same old programs is going to help. You're going to have to actually put some work behind it. And you are taking the middle class. You're saying, okay, these are business owners or whatever. You are thinking that they have some mandate.
The trickle down effect.
Yeah, mandate to hire people. Mandate to give people raises. No, they don't have that mandate. They, so you keep talking about I'm gonna give corporate welfare to the middle class, whatever. Okay, they can take their corporate welfare and keep their numbers the same,
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
their benefit package the same, or whatever. They don't say
So
that they don't have
that's
an
what they
agreement
do.
to hire more
The
people.
Republican theology is we're gonna give all the tax cut to the higher paid people so they can
Mhm.
create more jobs. But the problem is they outsourcing jobs.
Thank you. They don't have
Uh,
to
Well,
create
and they
jobs
told
here.
the lie.
and
Right.
making their bottom line better. They
But
said, "Fuck
told
it."
the lie. They told the lie that the welfare recipient, the businesses is the biggest welfare recipients that there
Right.
is.
I think if I was the
I was
president, I would get
criticizing.
rid of.
I heard
I
that
would get
politics
rid of
on my
all
radio.
welfare. If I was the president, I would get rid of all welfare, all public aid. I get rid of all that shit, and I would redirect it to education. Everybody go. Everybody gonna get free education. You're gonna give your opportunity to get educated, to go to college for free, so
But
you'll
what
be in a
about those
position.
people who, Keller? What about those people who college is not for them?
Well, trade school. What
Yeah,
trade
well,
school?
okay, yeah, like some type of work
Right. So
specialization,
right. So a
labor or
trade
something.
school.
But
A
uh,
You have
trade school or college to put you in a position to win
see,
instead of giving out handouts.
and there's a lot of things that poverty springs, right? A lot of
mm-hmm.
times it springs what? Crime.
Crime.
It,
Yep.
you know, you desperation,
It
shit
is
like
the
that.
cousin. It is the
All that,
cousin. Yep.
streetwalking, drugs, selling drugs, like all that type of
Mm-hmm.
shit. But
Yep.
nobody is I don't get it. And
Yep.
you know what? I mean,
I, I think
don't get
I
me
think the
started.
education fix all that shit.
Well,
Education and putting them
you
in a
still got
position.
to have you before you got to have some kind of bridge before you phase out those programs altogether. You got to have some bridge to education to get these people, on their feet. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yes, you got to
now you do because it's so fucked up. So you got to slowly
you
but
got to
surely.
meet where they are. And some of these kids, you got to meet people where they are. But I mean, this is some crazy ass shit.
I would say free.
Well, I
Nobody on their
think that
past no
one of the
more.
biggest constraints, is that in order for people to get assistance when they get in a bad situation, in order for them to be able to get it, they have to be in the worst situation to get it.
Right.
Right,
And
right,
because of that, and that it never gives them any type of opportunity for upward mobility.
right. You can't have no house. You can't have no car. You can't have none of that. None of
Or
it. Let me tell you something. We did the biggest.
uh,
I we got.
education and healthcare free.
I can talk to y'all for
And get down how you live after that.
I wanna highlight what Star is saying because she is right. She says there are people who are very sick that have worked their asses, and she is right. I'm one of them. I'm one of the people who worked through some terrible illness.
And that's why I
like
said
when
health.
I first.
That's why I said health and education free.
But what I'm saying is that I knew that I couldn't reduce my standard of living to be on disability. So
right.
I had to function like that. Like I was like, I had to beg my doctors to send me back to work at points in time because I was like, I can't be out of work. Like I cannot live off of that. So
Right.
you do like I said, it is agreement that individuals in society make with each other, and the thing is that both are breaching those agreements because for instance, I have a friend of mine, and God bless her heart, and I love her, but her ass don't need to be on no disability. She do every
Like
damn
people
thing.
get comfortable with that. Now I agree that some people get in situations where you just need a little help. That's fine. But when people get comfortable on that shit and dependent on that shit, that's when it
Right.
becomes a
But
problem.
but
We
I'm
did
trying
the
to even
biggest. No,
I'm
I was
trying
saying,
to
Huh?
I
figure out
was
how she even got approved for disability because some of these people.
Disability different. Disability different. Like you can't control that. If something happened to you
No, no,
and
no,
you're
no, no, no.
disabled,
Keller, there are some. What I'm telling you right now is that I have a friend right now that is on disability that her ass should not be on there, and I know other people who are or who need to be on there, and they have to fight tooth and nail
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
to
That's
get
a
it.
problem. Yeah, that's
But
a problem.
I'm trying to figure out who
But
in
I'm
that
talking about
house.
like real disabled people. Like I'm
Right,
not
Right.
talking
like
about
You know
nobody
what I was gonna say
fucking
is I
finessing,
real quick. So
and shit. I'm talking about
we did
legit
the biggest.
disabled people. We should be helping their ass
We
the
did
most we
the biggest
can.
thing. We did the biggest stings. They still carry on now, but we did the biggest stings on public assistance and things of that nature, whatever. And when I tell you, when you get in, I mean, and all of them, for even the motherfuckers that work there, the motherfuckers that's on it, and all that type of shit. And when you go to look at the type of people that they turn down, you be like, what? And the type of people that they
mm-hmm.
allow, you be like, what? And you be like, what the
Yes,
fuck? And it's like you telling people that they can have a house, a car, or this, that, or no, the income got to be such this, that. You got people that came in that just really, because of their daycare situation and all that kind of bullshit. It was crazy. And I'm like, this whole shit need to be overhauled.
yeah.
Everybody ripping this motherfucking shit off.
What about the Venezuelans? So how y'all
Oh
feel
my
about that?
gosh, Hella, don't even talk about that. I'd be so sick about that. I did a whole research on that, and my research on them was behind how terrible the HIV/AIDS epidemic has gotten over there. It has turned back into like 1980s United States because of them not being able to get any medications.
They but I'm just talking about the poverty. Not even just that. The poverty over there. They getting $28 a month.
Well, and all of that has to do with them
Crazy.
being cut off. All of that has to do with them being cut off because of the sanctions, and
Oh,
and
oh.
and with all of that stuff going on with the sanctions, and they cannot get any aid. And the reason that they can't get any aid is because they have a resource to get money. They are the largest oil reserve in the world.
They said
Venezuela.
that again.
Venezuela is the largest oil reserve in the world.
So why are they migrating over here?
Well, it's because of the sanctions. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is the sanctions that has been placed on them by the UN Security Council of why it is terrible over there. And that's what I'm telling you. The focus of my research in that direction was about how the AIDS HIV how the sanctions have impacted the treatment. They had one of the best HIV/AIDS treatment programs in that region. But after the sanctions was issued, these people are dying like in the 80s and the early 90s
How do
because
you
they
feel
can't
about the
get any
migration?
medication.
How you, how you feel about the migration? The surge of migration. They've
Um,
been migrating. How you feel about the surge? Because
it's
it's record numbers now.
the people are desperate. They
Do
desperate.
you are you against it?
I can't say I'm against people doing what they have to do when they are desperate. I can't.
That's how I feel
These
because
they desperate to get because there is no resolution that is happening in that region. And even Joe Biden tried to, when he first got into office, he tried to see if he could create some type of resolution because of what was going on with the oil, Russia, and the
well they want to
situation with
work.
the
They come over here. They want to work.
well,
And
the thing is that the situation that was happening with them throwing the sanctions on Russia, and then it was dealing with the oil, and so Biden tried to see if he could work with something, and that fell through. It didn't. It's bad. It's bad over there.
the
It's
problem
bad.
now, and I don't know how if Trump get in office, he's saying he gonna send them back. I don't know how you gonna do that because you deport 2,000 of them and motherfucking 30 more thousand. So what? So I mean, what? The deporting is not the you're gonna be forever. The deportation you won't be able to keep up with it. But they come in here because they said they don't want no handouts, and that's what the American people. That's the problem. They saying that they feel like that they are being prioritized over them because they are not getting help, but they come over and they not from here and they
Well,
are able to
because
get it.
the thing is that they know that allowing them to come over here and that it's cheaper labor, and so
That's the problem. The labor is
that's the
going
problem.
to
And so
go
it's
down.
almost like an exploitation of their need.
It's
In a
going to
way.
go down. And the hotels want them. So the problem is they want to work, but they can't. They don't have no social security number or nothing, so they can't pay them. They saying that they need to wait like at least 9 months before they even able to work, and it's a labor shortage, especially in the hotel industry. So the hotels are like want them bad to pay them fucking $5 an hour.
Yeah, because they can exploit the
$5
situation.
an hour. So and to them, $5 an hour that's a lot of money to them because they just send the shit
Yeah,
back home.
but nobody was paying attention to the story that was unfolding with that when Trump was in office and he was allowing all of the women to come over from Russia and they would birth a tourist and they were staying at the properties got his name on it to have babies here. They weren't
Trump,
running that story. It's only
Trump,
immigrants of certain descent.
exactly. Trump talking about all these motherfucking illegal aliens when your motherfucking wife barely speak English.
Yeah, he ain't want them talking about the ones on his property, the properties with his name on it, even though he don't own them. But they had his name on it, and they was coming from Russia to have babies here.
But yeah, it's fucked up, man. They went through hell to get here. I was looking at that and was looking at like
Yeah,
what they had to go through just to get here.
yeah,
I'm
like
like, God
you.
damn.
I mean, like I said, in an ideal situation. Would you want them to have to leave the place that they are from, or no? But
They had no choice.
when you look at what the conditions are, and like I said, just look at that one issue that I gave. Just go and research the one issue about what is happening. And if if they are having trouble getting HIV antiretrovirals to HIV/AIDS, they're having trouble getting everything, blood pressure medication, any kind of thing coming in. It is, and when they can make available, it is high. They cannot afford it.
I'm just starting to see the impact now. I would say the last couple months because at first I heard about the surplus, but now I'm starting to
But
see it.
Keller, this has been going on for years
I know,
because
I know.
when
I'm
I
just saying
started
now,
researching it, I know it was like a few years
but now
ago.
it's getting to the point
Couple
where they
years
have
ago.
nowhere to put them. And in Chicago, they are like sleeping in motherfucking police departments, health buildings. We opening like abandoned schools and shit. So it's like now I'm seeing the shit like with my own eyes. Like I heard about it, but
Mm-hmm.
now I'm visually like seeing the shit.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. And when I was
Chicago get 200 a day. The Texas. So they come to Texas, and Texas just shit put them on the plane and start flying their ass in. What they sent them to what's her name? Vice President. They sent it to her house.
this your guy Miss A.G. DeSantis, wasn't he flying them out somewhere?
They fly their ass in. What?
He said they ain't coming over there for Florida. I'm gonna send them over to Martha's Vineyard. Wasn't he doing that?
You don't see them in Florida, Angie?
She must have walked away to get something.
Oh, see them.
Kelly, didn't he fly them to Martha's Vineyard or say something like he was going to fly them to Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, he said he. I don't know, but he did say, "Motherfucker, y'all ain't coming over here."
I mean, this is I like I said, I don't know what is, and when Miss Angie talked about that, about poverty and crime being the closely related, and that's what it is, the cousin to poverty, because wherever you have people who have lack of resources, crime is going to exist because people are going to feel like that.
And
I have to.
the way I disagree, and here's why: because I have been to other countries where the poverty is so fucking bad, and they have the lowest crime rate.
Right, listen to what you just said. Other countries, right? In America, we are different. We are a different style. We, first of all, we were a social experiment. Period. right? Because what was attempted to what has been done and actualized here and attempted to be done, was it done anywhere else, right? And so from the beginning, it was a social experiment. We we Americans do not know how to function at bare minimum. We really don't. Well, as a whole, I'm not talking about like as individual people, but as a whole, Americans think that they are entitled to certain things as Americans.
maybe not. I don't know. I don't know because we didn't. When I was growing up, shit, we was poor and we made it
That's
work.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying about individual. I'm not talking
Not
about
poor.
individual.
Oh,
I'm talking about as a whole. We think that we should have a right to certain things. We think we believe as Americans that we should be entitled to certain things. I know how to reduce my standard of living, Keller, but that as a overall Americans, it's just like, okay, it's just like this. There are people, and especially teenagers, who think they got the right to drive. No, driving is a privilege. It's not a right. If you
well,
if you don't,
hold on. Some would say, I think it's a ruling on this that commercial driving is a privilege. Now they don't call it driving. Travel, I think it's in the Constitution. The right to travel is a right.
well,
Commercial,
to travel, yeah, I'm talking about that when they think that it is their right to hold a driver's license. Like nobody should be able to. They should.
that's what I'm saying. It has been some arguments that
Well,
the only people that need driver's license,
you have some sovereign citizens who
yeah,
will
the sovereign
argue. Yeah,
citizens
I
say,
know that. But okay. In my what I'm saying is there are certain things that are privileges and there are certain things that are rights. And
okay,
sometimes people conflate the two. They believe that what is their right, what is their privilege is their right. So you could be poor and that's you people think that they should have the right to not be poor no matter what, right? Some people think that, right? And
that they what?
so
Say that again.
some people think that they should have the right not to be poor, like that.
I
If
don't think it's a right. I don't think it's a right, but I think it's a choice, especially nowadays because there's so many. It's Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
that's what I agree with. Now there are so many ways that you can make money that if you're poor, and this is how I feel, if you're poor, it's because you're choosing to,
Right. Not
right?
even the money part. Not even just making money part. It's so many, so much assistance out here that
Well,
that
I'm not going. There are so many ways to make money. Technology has
that's true.
evolved in such a way where it has created so many ways for people to be able to make money. Ways that people didn't have. Through I went from rotary phones up until net. It is no way that I could fathom that when I was a kid, the technology would have evolved to this space that and has created all of these opportunities. I was using something simple as I was talking to somebody the other day is about these kids and how they can just hit Uber and get a ride. And I remember when I was a kid, we would have to call the cab company
Right. It's supposed to
over and
take.
over again. The
Right.
number might be busy. They tell you
Right.
they're gonna be there in
And then
20 minutes.
when you do get one, shit, that's gonna be at least a minimum 30 minutes before they get to that
Right,
motherfucker.
if they get there, right. And but now all you got to do is just hit a
Yeah,
button and somebody just picks you up.
right.
It's there are so many opportunities for people to do something that they can generate revenue that it's kind of hard. But the problem is, and this is what we saw, like in people accessing healthcare once Affordable
So
Care
is it
Act.
more so they think they entitled, or it's a right, or is it pride?
They think that somebody is supposed to. I don't know. I think sometimes people think that somebody is supposed to. And I was going to use this analogy. Like once everybody had access to healthcare, right? under the Affordable Care Act, and that gave people who never had access before some access. Even though they had the access, people still weren't using it, right? And the IC I worked in, we were looking at this because that IC was originally developed under that act. And we
So
were
I thought motherfuckers was using that shit because I remember when it first came out, all of a sudden, that's when I saw all these urgent cares.
But I'm going to tell you why.
Popping up.
I'm going to tell you why it was people weren't using it, right? People were not using it because you had to change people's behavior. Even though they had access, their behavior was so used to not having access that it was trying to think of new ways to get them to use what they had, right? We had to figure out, like, how do you get people to use what's available to them now? Because people have become so used to not having it. And sometimes I think that is the case. I think that people don't sometimes understand the resources that are available, and they don't know how to access the resources. And so even though we know that these things are available and we take for granted that we know that it's available, they don't know how to utilize it.
Do you feel so? You work in the health industry, right?
Yeah, I've worked in some type of policy, health, looking research, most of my life. Yeah.
Do you feel that Obamacare was a bad thing?
I don't. I think that and I can liken this almost to the crime bill. I don't even want to go down that road because I will strongly disagree with people about that crime bill. But with Obamacare, I think what happened was, I think that of course there are things that could have been done to.
Well, of course, because it's just the
with any
rollout.
policy, right?
It's going to be like, to this day, Medicaid is still need to be worked on.
Right. All policy needs to be looked at in order to it's a cyclic process, right?
That's
It's
process.
constantly going,
You
right?
got to start somewhere.
Right. But what I think, and this is the misleading part about when people talk about it that I hate. They talk about it as if the way that the policy was written was to create these gaps, right? So that
well, the problem was the problem from what I've gathered is the prices for the people the people who were able to afford healthcare was paying more. Their premium went up.
Okay, but Keller, let me throw this in here. What I'm gonna tell you, they placed the blame on the wrong set of people, which was the legislators in Congress who created the bill, and Obama who fostered the bill, right? They placed it on the wrong people. That deficit happened at the state level. It did
Now,
not happen at the.
I'm talking about just the Obamacare itself.
Right,
I'm talking
exactly. That's what I'm telling you. The deficit happened at the state level, because what happens is that all the legislative branch does is that they just create policy. They create the law. They create the policy. It is up to then the states, local governments, all that, to implement it. And they don't have control over how they implement the law. The way that the states implemented it created those gaps. Because it was states who did not want it to work. So they did it on purpose. It was states who would not take the funds, the money that was being dispersed to them in order for them to expand the Medicare programs in their states. And this is where this happened. It happened at the state level. It was not at the federal level. So when in each individual, because if you notice and you pay attention, each individual state has its own exchange. It's not a federal exchange. Each state has its own health exchange, right? If they took the funds in order to proceed with the new law. There were states who did not take it because they did not want to go with the guidelines. So they did not take it. And that is where they created these gaps, where people fell into a bucket of that they didn't make enough money to pay for it on their own, but they made too much money in order to be eligible for free coverage, Medicaid, because they didn't want to expand their program. The states did that. But they will, when the way that they talk about it, they will put it onto Congress. They will put it onto Obama.
Where is it now? Like the affordable health care, like what's the status of it now? Is it
Well, some of
still?
it has been dismantled because of, well, I don't know. I
Well,
think there was some restoration since Biden got back in office. But
right. I
remember,
know Trump did.
yeah,
He said repeal, replace, but he never replaced the motherfucker.
Yeah, Trump started dismantling some of it. And I hadn't seen insurance policies in years that were written with pre-existing conditions. And as soon as he started to dismantle, I all of a sudden started seeing like pre-existing conditions being disqualifiers again, right? It was
That's
almost
fucked up.
immediate.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Because I'm going to tell you what a pre-existing condition could be. Something simple as pregnancy. So if you get coverage, if you're pregnant when you get the new coverage, they can deny all claims that come from that.
I don't understand. We supposed to be this is the legend. I don't know how you just said. We are supposed to be the best country, the richest country, in the world. But we the only ones that don't have free motherfucking healthcare. I believe Canada is. I think Canada is where you want to be, in my opinion.
Healthcare is one of the things that they will tell you. They will tell you is a privilege. It is not a right. And I'm just telling you.
But I understand that. But why all these other countries have it and we don't? And we're supposed to be the best in the world.
Because the reason how they get around that is because they talk it's socialized medicine. And people should have a right to.
So let me say it this way. Why are the other countries are successful of making it work, and it's problematic here?
Well, one of the main things that they say, I'm not saying that I agree with any of this color. I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you what the opposing view will say. One of the things that they say is because of how large this country is. Like the other countries where it's working, they are not as large as the United States.
Well,
so they will use that.
Okay, so we could say per capita, we get more money. We get more taxes per capita. So I mean, it all balance out.
I'm just telling you.
The more people, the more taxes.
Right. I'm just telling you that this is what is said. Like that it's easier for this country or that country to do. And like I said, also the overall argument is always that by creating socialized medicine, you are taking people's decisions about their health out of their hands. And so because like so when you look at some of these places that have that do provide, like Canada, for instance, right? In some instances, for certain things to get done, it is a long waiting period, right? For them to have certain services, procedures, different things done, because they do have a government-run healthcare system. And so basically, with Americans, with the overall thing for in this country debate is that individuals should have the right to select their own physician, to be able to select what kind of coverage they want to have and don't want to have, because you have some health plans and private health plans where people even have coverage for cosmetic procedures that they can pay. Like them rich and famous people, a lot of them aren't coming straight out their pocket to pay for those procedures. They are paying some insurance coverage, and they might be paying a decent premium for it, but they are paying some insurance coverage for them to have those riders on their policy, right? So this country makes a lot of money off of private health care and off of medicine.
That's where it's at.
Right. That's the reality.
That's why
Right.
that's the real reason.
Right. Right. It's a money making business for this country.
Because China, if they want to say the people, China got what, 1 point something billion motherfuckers that stay there. The US have 300 some million.
But
China got free healthcare.
You have to look at the quality of the system. Kella. Now I'm gonna tell you a country where there is a good government run healthcare system in Sweden. Sweden has a good government run healthcare system, but their population is way less than the United States. Like in China,
Which means that they're getting way less taxpayer dollars.
In China, I gotta say, the quality of the care, I don't know about the quality of the care. And like
Okay,
I said,
but I would love, let's just say they just getting basic. We don't even have that.
Well, I can't. I don't know. I'm not going to necessarily say that that's not true. That's true, because there are places where people can get basic care. The problem is that basic care color doesn't sometimes detect major problems, right? Like, I'm gonna give you an example. So I had been this healthy person all my life, right? Up until I got 31. And all of a sudden I started having all of this stuff happen. Well, basic care would have ran a basic blood test on me and they wouldn't have found nothing. Nothing would have been detected. And I would have still probably been trying to figure out to this day what the hell is wrong with me. Because I had private health care, and I always did, they were able to run more extensive testing that it's not part of your basic blood work panel. And that's how they were able to find that there was actually something wrong. So the thing is that the basic care and basic screening does not always, for a sick person, sometimes it does no good. For a person who's having symptoms, sometimes it does no good for that person. And then to have to wait in order to get certain approvals, authorizations, even in our private healthcare system, we have this problem.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, with waiting for approvals for certain things, having to meet in certain qualifications. There are step therapies. Yeah, there are step therapies to certain things.
That's how London is. Like, they have free healthcare, but to see like a specialist, shit, you can be waiting 3-4 months for that can happen.
Exactly. And so I had to go on. So when I got diagnosed, they did a rheumatoid factor on me, found out, like, this is what's going on. Your rheumatoid factor is positive. And then I had to go through another series of testing. And at one point I had
you have RA?
Yeah, yes. And it's very aggressive. So I have a lot of comorbidities because of it, a lot of secondary conditions because of it.
Are you able to get on the plane?
I can't. Yeah. Now, Keller, when I first got it, I couldn't walk past 15 minutes.
But I heard the pressure or some shit from the aircraft.
It will, but so I think the medications that I'm on right now, and I tell people all the time, I am not the norm. Okay, I had exceptional care. And I had exceptional care because most of the physicians that treated me, I worked with them in a professional capacity before I ever got sick. I've had access to the best physicians, from going from NIH to, to private physicians. Like the team of physicians that I have is not what a typical person may have access to. And I am thankful for that, but I don't discount what other people go through in the system because I know how difficult it is for other people.
Mm-hmm.
But I with the Medicaid, and even still, even with me having the access, I still had to go through step treatment before I could get to a certain point, right? Where I was able to get access to
And
medication.
you said this hit at 31 because
Yes.
all of a
And
sudden,
I'm 43
wow.
now. Yeah, I'm
Do
43.
that
I'll be
run in your
44.
family?
I'm so, you said what?
Do it run in your family?
So, I have an aunt who has MS, and my physician is almost certain that my grandfather probably had the same thing as me because of a lot of the secondary conditions that I have. He had them too, but and
You
that's
said
just
you said your grandfather?
my grandfather. Yeah,
You know what's crazy? Because everybody that I know have RA is always females.
yeah. Well, this is because most of my medical secondary conditions mirror exactly to my grandfather, but he never got a diagnosis of RA, and it's for the reason why I'm telling you. It's because the same thing I was telling you about people accessing care. Older African American and Hispanic people are not used to going to the doctor. They were not used to that. And so some of the things that we are seeing develop early in us and are able to get diagnosed, it wasn't being diagnosed in them. So he was diagnosed with all of these these other conditions, but he never got a diagnosis of what the overall thing that was causing it. Because like I told you, they are not part of a normal blood work panel.
Mm.
You have to do more extensive testing to
So
find
what
it.
was it like when you was like, okay, something not right? Like what happened when you was like, okay, something not right?
Well, so the first thing that I had was I was having a problem with digestion.
I did not know it affect that. I did not know
Well,
it affect that.
because this is the thing about any autoimmune disorder, and it doesn't matter which one it is, right? Autoimmune disorders are when your immune system is overworking. It's only exception to that basically is HIV/AIDS. Like, right, that is when your immune system is deficient. Most of the other autoimmune disorders that fall within that family, it is an overworking of the immune system. So what happens is that anything foreign coming in or out is can be attacked by your immune system. And at the time we didn't know that that's why I was having it. They just knew to diagnose what the actual issue was. But when the treatment that they gave me wasn't working, they knew something else was happening because they was like, this treatment should be working, and it's not. So my immune system was combating just the very food I was eating. When I would eat, it was not agreeing, and it was because when you eat, you're taking foreign object in your body. So my immune system was essentially just attacking all of that. And so I got diagnosed with Crohn's disease because I had and I do have that, but it was the symptoms were found. They found the ulcers, all of that stuff, right? So I don't know if because it was creating that because of my immune system attacking the food, and then I don't know if that's how it developed.
So you
Whatever
said
it
you
was,
got diagnosed with Crohn's disease?
Crohn's disease, yes. Mm-hmm.
I thought that was more so dealing with your thyroid.
No, Crohn's disease is dealing with your digestion. So, it's normally about ulcers. I have ulcers in the duodenal region, which is in the upper tract. When you have them in the lower tract, it is sometimes more aggressive. So thankfully, I didn't have the most aggressive kind, but um, it it was enough at the time, right? So that's what first happened. So my GI doctor, she started treating me for that after they did the testing and found that. They started treating me for that, but it wasn't the treatment wasn't working. And then I started to develop other symptoms from that. So then they went to go check my give me another routine blood work panel, and that's when they found that I had developed diabetes. And so then that was the second thing. And so then I had to do like all of the stuff to do that. And then I started to have an issue with like nerve problem, right?
All
So
at 31.
yeah, and
Wow.
it like started all of a sudden, like all at once. Like
Wow.
it was like one symptom was coming, and then it was another one and another one. So right before them doing the test for the rheumatoid factor, my doctor was like, "Listen, if one more, because like I said, I started having a nerve problem, then I started having the severe joint swelling, and my doctor had got to when she did sent off for the test for the rheumatoid factor, she was like, if one more thing happens, I'm admitting you into the hospital so we can try to figure out what's happening, because it was that's how fast everything was just happening." And before that, Keller, I wouldn't even finish antibiotics, right?
What time frame you think all this happening? Like
It
what
started
duration?
it started probably like in February, and then it wasn't until about late May, early June that I got
Wow.
diagnosed. Yeah, because I was not the type of, I went to go get my checkup. You know what I'm saying? I went to go see my GYN doctor, get that done. Went in once a year to get my checkup. So with my ear, nose, and throat doctor discovered, and he didn't discover this until I started getting some other secondary conditions to send him to me. And when I went back, because I had to have my tonsils removed a couple of years before, and he was like, "This is probably why you couldn't get rid of," because they had to remove my tonsils because I kept developing sinusitis. And he was like that the RA was probably the reason why I couldn't get rid of the inflammation.
And wait, how old were you when your tonsils was removed?
Like 29, because my youngest daughter, she's 14 now. She was not even 1 year old, and I was, yeah, so about 29. So like I said, a couple of years
Okay.
before all of that started to happen. So he was like, that's probably why the inflammation wouldn't go to, because what happens with sinusitis is that if you go on antibiotics and the inflammation doesn't go down, it's like virus stays behind that inflammation. And then that's what I mean, it was to the point I wouldn't be able to breathe sometimes. So I
Yeah.
had to get a surgery, a sinus surgery, in addition to my tonsils removed.
That's what I need right now. I need a sinus surgery, and I need a what they call a sinus lift.
Yeah, so it's not fun. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. It's if you have to get any kind of sinus surgery or touch, it is definitely probably better to do it in childhood, because I don't even want to go off on that tangent about that terrible story when I had to have it.
So I
But
get a sinus infection like very frequently.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, you probably do need to. And see, the first thing they started me with was doing my turbinates, like, because I had that. Some people have a real thick skin. That's the only way I can describe it. But epithelial tissue, but actually skin that's in their nose, and so sometimes that's what makes, even if you have a narrow passage and then you have that increased epithelial tissue in your nose, it'll make the passage even more narrow. And so they'll start it with that. I had started with having that done a couple of years before I had the actual, the other two surgeries. But
So
um
you said it's not fun. Like, what did you have to endure?
it was, well, I did not follow the instructions. So let me just say that. Okay.
Because I've been
And
doing my research on it because it's something that need
yeah,
to
I
happen,
did not follow the instructions. The
and I
main thing,
haven't heard any really bad things about
well,
it.
the main thing I will tell you, like I said, it was my fault, probably, because I didn't follow the instructions. The main thing I will tell you is to make sure that you continue to take the pain medication no matter what. Um, I underestimated it because when I got home, I thought I was gonna have, like, I have a high pain tolerance. So I thought when they first told when my ear, nose, and throat doctor first told me to continue to take the pain medication, I thought that I was going to have like this horrible, horrible pain, and that's why I was going to need to take it. And so after the first day, I was just feeling like kind of sore. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't feel like it was. So I was like, I don't need that. So I stopped taking the pain medication. And when I stopped taking the pain medication, all of a sudden, everything started to swell up.
Oh, because for inflammation too, well, just for the
Yes,
pain,
because
for
the
the
pain
inflammation.
medication was to reduce the inflammation. Exactly. And probably because, like I said, when he looked at it, when once I had to go back to him years later for the other two problems that I have that he manages, and he looked at what happened, he's probably like, your immune system probably assisted in this in a way. And so I had just started to swell up. I had told my husband it was okay for him to go at the time. It was my husband to go ahead and leave town, and I would be okay at the house. And my grandmother had came by. When my grandmother came by, I was already asleep. The fever was high, and by the time I couldn't even swallow the pain medication at that point, because that's how inflamed I was. Like, so I couldn't swallow any. It was hard to kind of swallow your saliva even at that point.
Yeah.
And so the fever went up, and then the next morning I wake up, and my stepdaughter was getting ready to leave out for school, and luckily the middle schoolers hadn't left yet, so they were still in the house. She was up the street, and all of a sudden I started having to go to the bathroom, to eliminate, but it was clots because a suture burst.
God damn.
Yeah. So just keep taking the pain medication, because I like I said, it was
Because I know
probably my
with
fault.
me, they going to like fill in my sinus cavity with I guess like bone marrow or some shit,
Mm-hmm.
so I won't keep getting infection. They just gonna fill the gap up. But when I was doing my research on it, I didn't hear anything bad about it as far as the recovery. Oh damn, she just jumped down, and she probably sleep. What the fuck? Let me see. Oh,
I'm here.
okay. But you took you a quick nap.
I was up here trying to wash clothes and put something in the oven and all that shit there, honey. Keep refreshing to see if she gonna drop it. Like, she be killing me. Like, she know we be reading and shit for
You know that
day
shit
in the
coming
morning
in
and stuff,
fucking
and she
at
should go ahead.
12:02.
But
That shit
my
coming in at
thing is,
12:02.
she got to get started loading up the appendix and stuff. Like, girl, when you gonna get it in? Like, please put in another extension so I can go the fuck on.
Will she be able have to be in by midnight? Are she able to do it before business day tomorrow?
It got to be in by midnight, Keller.
Or
Or if she has an
or they just
extension
not going, or they
somewhere.
just gonna go, or they just gonna go with.
She had to have an extension or somewhere. She done got on the phone with somebody or something, and we
So
just don't
let's
see
say
it.
in the event that she don't do it, that mean they just gonna go with what she got.
She ain't put nothing in yet for this one,
Oh
Keller.
yeah, I don't know why I keep thinking this of fucking New York. I'm tripping.
Illinois.
I don't know why I keep getting that shit mixed up. Yeah, well, I don't know
Dang.
what happened.
She need to get the fuck on. Come on now, lady. I'm serious now. I've been on call your fucking office now. If you coming
Well,
tonight, or if you gonna let it go, or you doing something else, let me know.
just do it tomorrow.
Let
I
me
mean, you
know.
don't have to do it tonight, do you?
Oh no, because I'm not going to be on here until next week sometime, and I be having shit to do. I work 25
That's what
hour
I'm saying.
jobs.
That's what I'm saying. Just get to it
Okay,
when you get to it. You
I
got to
have
do it right.
No, but I want to be nosy like you. Duh.
Oh, well, okay. Well, say that. You make it seem like it's goddamn problem or something.
I'm gonna be nosy like you.
No, I just want to know what she's gonna have to go get around these tapes. Her Carla phone must have died or something. But
I
yeah,
told you.
I know you told me. I want to hear what she gonna tell me. Shit. Well, RL. Shit.
You
She's
know,
gonna get
and
around
she's challenged the
RL ass.
sufficiency of. So it don't necessarily have to be about the tapes. I mean, it could be something else. It don't mean that she got to challenge everything that happens. Or she can challenge everything that happens. It's the
I
way
would
that she challenges and
I
stuff
would
like that.
imagine that. Yeah, I would imagine that because there's really no way around it. So I would imagine that it would be some shit that's real soft, which is a fucking
I
waste of
can't find.
time. I just feel like now she gone, but I feel like New York, even with New York, um, what the fuck was that? Post conviction motion. I feel like when she did New York post conviction motion, the motherfucking shit just got crazy. Like she blew it. That's all people was talking about to this day. Cause she put them damn text messages in the motherfucking post conviction motion. That's when we first saw it. And to this day, motherfuckers is talking about that shit. So what do she have in Illinois that's gonna match? Like, goddamn, I'm gonna have motherfuckers talking about this shit for years to come. Damn, everybody done dipped the fuck off. But I think that's a sign for me to get the fuck up out of here. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened to everybody, but I'm about to get the fuck down my damn self. That's a sign for me. It's getting late. I don't know where Angie ass at. I think Carla phone died, but I'm out this bitch.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Am I up here? Okay. I'm up here looking like James Brown. I can't find my goddamn shampoo and conditioner. Lord, I just come in, put the shit just down. Don't take it to where it need to be, where you should be able to find the shit, which is in the restroom or in the bathroom with the goddamn closet, what the shit is for your hair and shit be. Damn, that shit wasn't cheap. I'm looking around now, y'all. Okay, so I don't know if they need to get it in Chicago time or Pacer time. Oh my God, J-Bo, girl. You know we up here. Why you tripping? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. You know what, y'all? It's gonna be Chicago time. Damn, I hate Chicago and these Chicago niggers. I'm gonna shut this live down. Yeah. And if it comes in within the next, it should come in by, 12 o'clock, I guess. 12 o'clock Chicago time, so the next hour. We'll be back because she haven't even got the appendix in yet. And those usually be that should be filing in, and I don't see that in there. And old goddamn Queen Brielle and Danny with they janky ass. I come in and gave us that bad news. Now we got to stay up and shit to see. I don't sleep as hell. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to shut it down, and then if it is what it is, if the paperwork come in, I will definitely notify y'all. Now let me click it one more time while I'm up, and then plus I ain't gonna, I would never have enough time on this one live to do it anyway, so I'm gonna have to start it over anyway. So hold on, let me click it. She trying me, girl. She using up all the time. Yep, ain't nothing coming in yet, so we'll do that and come back. So I will holler. I'll holler, okay? Okay? I'll holler in a minute. Bye, y'all.